Hello everyone, and welcome to the DXD Tales. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Issei was a Saiyan prince and fall in love with Rias and Akeno. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. Stardust Arrival. The pod screamed through Earth's atmosphere, trailing fire across the night sky like a comet heralding change. Inside, 6-year-old Prince Issei clutched the royal pendant against his chest, his small body braced against the violent shuddering of his escape vessel. Through the viewport, he watched his homeworld, planet Vegeta, grow smaller until it was just another star among thousands. Then it wasn't. The Expel ocean bloomed silently in the vacuum of space, a supernova of red-orange destruction consuming everything he'd ever known. Issei's breath caught in his throat as tears welled in his eyes, defying the Saiyan code that crying showed weakness. His father's final words echoed in his mind. "You carry our legacy now, my son. The royal blood of Saiyans flows through your veins. Never forget who you are." The navigation system beeped, calculating trajectory toward a small blue-green planet in an unremarkable solar system. As unconsciousness claimed him, induced by the stasis system for long-distance travel, Issei's fingers tightened around the pendant, the last remnant of a civilization reduced to cosmic dust. The pod's impact a decade later created a crater 30 feet wide in the forested mountains outside Kuo Town, Japan. Steam hissed from cooling metal as the door slid open with a pneumatic sigh. 16-year-old Issei emerged, stretching muscles cramped from stasis. His Saiyan armor, designed to grow with him, had adjusted to his adolescent frame, broad-shouldered and muscular from the naturally high gravity of his homeworld. He inhaled deeply, analyzing the unfamiliar atmosphere. Oxygen-rich but tolerable, gravity significantly lighter than Vegeta's. He would need to adjust his fighting style accordingly. The air carried scents of vegetation unlike anything from home, along with faint traces of pollution and the unmistakable presence of a dominant species. Pressing buttons on his wrist device, Issei activated the pod's camouflage protocol, watching as earth and fallen trees covered it until nothing remained visible. According to his scouter's planetary scan, this world harbored relatively weak lifeforms, average power levels well below Saiyan standards, yet oddly, it CTED scattered energy signatures that fluctuated in ways he'd never encountered. "Computer, analyze anomalous energy patterns," Issei commanded, his voice deeper than he remembered. How long had he been in stasis? The computer had maintained his consciousness periodically during the journey, feeding him language data and cultural information, but time had clearly passed. "Analysis complete," the mechanical voice responded. "Energy signatures inconsistent with known cosmic classifications. Preliminary assessment suggests manifestations of what local populations term supernatural energy." Issei smirked. "Interesting. Perhaps this planet won't be completely boring after all." The first 3 days were spent observing from afar. Issei perched atop mountains and skyscrapers, watching humans scurry about their lives. Their technology was primitive by Saiyan standards, yet surprisingly advanced for a species so physically unimpressive. They compensated for weakness with ingenuity, a trait his father had always respected. Even in conquered races, he'd quickly mastered Japanese, the local language, through intense observation and his enhanced Saiyan learning capabilities. By day 4, he'd stolen appropriate clothing and was walking among humans undetected, testing his integration capabilities. "You need documentation to exist in this society," Issei muttered to himself as he hacked into a government database using technology from his pod. Creating an identity wasn't difficult. Issei Hyodo, orphaned at age 6, raised by a distant relative who recently passed away. The story wasn't far from truth, and maintaining consistency with his actual age and appearance made the deception simpler. Finding shelter proved straightforward. Humans exchanged services for small metal SCS and paper notes, an inefficient currency system, but easy enough to replicate. Within a week, he'd secured a modest apartment near Kuo Academy, the local educational institution his scans had identified as a nexus of those strange energy fluctuations. The morning Issei first stepped through Kuo Academy's gates, cherry blossoms swirled in the spring breeze. Students in crisp uniforms chatted animatedly, none noticing the slight tension in the new transfer student's posture, a warrior assessing unfamiliar territory. His scouter, modified to resemble ordinary eyeglasses, occasionally flashed numbers only he could see, measuring power levels of those around him. Most registered below 10, typical humans. But scattered throughout the school grounds, readings jumped sporadically, 150, 200, some approaching 500. Nothing threatening to a Saiyan, but vastly superior to ordinary humans. Issei's interest peaked when his scouter detected 2 signatures exceeding 700 approaching from behind. "You must be the transfer student." The voice carried authority wrapped in velvet. Issei turned, coming face to face with Crimson. Hair like liquid fire cascaded down the speaker's back, framing Fitu. Res that combined aristocratic refinement with subtle sensuality. The power emanating from her felt ancient, primal, yet controlled with precision that spoke of years of discipline. Rias Gramori, she introduced herself, extending a hand. Student Council President. Beside her stood another young woman, midnight hair gathered in a long ponytail. Where Rias exuded commanding presence, this one's energy felt deliberately subdued. Like lightning held in check. Her smile revealed nothing while suggesting everything. "And I'm Akeno Himahima, Vice President," she said, voice carrying a musical quality that somehow suggested both refinement and danger. Issei took Rias's offered hand, immediately noting the temperature difference. Her skin radiated unusual warmth. "Issei Hyodo," he replied, calibrating his grip to appear human normal despite the instinctive Saiyan urge to test strength in first meetings. "Yes, I transferred in today. Your application was interesting," Rias continued, studying him with eyes that seemed to perceive more than mere physical appearance. "Not many students arrive with such minimal background documentation. A test. Interesting. My guardian wasn't particularly attentive to record keeping," Issei answered smoothly. "After his passing, I had to piece together what I could." "How unfortunate," Akeno commented, her expression showing perfect sympathy while her eyes remained analytical. "You must be very self-sufficient." "Necessity teaches quickly," Issei replied, allowing a fraction of genuine experience into his voice. "I've managed." Some thing in his tone shifted the atmosphere subtly. Rias's expression softened, while Akeno tilted her head slightly, reassessing. "Well, Kuo Academy welcomes you," Rias said. "If you need anything, Occult Research Club room in the old school building is always open. As president, I'm often there after classes." "Occult research?" Issei raised an eyebrow, genuinely curious. "You study supernatural phenomena." A flash of something, surprise, interest, crossed Rias's features before her composed expression returned. "Myths, legends, unexplained events. You'd be surprised what truths hide behind stories most dismiss as fantasy." "Perhaps I wouldn't," Issei murmured, too quietly for normal human hearing. Akeno's eyes widened fractionally. She'd heard. The school day passed in tedious information transfer that Issei could have absorbed in minutes rather than hours. Human educational efficiency left much to be desired, but it provided excellent opportunity to observe social dynamics and identify those anomalous energy signatures. Besides Rias and Akeno, he detected 4 others with similar energy patterns, a small white-haired girl whose petite frame contradicted her power reading of 650, a handsome blonde male at 600, and 2 others hovering around 450. None appeared openly hostile, yet all moved with the subtle awareness of trained combatants. Particularly interesting was Ho.W. Regular students seemed drawn to them while simultaneously maintaining respectful distance, as if subconsciously recognizing predators among them. "Just like home," Issei whispered to himself, remembering how non-warrior Saiyans had behaved around the royal family. 3 weeks of observation yielded consistent patterns. The abnormal energy signatures belonged to a group centered around the Occult Research Club, with Rias Gramori as their apparent leader. They maintained human appearances, attended classes diligently, yet regularly disappeared together after school. Occasionally, they ventured out at night, their energy signatures flaring briefly before returning to normal levels. Issei maintained deliberate distance while gathering information. His Saiyan instincts, to challenge strong opponents immediately, required constant suppression. Strategic assessment before engagement had been his father's first lesson in royal combat training. Patience distinguishes conquerors from mere warriors, King Vegeta had instructed. Any Saiyan can fight. A prince must know when. The catalyst came during Issei's 4th week at Kuo Academy. He'd detected a new energy signature, chaotic, uncontrolled, radiating malevolence unlike the disciplined power of Rias's group. It lurked near campus after sundown, moving erratically between buildings. Issei tracked it methodically, curiosity overriding caution. The signature led him to the gymnasium, where a hulking shadow crouched over an unconscious female student. In the moonlight streaming through high windows, Issei glimpsed scaled ski and elongated limbs ending in curved talons. The creature's face remained human-like, yet distorted, with eyes that glowed sickly yellow in the darkness. The being lifted its head, nostrils flaring as it sensed Issei's presence. "Another one for dinner," it growled, voice rasping like stone against metal. "You smell different. Not quite human, not quite devil. Something new to taste." Issei stepped fully into the gymnasium, allowing moonlight to illuminate him. "I recommend releasing the girl and explaining exactly what you are," he said calmly, assessing the creature's power level at 3. Oh, stronger than humans but no threat to him. The creature laughed, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. "A brave one. Your blood will be sweetened by your courage." It dropped the girl unceremonious. Li and lunged forward with inhuman speed. For ordinary humans, the attack would have been invisibly fast. To Issei's Saiyan reflexes, it moved in slow motion. He sidestepped effortlessly, one hand ooting out to grasp the creature's extended arm. With calculated restraint, he applied pressure to the joint. Bone cracked loudly in the empty gymnasium. The creature howled, yellow eyes widening in shock as it stumbled backward, clutching its shattered limb. "What are you?" it hissed, fear replacing bloodlust. "I asked first," Issei replied, maintaining his position between the creature and the unconscious student. "Stray devil," a familiar voice announced from the gymnasium entrance. Rias Grimori stood framed in the doorway, crimson hair glowing like embers in the darkness. Behind her, Akeno and the white-haired girl flanked her like royal guards. A devil who has betrayed or been abandoned by their master, giving in to their most basic instincts. Issei didn't turn his back on the creature, but acknowledged Rias with a slight nod. "Devil, as in biblical demons. Theological accuracy varies," Rias replied, stepping forward. Her casual school uniform had been replaced by an elab, ornate outfit that resembled formal evening wear. "But essentially, yes, and this one has been hunting in our territory." The stray devil snarled, backing toward the far wall. "Grimori princess," it spat. "I was just having a little snack. The humans multiply like insects. No one would miss a few. Every life in this town is under my protection," Rias stated, her voice dropping several degrees in temperature. She raised one hand, and crimson energy began swirling around her fingertips. "Issei Hyodo, I suggest you step aside. This will be unpleasant." Rather than complying, Issei studied the energy gathering around her hand. His scouter analyzed its composition, neither ki nor any energy type he'd encountered before. "Fascinating. He broke my arm," the stray devil whined, attempting to circle toward an exit. "He's not human either." "Is that true?" Akeno asked, lightning crackling subtly between her fingers. "What exactly are you, Issei-kun?" The honorific carried a mixture of curiosity and warning. Issei recognized the tactical situation: 3 powerful beings behind him, a cornered hostile creature before him, and innocent bystanders potentially at risk from collateral damage. Not ideal for revealing his true nature, but prevarication seemed equally problematic. The stray devil seized his moment of distraction, lunging not toward Issei but toward the unconscious student. Instinct overrode calculation. Issei moved. To human perception, he simply vanished, reappearing between the creature and its target. To the devils watching, his movement blurred but remained barely trackable, exponentially faster than they anticipated. Issei's open palm struck the creature's chest with precision, channeling enough force to halt its momentum without killing it. The impact sent the stray devil sliding backward across polished floorboards, leaving gouges where its claws sought purchase. "I suggest you surrender," Issei advised it calmly. "Your power level is insufficient for this conflict." The creature's response was a bestial roar as it transformed further, limbs elongating and torso expanding grotesquely. "I'll devour you all," it bellowed, charging forward with abandon. Issei sighed. Some behaviors remained universal across species. With calculated efficiency, he stepped into the charge, one hand grasping the creature's remaining functional arm, the other delivering a precise strike to its sternum. The combination redirected momentum while simultaneously disrupting its center of gravity. The stray devil crashed into the gymnasium wall hard enough to crack concrete. Impressive technique, the white-haired girl commented tonelessly, speaking for the first time. Thank you, Issei replied, maintaining visual contact with the dazed creature. I believe it's sufficiently subdued for questioning now. Rias approached, crimson energy still wreathing her hand. Kaneko is right. Your combat skills are exceptional. However, stray devils rarely provide useful information. They're driven by hunger and instinct rather than reason. As if proving her point, the creature lunged again, this time directing its attack toward Rias. Issei prepared to intercept, but Akeno stepped forward first. Allow me, Bushu, she said, honorific indicating Rias's leadership position. Lightning erupted from Akeno's outstretched hands, not natural electricity but energy NFUSED with that same unusual power Issei's scouter struggled to classify. It struck the stray devil mid-leap, enveloping it in crackling tendrils that forced agonized screams from its distorted throat. What surprised Issei wasn't the display of power, but Akeno's expression, eyes half-lidded, cheeks flushed, lips parted in what could only be described as ecstasy. Combat arousal wasn't uncommon among Saiyans, but this seemed different. More intimate. Era, still conscious. Akeno purred as the lightning subsided, leaving the creature smoking but alive. How resilient. Shall we continue our little session? That's enough. Akeno. Rias intervened, stepping forward. To the creature, she said, you've hunted humans in my territory and attacked a student under my protection. The penalty is death. The crimson energy in her hand expanded, forming a sphere that radiated destructive intent. With graceful precision, Rias released it toward the stray devil. The sphere engulfed the creature completely. And for a brief moment, its silhouette remained visible within the crimson light, then disintegrated, leaving nothing behind but scorched flooring. Issei watched with analytical interest. The power wasn't particularly impressive by Saiyan standards, but its nature, matter erasure rather than explosive force, presented tactical implications worth noting. Power of destruction, Rias explained, noticing his attention. A hereditary ability of the Grimoire family. Efficient, Issei commented. Minimal collateral damage, complete target elimination. His clinical assessment drew curious looks from all three devils. Rias turned fully toward him, crimson hair settling around her shoulders like a royal mantle. Now then, Issei Hyodo, if that's truly your name, I believe explanations are in order. You moved faster than any human could, displayed combat techniques that suggest extensive training, and spoke of power levels, as if you can quantify supernatural energy. Issei considered his options. Direct confrontation with three unknown entities wasn't tactically sound, yet he sensed no immediate hostility from them, curiosity rather than aggression. Furthermore, they'd demonstrated protective behavior toward humans, suggesting potential alignment with his current non-conquest approach to this planet. I'm not from this world, he stated simply, deciding that partial truth served better than fabrication. My species is called Saiyan. We're warriors by nature, with physical capabilities exceeding Earth norms. An alien, Kaneko's monotone voice carried a hint of skepticism. Says the devil, Issei countered with a slight smile. Unexpectedly, Akeno laughed, a melodic sound that transformed her features from intimidating to approachable. He has a point, Kaneko-chan. Rias studied him intensely, intelligence evident behind her analytical gaze. That explains the unusual energy signature. We've encountered many supernatural beings, but never extraterrestrial ones. She glanced toward the unconscious student. We should continue this discussion elsewhere. Akeno, please modify the girl's memories and ensure she gets home safely. Of course, Bushu. As Akeno knelt beside the student, placing gentle fingers against her temple, Rias addressed Issei directly. I promised the Occult Research Club would welcome you. That invitation stands, more urgently now. Will you accompany us, Issei Hyodo of the Saiyans? The formal phrasing, so reminiscent of diplomatic exchanges on planet Vegeta, resonated with Issei's royal upbringing. He inclined his head slightly, not quite a bow. But acknowledgement between powers. I will, he agreed. I've been curious about your group since arrival. You've been watching us, Kaneko stated flatly, amber eyes narrowing. As you've been watching me, Issei replied. The blonde male in your group has been monitoring my apartment building for 15 days. Rias's eyebrows rose fractionally. Kiba is usually more discreet. He is very skilled, Issei acknowledged. But Saiyan senses exceed human limitations. The old-school building loomed against the night sky, Gothic architecture incongruous among modern structures. Inside, the Occult Research Club room combined Victorian aesthetics with functional comfort, elegant furniture, bookshelves filled with ancient tomes, and modern amenities like a show. Stall partially hidden behind ornate screens. Welcome to our headquarters, Rias said, settling behind an antique desk. Akeno moved to prepare tea, while Kaneko perched on a couch, unwrapping candy with methodical precision. The blonde male, Kiba, entered moments later, nodding respectfully to Rias before assessing Issei with a swordsman's eye. So our transfer student is more than he appears, he commented. Voice pleasant despite the wariness in his stance. Yuto Kiba, Issei acknowledged. Your surveillance technique improved significantly on day 12. The rooftop positions were particularly well chosen. Rather than showing offense, Kiba smiled genuinely. Thank you. Though clearly insufficient. Few things escape Saiyan perception, Issei replied, accepting the tea Akeno offered. The ceramic was delicate between his fingers, a reminder to modulate his strength in this fragile environment. Rias leaned forward, fingers steepled beneath her chin. I believe mutual disclosure serves us best. We are devils, supernatural beings with long lifespans and various magical abilities. Kuo Town falls under my protection as heir to the Grimoire clan, one of the 72 pillars that form devil aristocracy. Issei nodded, appreciating the direct approach. And your companions, my peerage, devils bound to me through a reincarnation system. Each possesses unique abilities that complement our group. A structured combat unit, Issei translated into concepts familiar to him. With hierarchical organization. That's one way to view it, Rias conceded. Though our bonds extend beyond tactical functionality. Akeno smiled behind her teacup. We're family as much as followers. The concept seemed inefficient to Issei's Saiyan mentality, but he noted how the others visibly relaxed at Akeno's words. Emotional bonding apparently enhanced their operational cohesion, an unfamiliar but potentially effective approach. Your turn, Kaneko prompted, fixing him with an unblinking stare. Issei set down his teacup with deliberate care. I am Prince Issei of planet Vegeta, last known survivor of the Saiyan royal bloodline. My homeworld was destroyed when I was 6 years old. I've spent the past decade in stasis, traveling between star systems until reaching Earth approximately 1 month ago. The silence following his statement held multifaceted reactions, skepticism from Kaneko, analytical calculation from Kiba, fascination from Akeno, and something more complex from Rias. Not quite sympathy, but recognition, one displaced royal to another. A prince without a kingdom, Rias said softly. That carries its own weight. The unexpected understanding momentarily disrupted Issei's composed exterior. He hadn't anticipated empathy from these beings, hadn't experienced it since his father's final embrace before launching his escape pod. Saiyans are warriors by nature, he continued, regaining equilibrium. Physically superior to humans in strength, speed, endurance, and sensory perception. We channel internal energy, for combat enhancement and projection. Like this, Akeno asked, electricity dancing briefly between her fingertips. Similar in application, different in essence. Issei explained. He derives from life force rather than magical contracts or supernatural lineage. All living beings possess it, though few develop the ability to manipulate it consciously. Kiba leaned forward, interest evident. Could humans learn this manipulation? With sufficient training and natural aptitude, Issei confirmed. Though your devil abilities likely offer more immediate power. Fascinating, Rias murmured. The supernatural community has existed alongside humanity for millennia, yet we've never encountered beings like you. Were Saiyans aware of Earth before your arrival? A tactical question wrapped in curiosity. Issei recognized the underlying concern. Was he an advanced scout for invasion? Earth was catalogued in our databases as a low-priority world, he answered honestly. Minimal resources of interest, low average power levels, significant distance from established trade routes. No planned contact had been scheduled. Then why come here? Kaneko asked bluntly. The question struck unexpectedly close to vulnerability. Issei's hand moved unconsciously to the royal pendant concealed beneath his uniform, the last connection to a civilization now existing only in his memory. Navigation systems selected Earth as suitable for Saiyan physiology after emergency launch protocols were activated, he said, voice deliberately neutral. When a planet is targeted for destruction, escape pods are programmed to seek viable alternatives rather than specific destinations. Targeted for destruction, Rias repeated, her expression shifting to genuine concern. What could destroy an entire planet? A tyrant named Frieza, Issei replied, old anger briefly flaring before he suppressed it. His empire spanned hundreds of worlds. Saiyans served as his conquest force until he feared our growing strength might threaten his rule. Understanding passed between the devils, the politics of power transcended planetary boundaries. Rias's expression softened further, and when she spoke again, her voice carried the weight of genuine nobility rather than mere authority. Issei Hyodo, Prince Issei, you have my word as heir to House G. Remori that your origins will remain confidential among us. While Earth may not replace your homeworld, Kuo Town can offer sanctuary if you desire it. The formal declaration, spoken with clear sincerity, resonated with protocols Issei had learned since childhood. Among Saiyans, sanctuary offered by ruling houses carried inviolable protection. To accept meant acknowledging mutual obligation. Your offer honors me, he responded. Matching her formality, I accept sanctuary within your territory while I continue to assess this world. Relief visibly passed through the group, tensions he hadn't fully registered now dissipating. Interesting how conflict avoidance generated positive response among these devils, when Saiyans would have respected him more for choosing confrontation. Wonderful. Akeno clapped her hands together. Now we can dispense with the formal language and get properly acquainted. I have so many questions about space travel. Her enthusiasm broke the ceremonial atmosphere, allowing conversation to flow more naturally. Kiba inquired about Saiyan combat techniques, while Kaneko asked surprisingly insightful questions about physiological differences between species. Throughout the exchange, Issei noted how Rias observed interactions, gauging group dynamics with the awareness of a natural leader. Hours passed in knowledge exchange, with Issei learning about devil society, magical systems, and the complex political landscape of supernatural factions on Earth. In turn, he shared selective information about Saiyan culture, interstellar civilizations, and his adaptation to Earth's environment. It's nearly dawn, Rias eventually noted, gesturing toward windows now showing pre-morning grayness. We should conclude for today. As they prepared to depart, Issei's scouter detected another energy signature approaching rapidly, power level approximately 600, similar to Kiba's but with different harmonic patterns. Someone's coming, he announced, turning toward the door seconds before it opened. A petite girl with bobbed hair and glasses entered, her expression transitioning from determination to surprise at finding the group still assembled. Her uniform identified her as another Kuo Academy student, though Issei hadn't encountered her before. Sona, Rias greeted her. You're out early. I sensed the stray devil's destruction and came to investigate, the newcomer, Sona, replied. Gaze fixing analytically on Issei. This must be the transfer student with the unusual energy signature. Issei Hyodo, Rias confirmed. He assisted with the stray devil's situation quite impressively. Sona's posture remained formal as she addressed him directly. Sona Citri, Student Council President and Administrator of Kuo Town's Eastern District. Your N.G doesn't register as any supernatural classification I recognize. The immediate challenge, while politely phrased, carried unmistakable authority. This was another power center, not hostile to Rias, but separate, with her own jurisdiction and responsibilities. Before Issei could respond, Rias intervened smoothly. Issei's nature has been discussed and verified. I've extended sanctuary within Grimoire territory. The significance wasn't lost on Sona, whose eyebrows rose fractionally. I see. That's unusually formal for a new acquaintance. Unusual circumstances warrant appropriate measures. Rias replied with diplomatic precision. Sona studied Issei with renewed intensity. Indeed. Well, Hyodo-san, as long as you abide by supernatural accords within Kuo Town, the Citri clan has no objection to your presence. The formal acknowledgement carried subtle warning beneath courtesy. I understand territorial protocols, Issei assured her, recognizing familiar political dynamics despite the unfamiliar context. My presence here is exploratory, not confrontational. Something in his phrasing caused Sona's eyes to narrow briefly before her composed expression returned. Very well, Rias, when you have time, we should discuss the boundary expansion proposal for next month's council meeting. Of course, Rias agreed. I'll come find you later today. After Sona departed, Akeno giggled softly. She's absolutely burning with curiosity now. Sona Citri administers the school alongside me, Rias explained to Issei. Her peerage forms the student council, maintaining balance with our occult research club. We cooperate in protecting Kuo Town from supernatural threats. Dual governance, Issei nodded. Efficient for territory this size. Sunrise painted the windows crimson gold as they finally exited the old school building. Walking beside Issei, Rias studied his profile in the early morning light. You adapted quickly to discovering devils exist, she observed. Most humans would be questioning their sanity. Issei smiled slightly. When you've traveled between star systems and witnessed entire civilizations, the concept of supernatural beings becomes less shocking. Besides, your energy signatures made it clear you weren't ordinary humans from my first day here. And yet you didn't confront us immediately, Rias noted. Most beings who detect our nature tend to either attack or flee. Strategic assessment precedes engagement, Issei replied. My father's first lesson in royal combat training. Your father, the Saiyan king? Rias asked gently. Issei nodded, unexpected emotion tightening his throat. He hadn't spoken of his father aloud since planetfall. He ensured my escape when Frieza's attack began. His last act was saving my life while he remained to defend our people. Rias didn't offer empty platitudes about loss, something Issei appreciated. Instead, she said, my brother Sirzex inherited leadership when he came of age. The weight of expectations has always accompanied my position as the second Grimoire child, significant responsibility without direct succession pressure. The shared confidence, revealing her own family dynamics, represented trust beyond their formal sanctuary agreement. Issei recognized the diplomatic gesture and responded in kind. Saiyan succession typically involves combat demonstration, he explained. The strongest leads. Royal bloodlines are valued for inherited potential, but must be validated through proven ability. So you needed to earn your title rather than simply inheriting it, Rias observed. That explains your self-sufficiency. They reached the main gates where their paths would diverge. Rias toward her residence in the exclusive district north of campus, Issei to his modest apartment in the east. Will you join us again tonight? Rias asked. We typically gather for training and territory patrol after classes. The invitation carried significance beyond its practical aspects, integration into their established routine, acceptance despite his alien nature, opportunity to observe their abilities more closely. I will, Issei agreed. Your supernatural world merits further study. Rias smiled, genuine rather than diplomatic. And perhaps Earth itself deserves exploration beyond mere study. Have you experienced anything beyond academic observation since your arrival? The question highlighted a perspective Issei hadn't considered. His month on Earth had focused entirely on intelligence gathering, security establishment, and adaptation protocols. The concept of exploration for experience rather than tactical advantage seemed inefficient, yet intriguing. What would you recommend? He asked, curiosity genuine. Japanese culture offers countless experiences worth having, Rias replied, crimson hair catching morning sunlight as she tilted her head thoughtfully. Perhaps we can introduce you to some after training tonight. I look forward to it, Issei said, surprised to find he meant it. As they parted ways, Issei contemplated the unexpected developments of the past 12 hours. His Saiyan training emphasized adaptation to changing circumstances. CES, a warrior who couldn't evolve strategies based on new information wouldn't survive long. These devils presented unknown variables, yet also potential allies in understanding Earth's complex supernatural ecosystem. Returning to his apartment, Issei activated his POD's communication array, recording updated observations for his personal log. The pending question of long-term objectives remained unresolved. With planet Vegeta destroyed and no confirmed surviving Saiyans detected, his royal responsibilities had no clear direction. Traditional conquest made little strategic sense for a single warrior, regardless of strength. For now, integration and information gathering remained logical priorities. The Grimoire Alliance offered efficiency in both aspects. And if these devils proved trustworthy, perhaps they represented something Issei hadn't expected to find on this distant planet, potential companions who understood power and its responsibilities. The thought was unexpectedly comforting as exhaustion finally claimed him. Dreams filled with crimson hair and lightning against a background of stars. Classes the following day carried new perspective. Issei observed his fellow student, TS, with greater understanding of the supernatural currents flowing beneath ordinary interaction. The school itself functioned as elegant camouflage, devils hiding in plain sight while monitoring human society and protecting their territory. During mathematics, Issei's enhanced hearing caught whispered conversations 3 rows behind him. The transfer student was talking with Rias Onisama this morning. No way, nobody gets close to the 2 great ladies of Kuo Academy. Maybe he doesn't know their status yet. Poor guy will learn soon enough when the Prince Yumi fan club gets jealous. Issei suppressed amusement at their misconceptions. Human social hierarchies seemed simultaneously complex and simplistic, status determined by appearance and popularity rather than power or strategic value. At lunch period, he felt Kaniko's presence before seeing her. The small devil appeared beside his isolated bench without warning, settling beside him with a tray containing approximately the calories a human her size would typically consume. Your reflexes didn't activate, she observed, beginning methodical consumption of her meal. You knew I wasn't threatening. Your energy signature is distinctive, Issei confirmed, continuing his own meal. Saiyan metabolism required significantly higher caloric intake than humans, and he'd adjusted his portions accordingly despite the curious glances from cafeteria staff. They ate in companionable silence until Kaniko spoke again. You're different from what I expected. In what way? Aliens in human stories are either mindless destroyers or enlightened pacifists. She explained between bites. You're neither. Issei considered this. Saiyans were conquerors by nature, but not mindless. Strategy and adaptation ensured our survival across centuries. As for enlightenment, we valued strength and combat prowess above philosophical development. But you don't seem interested in conquering, Kaniko pointed out. Tactical assessment indicates Earth has little strategic value for a single Saiyan, Issei replied pragmatically. Conquest without purpose wastes resources. Kaniko's lips quirked slightly, the closest to a smile he'd seen from her. Practical. Indeed. They continued eating until Kaniko asked another unexpected question. Do you miss your planet? The directness caught Issei off guard. Among Saiyans, discussing emotional responses to loss was uncommon. Weakness revealed invited challenge. Yet Earth clearly operated under different social protocols, and these devils seemed to value emotional exchange. I was young when it was destroyed, he answered carefully. My memories are limited but significant. I miss certainty. Understanding my place and purpose within established hierarchy. Kaniko nodded, eyes revealing deeper understanding than her youthful appearance suggested. I lost my home too. Different circumstances, but similar outcome. The shared confidence created unexpected connection. Before Issei could respond, excited voices announced new arrivals. Kiba approached with a group of female students trailing behind him, expressions adoring. Issei-kun. Kiba greeted him with genuine warmth despite the audience. Bushu asked me to inform you that club activities will begin at 7 tonight rather than immediately after school. She has a prior commitment with the student council. The girls behind Kiba whispered frantically. The transfer student knows Prince Yumi. Wait, he's in the occult research club too. With Rias Onisama and Akeno Onisama. Issei nodded, acknowledgement to Kiba while noting the social dynamics at play. The blonde devil's appearance and demeanor created automatic status among humans, particularly females, while simultaneously concealing his true nature as a warrior. Effective camouflage through misdirection. I'll be there, Issei confirmed. After Kiba departed with his unwanted entourage, Kaniko fixed Issei with a measuring look. You'll have fans soon too. Unnecessary complications, Issei replied, frowning slightly. Unavoidable at this school, Kaneko countered, gathering her empty containers. Devils naturally attract humans. Our aura's project influence unconsciously. An interesting tactical consideration Issei hadn't anticipated. Is there countermeasure protocol? Kaneko shrugged. Akeno enjoys the attention. Rias tolerates it professionally. I ignore it. Kiba suffers politely. And you recommend. Be yourself, Kaneko said, standing to leave. Humans respond to authenticity even when they don't understand what they're seeing. As she walked away, Issei contemplated her advice. The concept of being himself presented complexity. He'd spent a decade with only computer interactions and training programs, developing identity in isolation. His understanding of Saiyan culture came from historical data rather than lived experience among his people. Who exactly was he beyond, last prince of a dead world? The question lingered throughout afternoon classes, unexpectedly profound for what had begun as tactical consideration of social camouflage. At precisely 7 that evening, Issei entered the Occult Research Club room to find it transformed. Ceremonial candles illuminated a complex magical circle inscribed on the floor, with Rias standing at its center wearing what appeared to be formal regalia rather than her school uniform. Akeno, similarly attired, arranged crystals at precise intervals around the circle's perimeter. Excellent timing, Rias greeted him. We're preparing a demonstration of devil magic for your education. Quote. Issei approached the circle, his scouter analyzing energy patterns automatically. This configuration suggests dimensional manipulation, he observed. Akeno looked up in surprise. You recognize magical formulations. Energy manipulation follows universal principles regardless of source, Issei explained. The pattern distribution here indicates space. Time folding similar to technologies my people utilized for rapid planetary deployment. Rias's expression showed new appreciation. You continue to surprise us, Prince Issei. Yes, this magic circle enables teleportation between fixed points, specifically between our club room and various locations throughout our territory. Efficient for patrol and response protocols, Issei noted approvingly. Precisely. Rias confirmed as Kiba and Kaneko entered, completing their group. Tonight we'll demonstrate various aspects of devil abilities so you better understand our capabilities. In exchange, perhaps you'd be willing to show us some Saiyan techniques. The requested exchange represented escalating trust. Combat capabilities weren't shared casually among Saiyans. Yet these devils had already revealed significant tactical information about their nature and abilities. Agreed, Issei said. Though some demonstrations may require open space to avoid structural damage. Akeno's eyes widened with interest. How much power are we talking about? At minimal output, sufficient to crater terrain within a 50-meter radius, Issei stated matter-of-factly. Silence followed his statement as the devils exchanged glances. Well, Rias finally said, we have access to dimensional spaces specifically designed for high-power training. That should suffice. The magic circle activated with crimson light, enveloping the group in energy that tingled against Issei's skin. Space compressed around them momentarily before expanding again, revealing a vast empty plain beneath a purple-hued sky. Mountainous formations loomed in the distance, and twin moons, one crimson, one silver, hung impossibly large on the horizon. Welcome to the training dimension, Rias announced. A pocket reality NNECTED to the underworld but isolated from both human and devil territories. Here we can demonstrate abilities without restraint. Issei surveyed the environment with analytical interest. Artificia, reality construction or dimensional fold. The latter, Rias explained. The underworld exists parallel to human reality, with various sub-dimensions like this one created for specific purposes. For the next 2 hours, Issei observed as each devil demonstrated their unique abilities. Kiba manifested swords from thin air, a power he called sword birth, and displayed swordsmanship that would Avenue impressed even veteran Saiyan warriors. Kaneko lifted boulders weighing several tons with ease, confirming Issei's suspicion that her small frame concealed exceptional physical strength. Akeno's lightning manipulation proved particularly fascinating. Her power combined electrical force with demonic energy to create attacks that targeted not just physical bodies but spiritual essence. When she transformed into her battle attire, an outfit resembling a shrine maiden's garb, her power level jumped significantly. "My heritage is mixed," she explained when Issei inquired about the unusual energy signature. "The lightning combines elements from both bloodlines." Throughout their demonstrations, Issei recorded observations with his scouter, analyzing strengths, limitations, and tactical applications. These devils weren't merely supernatural beings, they were trained combatants with coordinated techniques and strategic awareness. Finally, Rias demonstrated her power of destruction more fully than during the stray devil encounter. The crimson energy disintegrated matter at the molecular level, bypassing conventional durability by attacking fundamental structure. A mountain formation in the distance ceased to exist when struck by her power, not exploded, not damaged, but completely erased from reality. "Impressive," Issei acknowledged genuinely. "Conventional defense would be ineffective against such attack methodology." Rias inclined her head at the compliment. "The power of destruction is the Baal family's greatest legacy, inherited through my mother's bloodline. Few devils possess this ability." "Your turn," Kaneko prompted, looking expectantly at Issei. Removing his school uniform jacket and rolling up his sleeves, Issei moved to an open area several hundred meters from the group. "I'll begin with basic ki manipulation," he explained. "Unlike your magical energy, ki must be cultivated through training and discipline." Centering himself, Issei extended one hand palm upward. Concentration brought his internal energy flowing through pathways established through years of training. A sphere of light materialized above his palm, pure white energy radiating warmth and pressure. "This is raw ki in controlled form," he explained. "The baseline energy all Saiyans learn to manipulate from childhood." With practiced precision, he sent the sphere floating upward, then expanded it to the size of a small vehicle. The energy remained stable, illuminating the training dimension with white light that cast sharp shadows across the landscape. "Ki can be maintained indefinitely once mastery is achieved," Issei continued. "Energy output adjusts according to intent and necessity." To demonstrate, he condensed the sphere to the size of a marble, concentrating its power until the air around it shimmered with heat distortion. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he sent it toward a distant rock formation. The explosion when it impacted created a shockwave that reached them seconds later, ruffling hair and clothing. Where the mountain had stood, a crater approximately 100 meters across smoldered. "Basic offensive application," Issei stated calmly. "Power out. Put approximately 5% of my current capacity." The devils stared at the destruction in silence until Kiba whispered, 5%. "Saiyans are primarily battle-oriented," Issei explained. "Our physiology evolved specifically for combat effectiveness." Demonstrating further, he channeled ki to enhance physical capabilities, speed that left afterimages as he moved, strength that shattered stone with casual touches, reflexes that allowed him to catch energy projectiles Akeno fired as a test. "Most impressive, however, is flight capability," Issei continued, levitating slowly until he hovered several meters above ground. "By manipulating ki beneath and around the body, Saiyans achieve aerial mobility without magical assistance. Executing a series of aerial maneuvers, tight spirals, sudden direction changes, supersonic straight-line acceleration." Issei demonstrated combat flight patterns before landing lightly before the group. "That's why you weren't surprised by our wings," Rias realized. "You already understood flight mechanics." "Different methodologies, similar outcomes," Issei confirmed. "Though your wings appear to serve both functional and symbolic purposes within devil culture." As darkness deepened in the training dimension, Rias suggested they continue their cultural exchange in more comfortable settings. The magic circle transported them back to the club room, where Akeno prepared fresh tea while conversation continued. "Your abilities are remarkable," Rias commented, especially considering they derive from training rather than inherent supernatural nature. "All living beings contain ki," Issei explained. "Saiyans simply developed methodologies to access and enhance it over generations." "Could devils learn these techniques?" Kiba asked with professional interest. "Theoretically," Issei considered, "though your existing magical pathways might create interference patterns with ki circulation. Experimentation would be necessary to determine compatibility." The conversation shifted to comparative analysis of Saiyan and devil social structures, with Issei explaining the meritocratic warrior culture that had defined his people while as outlined the complex aristocratic systems of the underworld. Despite fundamental differences, both civilizations valued power hierarchies and familial lineages, creating unexpected common ground. It's interesting, Akeno observed while refilling teacups, how species across entirely different worlds developed similar social patterns. Effective organizational structures tend toward convergent evolution, Issei replied. My father studied conquered civilizations extensively, noting recurring patterns regardless of biological or technological development levels. Your father sounds like a thoughtful ruler, Rias commented. Not merely a warrior king. Something in her tone, respectful acknowledgement rather than mere observation, touched Issei unexpectedly. He believed understanding led to more efficient conquest. He explained, then added more quietly, but yes, his intellectual curiosity extended beyond tactical necessity. The personal admission shifted conversation toward individual backgrounds. Hiba briefly mentioned a past connected to a church experiment, explaining his sword abilities originated from human enhancement programs. Kaneko remained mostly silent about her origins, though Issei detected tension whenever her species, apparently called Nekomata, was referenced. Most surprising was Akeno's revelation about her mixed heritage, half-fallen angel, half-human, before being reincarnated as a devil. The complexity of supernatural bloodlines on Earth presented fascinating anthropological study. And you, Rias? Issei asked. Were you born a devil or reincarnated like the others? Pure-blooded devil from House Grimori, she confirmed. One of the original 72 pillars that form our aristocracy. My childhood was spent primarily in the underworld, though I've maintained residence in the human world since establishing territory here. For educational purposes, Issei inquired. Rias's expression became momentarily guarded before she admitted, partially. There were also political considerations that made establishing independent territory advantageous. The careful phrasing suggested deeper complications, likely connected to her status as second heir rather than primary successor. Royal politics apparently transcended planetary boundaries. As midnight approached, Rias proposed the cultural experience she'd mentioned earlier. There's a traditional Japanese festival in the neighboring town this weekend, with food stalls, games, and ceremonial activities. Would you be interested in attending? It would provide excellent immersion in Earth culture beyond academic observation. The invitation clearly extended beyond mere educational opportunity. Issei recognized social bonding protocol when presented, regardless of cultural differences. His strategic assessment indicated continued alliance with these devils offered optimal information gathering with minimal resource expenditure. Yet beyond cold calculation, he found himself genuinely curious about the experience. Something about this small group of supernatural beings, their acceptance of his alien nature, their balanced approach to power and responsibility, their evident bonds beyond mere tactical alliance, resonated with aspects of Saiyan culture he'd preserved in isolation. I would find that valuable, he agreed, unconsciously adopting more formal language in response to the significance of the invitation. Rias smiled, warm rather than diplomatic. Excellent. We typically attend in traditional Japanese clothing. Would you like us to arrange appropriate attire for you as well? The consideration demonstrated continued integration effort, cultural assimilation support rather than expectation of independent adaptation. Their approach to incorporating him into their group followed consistent methodology. Thank you, Issei accepted. Earth fashion variations remain unfamiliar territory. After finalizing weekend arrangements, the group dispersed for the night. El King beside Issei as they exited campus, Rias maintained comfortable silence until they reached the intersection where their paths would diverge. Your control is impressive, she commented unexpectedly. I sensed you were restraining your power significantly during demonstrations. Issei glanced at her with new appreciation for her perceptiveness. Safety protocols dictate appropriate output evils based on environment and participants. Of course, Rias nodded. But I suspect there's more you haven't shown us. The observation hung between them, not accusatory but acknowledging mutual strategic disclosure limitations. Neither had revealed all capabilities to the other yet. Saiyans possess transformation abilities under specific circumstances, Issei admitted, offering additional information as gesture of trust. Power multiplication factors that activate during extreme conditions. Rias's eyes widened with genuine interest. Like a devil's balance breaker or ultimate form. Possibly similar in concept. Though triggered differently, Issei confirmed. The legendary Super Saiyan transformation supposedly increases base power by factors of 50 or greater. Supposedly. Rias questioned perceptively. You haven't achieved this transformation yourself. It's extremely rare, Issei explained. Historically, only a handful of Saiyans ever unlocked the ability. The G gearing mechanism involves extreme emotional catalysts combined with sufficient base power level. Fascinating, Rias murmured. After a moment's consideration, she added, devils have our own transformations, forms that reveal our true nature beyond human appearance. Perhaps someday we can share those aspects of ourselves as well. The implicit future promise, continued exchange beyond immediate, tactical alliance, carried significance Issei recognized clearly. This wasn't merely diplomatic courtesy but genuine offer of extended association. I would value that exchange, he replied with equal sincerity. As they parted ways, Issei found himself contemplating unexpected developments. His initial Earth assessment had focused entirely on survival, information gathering, and potential resource identification. The possibility of forming genuine alliance, perhaps even the beginning of what humans called friendship, hadn't factored into strategic calculations. Yet these devils, with their complex blend of supernatural power and surprisingly relatable perspectives, offered something he hadn't realized he'd been missing since planetfall: connection with beings who understood power and its implications. The royal pendant felt lighter against his chest as he returned to his apartment, programming the security systems for night cycle. Perhaps Earth had more to offer a displaced Saiyan prince than mere sanctuary after all. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2, Pride and Power. Dawn painted Kuo town in watercolor hues as Issei completed his 70th lap around the city perimeter. The crisp morning air filled his lungs, his body cutting through space with practiced efficiency. Saiyan physiology demanded rigorous maintenance, doubly so on a planet with gravity only 1/10 that of Vegeta. Without proper conditioning, his muscles would atrophy, his reflexes dull. He landed silently atop the city's water tower, surveying the awakening urban landscape. 3 weeks had passed since his encounter with the devils of the Occult Research Club. 3 weeks of cautious integration, information exchange, and recalibration of expectations. These supernatural beings weren't the primitive life foe RMS Saiyan databases had catalogued on Earth. They represented complex power structures with abilities that rivaled interstellar civilizations. Particularly fascinating was their magic system, Energy M. Manipulation fundamentally different from Ki, yet equally versatile in application. Understanding its mechanics had become Issei's secondary priority, just below maintaining his own combat readiness. His scouter detected a familiar energy signature approaching from the east. Yuto Kiba, moving at speed that would appear supernatural to humans but registered as merely efficient to Saiyan standards. Morning training. Kiba called out as he landed on the water tower with practiced grace, his devil wings folding back into his shoulders. Unlike his formal school appearance, the blonde swordsman wore simple athletic clothing. Maintenance regimen, Issei corrected, stretching muscles that barely registered the morning's exertion. Your gravity makes intensive training difficult without specialized equipment. Bushu mentioned you might say that, Kiba replied with a smile. She sent me to extend an invitation. Our club maintains a private training facility beneath the old school building, with enchantments that can modify environmental conditions, including gravity. Issei's interest sparked immediately. Variable gravity chambers. Similar technology existed on Vegeta, though magically created rather than mechanically. Magic offers certain advantages, Kiba acknowledged. The facility can also generate combat scenarios, manifest training opponents, and repair structural damage automatically. Rias thought you might find it useful for your maintenance regimen. The offer represented significant trust. Access to their secured training facility indicated acceptance beyond mere diplomatic alliance. Such facilities would contain defensive capabilities and likely reveal operational tactics the devils might otherwise keep private. I would appreciate access, Issei said, genuine gratitude coloring his typically measured tone. Earth's environment presents certain limitations I've been working to overcome. Kiba's smile broadened. Excellent. Bushu suggested you might join our group training session this afternoon. We typically gather after classes for combat practice and strategic planning. Your group trains collectively despite power differentials? Issei asked, genuinely curious. Among Saiyans, warriors typically trained with those of similar strength to maximize efficiency. Of course, Kiba replied, seeming surprised by the question. We're a peerage. Our strength comes from combining our different abilities tactically. Solo power matters less than coordinated application. A fascinating philosophical difference. Saiyan culture emphasized individual combat capability above all, with coordinated tactics considered secondary. Yet these devils structured their entire approach around complementary abilities and synchronized deployment. I look forward to observing your methodology, Issei said, his analytical mind already considering how such an approach might have altered Saiyan military effectiveness against opponents like Frieza. As morning sunlight strengthened, they departed for school, Kiba traveling by rooftop, Issei matching his pace easily. Their arrival at campus coincided with the daily migration of students through the main gates. Conversations quieting momentarily as the two appeared together. Prince Yumi and the transfer student. They're friends. So unfair. All the handsome guys stick together. The whispered come. NTS reached Issei's enhanced hearing easily. Human social hierarchies remained baffling. Appearance-based status attribution seemed hopelessly inefficient compared to power-based meritocracy. The attention grows tedious, he commented quietly to Kiba. The swordsman laughed softly. You get used to it. Mostly. Inside the main building, they encountered Rias and Akeno descending the central staircase. As always, other students maintained respectful distance while stealing adoring glances, unconscious response to the aura of power both devils projected. Good morning, Issei-kun, Rias greeted him with formal warmth. I see Yuto delivered my invitation. He did, Issei confirmed with a slight bow that acknowledged her territorial authority. I appreciate the access to proper training facilities. Akeno stepped closer, her customary smile carrying hints of something more complex. We're quite curious to see Saiyan training methods up close. Your demonstration in the pocket dimension was impressive. The slight emphasis on the final word coupled with the narrowing of her violet eyes triggered Issei's analytical awareness. Throughout their interactions over the past weeks, Akeno had displayed particular interest in his power demonstrations, her responses subtly different from the others. Where Rias observed with strategic assessment, Kiba with professional appreciation, and Kaneko with wary respect. Akeno's attention carried undertones of fascination. Saiyan training emphasizes pushing beyond perceived limitations, Issei explained. Our biology responds to near-death defeat by growing stronger, a genetic adaptation that accelerated our species' combat evolution. How convenient, Akeno murmured, twirling a strand of raven hair around one finger. To become stronger precisely when you're at your weakest. Quote, it's called Zenkai, Issei clarified. The stronger the opponent who defeats you, the greater the subsequent power increase, assuming survival. A warrior race that grows stronger through defeat. Rias observed thoughtfully. That explains certain aspects of your cultural development. Before they could continue, the warning bell chimed through the hallways. Students reluctantly dispersed toward classrooms, conversations fading into the background hum of academic routine. We'll see you after classes, Rias confirmed as they separated. The Trainin' facility entrance is through the club room. Akeno will show you the access protocol. Throughout the day's lessons, Issei found his thoughts returning to the upcoming training session. After weeks of limited physical exertion, the prospect of proper combat conditioning appealed to his Saiyan instincts. More intriguing, however, was the opportunity to observe devil combat techniques up close. Our unique magical abilities offered tactical variations unlike anything in his experience. When final classes concluded, Issei made his way directly to the old school building. The club room appeared empty when he arrived, though his scouter detected energy signatures below, presumably the training facility Kiba had mentioned. Era, so punctual, Akeno's voice came from behind as she entered, closing the door with a soft click. Eager to train, Issei-kun. Her formal uniform had been replaced by the traditional Miko outfit he'd seen during their demonstration in the pocket dimension, red Akama pants and a white Haori top that complemented her elegant features while providing freedom of movement. Efficient time management optimizes results, Issei replied simply. Akeno laughed. Amuse. Aikao sound that somehow managed to be both refined and provocative. So serious. Is that a Saiyan trait or just yours personally? The question prompted unexpected self-reflection. Was his methodical approach inherently Saiyan? Or had isolation during his decade-long journey shaped his personality differently than typical warriors of his race? Without other Saiyans for comparison, how could he kn? Which aspects were cultural and which were uniquely his? Perhaps both, he acknowledged, the ambiguity of his answer reflecting genuine uncertainty. Akeno's expression softened momentarily, perceptiveness belying her teasing tone. Well, whatever the source, it suits you. Moving toward an ornate magic circle inscribed on the floor in one corner of the room, she gestured for him to join her. This transport sigil connects directly to the training facility. Bushu and the others are already preparing. Stepping onto the circle beside her, Issei felt the now familiar tingle of devil magic activating against his skin. Space compressed briefly before expanding, revealing their destination. Unlike the pocket dimension they'd visited previously, this facility existed physically beneath He School, a vast chamber reinforced with both material engineering and magical enhancements. Multiple training areas had been established throughout the space, a central arena for sparring, weapon rack. Containing everything from traditional swords to modern firearms, obstacle courses of varying complexity, and what appeared to be meditation spaces with complex magical circles inscribed around them. Rias, Kiba, and Kaneko were already engaged in warm-up exercises. The crimson-haired devil noticed their arrival immediately, gesturing them forward. "Welcome to our primary training facility," she said, pride evident in her voice. "It was established by my brother decades ago when the Grimoire clan first claimed this territory." Issei surveyed the chamber with professional appreciation. "Impressive. The spatial expansion exceeds apparent physical dimensions." "Good eye," Rias acknowledged. "The facility exists partially in pocket space, allowing greater interior volume than external geometry would suggest. The reinforcement spells can withstand power equivalent to 10 nuclear devices without structural compromise." Kaneko approached, her small form clad in loose-fitting training cloths with fingerless gloves covering her hands. Her amber eyes studied Issei with characteristic directness. "You'll train with us?" she asked, question framed as challenge rather than inquiry. "If invited," Issei replied carefully. Understanding territorial protocols, this was their established training ground, not neutral space. "We were hoping you might demonstrate some Saiyan combat techniques," Rias explained. "In exchange, we can show you how devil magic manifests in practical application. Cultural exchange benefits both sides." The formal phrasing reassured Issei. This was structured. Knowledge sharing rather than mere curiosity. Among Saiyans, combat techniques represented cultural heritage passed through generations. Sharing them with non-Saiyans would have been unthinkable before his planet's destruction. Now, as possibly the last of his kind, preservation through transmission became more important than secrecy. "I would be honored," he agreed with formal inclination of his head. "Where shall we begin?" "Physical capabilities assessment," Kiba suggested, unsheathing one of his demonic swords. "Perhaps a friendly spar to establish baselines." Before Issei could respond, Kaneko stepped forward. "I'll go first." Her declaration surprised the others. The small devil rarely volunteered for demonstration matches. Rias studied her with momentary concern before nodding agreement. "Very well. Standard training parameters. No lethal force, yield acknowledged by verbal confirmation." As the others moved to the perimeter of the central arena, Issei faced Kaneko across the 30-foot circle. Despite her diminutive size, her power level registered consistently at 650, significantly above human capacity, with unusual concentration in physical attributes rather than magical reserves. "Assess your opponent," his father's voice echoed in memory. "Size reveals nothing. Stance reveals everything." Kaneko's stance was impeccable, center of gravity perfectly balanced, I'd distributed for immediate movement in any direction, hands positioned for both offense and defense. No wasted motion, no telegraphed intentions. She fought regularly and efficiently. "Begin when ready," Rias called from the sidelines. Rather than attacking immediately, Issei mirrored Kaneko's stance, a gesture of respect acknowledging her technical proficiency. The small devil's eyes widened fractionally. recognizing the compliment embedded in the action. For 3 heartbeats, neither moved. Then Kaneko exploded forward with speed that would have rendered her invisible to human perception. Her opening strike, a straight right punch carrying enough force to shatter concrete, aimed directly at Issei's solar plexus. Issei shifted slightly, allowing the blow to pass harmlessly beside him. The movement wasn't evasion but redirection, using minimal motion to preserve energy while positioning for counter. Kaneko anticipated this, her left hand already sweeping toward his exposed side. This time Issei blocked directly, his forearm meeting her strike with precisely calculated force, enough to stop her momentum without causing injury. The impact resonated through the chamber. Kaneko's eyes widened, not from pain but surprise at the perfect calibration of resistance. Most opponents either underestimated her strength or overcompensated defensively. Your physical enhancement exceeds standard parameters, she noted. Voice clinical despite the intensity of their exchange. As does yours, Issei replied, genuine appreciation in his tone. Your technique is excellent. The exchange. GE set the pattern for their spar, Kaneko attacking with precisely executed combinations of strikes, Issei responding with minimal, efficient movements that neither yielded ground nor escalated force unnecessarily. To observers, it resembled a choreographed demonstration rather than competitive combat, each participant testing the other's capabilities systematically. After 5 minutes of increasingly complex exchanges, Rias called a halt. I believe baselines are sufficiently established. Thank you both for the demonstration. Kaneko stepped back, bowing slightly to Issei, a gesture he hadn't seen from her before. Good control, she acknowledged simply before returning to the sidelines. Remarkable precision, Kiba commented as Issei rejoined them. You matched Kaneko's strength exactly without powering up noticeably. Force calibration is fundamental to Saiyan combat training, Issei explained. Applying appropriate power preserves stamina while accomplishing necessary objectives. Akeno's eyes gleamed with interest. And what would appropriate power look like against a magical opponent rather than physical? The question carried subtle challenge beneath curiosity. Rias GL answered at her queen with momentary surprise before understanding dawned in her expression. Are you volunteering for the next demonstration, Akeno? If Issei-kun doesn't mind, Akeno replied, her foe. RMAL politeness belied by the anticipation evident in her posture. Intriguing. Throughout their interactions, Akeno had maintained courteous distance while watching him closely. This direct engagement, she represented shift in approach, she wanted personal assessment rather than observational data. I would welcome the opportunity, Issei agreed, genuinely curious about devil magical combat applications. As they took positions in the arena, Akeno's demeanor subtly transformed. The refined, proper school idol gave way to something more primal, her violet eyes sharpening with predatory focus, lips curving into a smile that contained no warmth. Standard parameters still apply, Rias reminded them from the sidelines, though her tone suggested uncertainty whether the reminder was necessary. Of course, Bushu, Akeno replied without taking her eyes off Issei. Just a friendly demonstration. The way she emphasized, friendly, raised Issei's tactical awareness. Unlike Kaneko's straightforward physical approach, Akeno represented unknown variables, her power level fluctuated unpredictably, and her mixed heritage created energy patterns his scouter struggled to analyze fully. Begin when ready, Rias called. Unlike Kaneko, Akeno made no immediate move to attack. Instead, she extended one hand gracefully, as if inviting Issei to dance. Ladies first, or would you prefer to lead, Prince Issei? The formality coupled with subtle mockery represented psychological warfare, attempting to disrupt his focus through unexpected social dynamics. An interesting approach. As guest in your facility, I defer to host protocols. Issei replied evenly, maintaining neutral stance. Akeno's smile widened fractionally. How courteous. Lightning erupted from her extended hand without warning, not a single bolt but a cascading web of electrical energy that expanded to engulf the entire arena floor. The attack wasn't aimed directly at Issei but designed to eliminate evasion options through area saturation. Tactically sound against most opponents. Against a Saiyan, however, Issei channeled ki through his legs and launched upward, hovering 10 feet above the electrified floor. The movement, chi appeared effortless. No crouching preparation, no muscular tension, simply vertical transition from standing to aerial position. Flight without wings, Akeno noted, sounding pleased rather than disappointed her attack had been avoided. How convenient. She followed immediately, devil wings manifesting from her back as she ascended to match his height. The electrical attack below continued unabated, crackling across the arena floor with increasing intensity. Sustained environmental manipulation while maintaining secondary combat capacity, Issei observed with professional appreciation. Efficiently executed. Thank you, Akeno replied, voice honeyed yet somehow dangerous. I do pride myself on efficiency. The last word coincided with her next attack, not lightning this time but lances of light that streaked toward Issei from multiple angles. Their energy signature registered differently on his scouter, hotter, more concentrated, carrying traces of something his database identified as holy energy. Interesting. Despite her devil status, she maintained access to light-based attacks typically associated with opposing factions. The tactical versatility impressed him. Rather than dodging, Issei raised one hand and channeled ki into a condensed shield, a shimmering hemisphere of energy that intercepted the light lances. Upon contact, they dispersed into luminous fragments that dissipated harmlessly. Akeno's eyes widened with genuine surprise. You neutralized holy magic with ki energy. Energy interaction follows universal principles regardless of source, Issei explained. Maintaining his position effortlessly, properly calibrated ki disrupts opposing energy structures through harmonic interference. Fascinating theory, Akeno purred. Let's test its practical application, shall we? She brought both hands together, combining lightning and light into a swirling sphere of power that expanded rapidly. The hybrid energy registered on Issei's scouter as significantly more potent than her previous attacks, power level spiking above 800 momentarily. When she released it toward him, the sphere expanded into a column of destructive force that illuminated the entire chamber with blinding intensity. The attack moved faster than mundane lightning, covering the distance between them in milliseconds. Issei responded not with defense but controlled counter, extending one hand and firing a precisely calibrated ki beam directly into the oncoming attack. The blue-white energy of his beam met Akeno's lightning-infused light at midpoint between them. For 3 heartbeats, the energies struggled for dominance, creating a nexus of power that sent cascading waves throughout the chamber. Then Issei's ki began systematically dismantling the opposing force, not through superior power but precise frequency modulation that unraveled Akeno's magic at the structural level. As her attack dissipated, Akeno's expression transformed from confident aggression to something far more interesting. Flushed cheeks, parted lips, eyes half-lidded with unmistakable pleasure. Oh my, she breathed, voice carrying none of her previous composure. Such precision. The reaction registered as anomalous until Issei's cultural database provided context. Combat arousal, though more extreme than typical Saiyan responses. Fascinating psychological component to devil battle dynamics. Before he could analyze further, Akeno launched her most aggressive attack sequence yet, multiple magical elements combining in patterns designed to overwhelm through simultaneous threat vectors. Lightning, light, darkness, and what appeared to be superheated steam converged from different angles. Rather than continuing aerial engagement, Issei descended directly toward the still electrified floor. At the last possible moment, he channeled ki through his entire body, creating a protective field that nullified the electrical attack upon contact. Landing in perfect balance, he immediately shifted to offensive posture. With controlled precision, he directed ki into his right index finger, creating a concentrated point of energy. Then, with movements too fast for normal perception, he traced complex patterns in the air, each motion leaving luminous trails that formed runic symbols. When complete, the ki-formed runes pulsed once before expanding outward in a spherical wave. T intercepted all of Akeno's converging attacks simultaneously. Upon contact, her magical constructs didn't shatter but simply ceased, their fundamental structure unwritten by the ki patterns Issei had created. Silence fell across the training chamber. Even Rias appeared momentarily speechless at the display, not raw power, but surgical precision that demonstrated mastery beyond brute force application. Akeno descended slowly, her wings folding back into her shoulders as she touched down 10 feet from Issei. Her expression combined shock, fascination, and something more primal. You, Count, read multiple magical elements simultaneously, she stated, voice uncharacteristically subdued. With energy calligraphy, key manifestation through precision patterning, Issei corrected. A technique. Developed for neutralizing diverse energy threats without excessive power expenditure. I've never seen anything like it, Rias commented, approaching from the sidelines. You essentially created a universal counter spell using non-magical energy. The principle applies regardless of opposition type, Issei explained. All energy, whether key, magic, or technological, follows fundamental pattern recognition. Identify the base structure, create appropriate interference pattern, apply with precise timing. And you developed this technique yourself? Kiba asked, professional respect evident in his tone. The question triggered unexpected emotional response. My father taught preliminary applications, Issei said quietly. I refined the approach during stasis training. During the decade-long journey to Earth, his POD's artificial intelligence had maintained his consciousness periodically for training sessions. With no sparring partners, he'd focused on technical precision and RGY control rather than raw power development, making necessity into methodology. Something in his tone must have conveyed more than intended, because Rias's expression softened with understanding. 10 years is a long time to train alone. Quote, the simple acknowledgement of his isolation, stated as fact rather than pity, resonated unexpectedly. Among Saiyans, acknowledging hardship invited either challenge or dismissal. These devils consistently demonstrated different response patterns, recognition without exploitation of perceived weakness. Isolation necessitates innovation, Issei replied, default. Ting to practical assessment rather than emotional engagement. Akeno, having recovered her composure, rejoined the conversation with renewed interest. Well, your innovations are certainly impressive, Issei-kun. I'd love to see more of your techniques in action. The emphasis she placed on action carried unmistakable double meaning, confirming Issei's assessment of her combat response patterns. Fascinating psychological component to her battle approach, one that merited further analysis. Perhaps another time, Rias interjected smoothly. We should proceed to group tactical training if you're still willing to participate. Issei. The transition to collective exercise rather than individual demonstration represented tactical shift in their training methodology. Understanding how these devils operated as coordinated unit would provide valuable insight into supernatural power structures on Earth. I would welcome the opportunity, Issei confirmed. For the next 2 hours, he observed and participated in their group combat drills, scenarios ranging from defensive formations to offensive strike patterns, all coordinated through Rias's tactical direction. The efficiency of their teamwork impressed him despite their power disparities. Kiba functioned as mobile strike capability, his sword techniques allowing precision targeting of specific threats. Kaneko served as primary defensive anchor, her extraordinary physical strength creating perimeter containment. Akeno provided ranged support and area denial through her diverse magical arsenal. And Rias herself acted as strategy coordinator while maintaining ultimate offensive capability through her power of destruction. Your tactical integration exceeds typical parameters for diverse ability sets, Issei noted during a brief rest period. Saiyan strike teams typically consisted of warriors with similar capability profiles for maximized coordination. Devils have always valued diversity in peerages, Rias explained, using a towel to dab perspiration from her forehead. Complementary abilities create more adaptive response options than homogeneous power. Besides, Akeno added with her characteristic smile, it would be terribly boring if we were all the same, wouldn't it? The philosophical difference represented fundamental divergence between Saiyan and Devil approaches to power application. Saiyans valued individual strength above all, with coordinated tactics considered secondary enhancement. These devils structured their entire combat methodology around synchronized diverse abilities, theoretically less powerful individually but potentially more effective against varied opposition. As training concluded, Rias activated a different magic circle, one that transported them to luxurious bathing facilities rather than back to the club room. Post-training recovery is essential to proper conditioning, she explained at Issei's questioning look. The onsen is enchanted with restorative properties. that accelerate healing and replenish magical reserves. The facility resembled traditional Japanese hot springs, with natural stone formations surrounding steaming pools. Privacy partitions separated male and female bathing areas. Though Issei noted the dividers didn't extend to the ceiling, allowing conversation between sides while maintaining visual separation. The water really does accelerate recovery, Kiba confirmed as they settled into the male section. You'll feel the difference immediately. Immersing himself cautiously, Issei detected subtle energy permeating the water, not quite magical, not quite natural. But something between that registered as beneficial on his scouter's biological analysis. The heat penetrated muscle tissue more effectively than standard thermal immersion, promoting circulation and cellular regeneration at enhanced rates. Effective therapeutic application, he acknowledged, allowing himself to relax marginally. Similar technology existed on advanced medical facilities in certain star systems. Do you miss it? Kiba asked unexpectedly. Space travel, I mean. Seeing different worlds. The question prompted consideration. During his decade-long journey, Issei's stasis periods had been interrupted by educational programming, showing him various planets, species, and civilizations from Saiyan archives. Yet he'd never actually experienced them personally. His knowledge theoretical rather than lived experience. I was too young to participate in planetary expeditions before Vegeta's destruction, he admitted. My practical experience with other worlds is limited to Earth. That's right, Kiba realized. You mentioned being 6 when you escaped. So your memories of your homeworld are limited but significant, Issei completed the thought. Sufficient to maintain cultural understanding but not comprehensive lived experience. From the female section, Akeno's voice drifted over the partition. That makes Earth as much your home as anywhere else, doesn't it? Since it's where you've spent your conscious life. The observation carried unexpected insight. By chronological measure, Issei had now spent more years on Earth than on planet Vegeta, though stasis periods complicated the calculation. His understanding of Saiyan culture came primarily from educational programming and fragmented childhood memories rather than continuous immersion. I hadn't considered that perspective, Issei acknowledged. Home isn't always where you began, Rias's voice added thoughtfully. Sometimes it's where you choose to build your life. The philosophical turn in conversation felt unfamiliar yet not unwelcome. Among Saiyans, abstract discussions about belonging or identity rarely occurred. Pragmatic concerns about conquest, power, and hierarchy dominated discourse. These devils consistently engaged questions of meaning and purpose alongside tactical considerations. Saiyan cultural definition emphasized lineage and conquest. Achievement rather than geographical attachment, Issei explained, finding himself unexpectedly willing to share cultural perspectives. Our nomadic history as conquerors meant, home, functioned as orational concept rather than emotional connection. Yet you carry your royal pendant always, Rias observed perceptively. Some attachments transcend pragmatism. The comment struck with unexpected precision. Issei's hand moved unconsciously to where the pendant rested against his chest. Even during bathing, he hadn't removed it. The gesture revealed more than intended, confirming Rias's insight. Some traditions merit preservation, he acknowledged quietly. Conversation shifted to lighter topics as they completed their recovery session. Afterward, refreshed and changed back into school uniforms. The group gathered in the club room for evening debriefing, a ritual Issei learned was standard procedure following training. Your participation today was invaluable, Rias stated formally from behind her desk. The key manipulation techniques you demonstrated offer interesting tactical applications we hadn't considered previously. Particularly the energy disruption patterns, Kiba added. Against opponents using elemental magic, such counters could provide significant advantage. Issei inclined his head at the acknowledgement. Your collective approach similarly presents alternative tactical framework worth consideration. Saiyan methodology typically emphasized overwhelming individual power rather than synchronized diverse application. Speaking of power, Akeno interjected. Serving tea with practiced grace that belied her earlier battle intensity, we'll be conducting territory patrol tonight if you'd care to join us, Issei-kun. It would provide practical field observation of how we maintain boundary security. The invitation represented further integration into their operational procedures, moving beyond controlled training demonstrations to actual territorial function. Strategic assessment indicated continued alignment with these devils offered optimal information gathering while maintaining productive alliance. I would appreciate the opportunity, Issei confirmed. Rias nodded approval. Excellent. We typically divide into paired teams to cover more ground efficiently. Akeno, since you've already established combat synchronization with Issei during training, perhaps you could partner with him for tonight's patrol. Something flickered briefly in Akeno's expression, satisfaction, before her customary smile returned. I'd be delighted, Bushu. As twilight descended over Kuo town, Issei found himself flying alongside Akeno, her devil wings extended gracefully as they traversed the northwestern quadrant of Grimoire territory. Below them, humans continued their evening activities. Oblivious to the supernatural beings monitoring from above, we maintain regular patrols to detect unauthorized supernatural entities entering our jurisdiction, Akeno explained, her voice carrying easily despite the wind rushing past them. Most intruders are relatively harmless. Minor spirits are curious yokai, but occasionally we encounter more problematic visitors. Like the stray devil from your school gymnasium, Issei noted. Precisely. Strays are particularly troublesome, devils who've either been abandoned by their masters or who've killed them to gain freedom. Without proper guidance, their powers grow unstable, often driving them to predatory behavior. Your society maintains strict hierarchical control mechanisms, Issei observed. Not unlike Saiyan command structures, though we emphasized meritocratic advancement rather than contractual binding. Akeno glanced at him with renewed interest. Meritocratic in what sense? Combat achievement determined advancement, Issei explained. Warriors who demonstrated superior capability earned higher status regardless of initial position. Even royal bloodlines required proven combat proficiency to maintain leadership. So you weren't automatically accepted as prince by birthright alone? Akeno asked, seeming genuinely curious. I would have faced formal challenge matches upon reaching maturity, Issei confirmed. Royal blood provided initial position, but maintaining it required demonstrated superiority. How fascinating, Akeno murmured. Devil society places tremendous emphasis on bloodlines and inherited status. The pure-blooded families, particularly the remaining 72 pillars, maintain their positions regardless of individual merit in many cases. The information aligned Issei's observations of Rias's behavior. Her authority seemed inherent rather than demonstrated, though she clearly possessed both power and tactical acumen to justify her position. As that why extends such effort to prove her capabilities? Issei asked perceptively. She seems determined to establish achievement beyond hereditary status. Akeno's flight pattern faltered momentarily, surprise evident in her expression. You've noticed that about Bushu already. You're more observant than I gave you credit for, Issei-kun. Leadership psychology follows universal patterns, Issei replied simply. Those who inherit authority often work harder to validate it than those who seize it through direct action. Well, you're not wrong, Akeno acknowledged, her voice dropping to a more serious tone. Rias has always felt the weight of Grimoire expectations. Being born into one of the most powerful devil families creates certain pressures. Before she could elaborate further, both detected an anomalous energy signature emanating from a warehouse district below. Akeno's expression shifted immediately to focused alertness, her earlier conversational manner replaced by professional assessment. Multiple signatures, she noted, stronger than typical strays. Issei's scouter confirmed her observation, displaying power readings between 300 to 500 for at least 5 separate entities. Organized group rather than isolated rogue, he added. Tactical formation suggests coordinated activity. They descended to a rooftop overlooking the warehouse complex, maintaining visual consa. Meant while Akeno activated a communication circle. A miniature version of Rias's face appeared within the glowing crimson magic. We've detected multiple unauthorized signatures in the eastern warehouse district. Akeno reported concisely. Preliminary assessment suggests organized activity rather than random incursion. Numbers and power levels, Rias inquired, her expression shifting to tactical focus. At least 5 distinct signatures ranging from 300 to 500, Issei provided. Movement patterns indicate perimeter security consciousness, they're attempting to remain undetected. Rias's eyebrows rose slightly at his professional assessment before nodding decisively. Maintain observation. We'll converge on your position in 8 minutes. Do not engage unless civilian safety requires immediate intervention. Understood. Bushu. Akeno confirmed before the communication circle dissipated. As they settled into observation positions, Issei studied the warehouse where the energy signatures concentrated. His enhanced vision detected movement through high windows, humanoid figures carrying large containers between loading bays. Smuggling operation, he assessed. The energy signatures are concentrated around specific cargo rather than dispersed throughout the facility. Akeno nodded agreement. Devil black market, most likely. Certain artifacts and substances are restricted in Devil Society, particularly those related to sacred gear extraction or modification. Sacred gears, divine artifacts bestowed upon humans by the biblical god, Akeno explained quietly. Power, full tools that manifest as innate abilities in certain individuals. Devils sometimes seek these humans for reincarnation into their peerages, but extracting the gears directly is strictly forbidden, fa. Tall to the human and considered taboo even among devils. The information registered is significant in Issei's tactical database. Earth's supernatural ecosystem apparently contained multiple power CL ossification systems beyond simple species differentiation. The cargo they're moving contains trace signatures of unfamiliar energy, he noted, his scouter analyzing spectral patterns. Similar to W. Had your communication circle manifested, but with harmonic disruption in the wavelength. Akeno's eyes widened. You can detect that level of detail from here. Impressive. After a moment's consideration, she added. Damaged magical artifacts would create exactly that kind of disrupted energy pattern. This may be more serious than simple contraband. As they continued observation, one of the figures below looked upward suddenly, an instinctive response suggesting supernatural sensory capability. Even at this distance, Issei could see the figure's eyes weren't human but vertically slitted like a reptile's. We've been detected, he stated calmly, calculating response options. Before Akeno could reply, a projectile of condensed darkness launched from the warehouse toward their position, moving faster than ordinary human perception could track but easily visible to Issei's enhanced senses. Rather than evading personally, he moved to protect Akeno, placing himself between her and the incoming attack. The decision wasn't conscious tactical choice but instinctive response, priority protection for allied unit. The dark projectile struck his ki-reinforced body and dispersed harmlessly, though the impact registered as more significant than anticipated. Whatever energy composed the attack carried corrosive properties designed to bypass conventional defenses. Are you all right? Akeno asked, concern evident despite her combat-ready posture. Undamaged, Issei confirmed, analyzing the attack's residual energy. Though the composition suggests specialized anti-devil properties, it targeted magical signatures specifically. Quote, which means they were prepared for devil intervention, Akeno concluded grimly. Definitely not random strays. Below, alarm spread through the warehouse. Figures moved with supernatural speed, securing cargo and establishing defensive positions. The coordinated response confirmed Issei's assessment. This was an organized operation, not opportunistic scavenging. We should maintain distance until reinforcements arrive, Akeno suggested, charging lightning between her fingertips as precaution. Their numbers and preparation level suggest. Her tactical assessment was interrupted as 5 figures launched simultaneously from the warehouse, ascending rapidly toward their position. No longer attempting concealment, the intruders revealed their true forms. Humanoid but with distinct non-human features including scaled skin, elongated limbs, and those distinctive reptilian eyes. Definitely not devils, Akeno noted, lightning intensifying around her hands. Draconic lineage, perhaps. The energy signature is unfamiliar. The lead figure, taller than the others with crimson scales accentuating what would otherwise appear as aristocratic features, smiled with 2 sharp teeth. Well, Grimori's queen out patrolling with something new. His gaze fixed on Issei with predatory interest. Your energy signature is fascinating, creature. Nate, her devil nor angel nor anything I've encountered before. You're operating illegally in Grimori territory, Akeno stated formally, her usual playfulness entirely absent. Identify yourselves and state your business. Or face immediate expulsion. The leader laughed, a sound like stones grinding together. So proper. The little shrine maiden playing at devil authority. His expression hardened. Quote, We answer to powers beyond your mistress's jurisdiction, girl. Our business here is sanctioned by the Chaos Brigade. The name clearly held significance, as Akeno's posture tensed immediately. The Chaos Brigade is a terrorist organization with no legitimate authority in any supernatural realm, she countered, pronouncing the name slightly differently than the intruder had. Affiliation with them constitutes immediate hostility. Semantics, the leader dismissed with a casual wave. The old order changes, little queen. New powers rise. Your Grimoire princess would be wise to recognize which way the winds blow before positioning her pieces. Throughout the exchange, Issei analyzed tactical variables, 5 opponents with power levels between 300 to 500, their leader approximately 650. Akeno alone registered at 720, while his own suppressed state maintained approximately 800. Numerical disadvantage but power superiority, complicated by unknown ability profiles and the civilian structure's elo that restricted full combat options. Reinforcements arrive in approximately 4 minutes, Issei stated quietly to Akeno. Recommend controlled engagement to prevent their retreat with cargo. Akeno nodded almost imperceptibly, lightning intensifying around her hands. Containment priority over elimination, she confirmed. The draconic leader's eyes narrowed at their quiet exchange. Coordinating strategy. How cute. To his subordinates, he barked, secure the artifacts. I'll handle these two. As 4 of the creatures descended back toward the warehouse, the leader's form began to change, scales spreading across his entire body as his frame expanded by nearly 50%. Wings erupted from his back. Not feathered like angel wings or membranous like devil wings, but distinctly reptilian with armored webbing between elongated digits. Dragon hybrid, Akeno assessed, her voice hardening. Artificially enhanced through forbidden methods, judging by the unstable energy pattern. Your analysis is impressive, Shrine Maiden, the transformed creature acknowledged with mock courtesy. Though incomplete, the term you're looking for is Ascended Dragonkin, the next evolutionary step for those with dragon blood. Artificial enhancement without proper stabilization matrix, Issei observed clinically. Your cellular degradation is already visible in your aura harmonics. Creature's mocking expression faltered momentarily before rage replaced it. What would you know of it, whatever you are? Your kind hasn't even been catalogued in the supernatural registry. Energy. Why manipulation follows universal principles regardless of source, Issei replied calmly, echoing his earlier explanation to Akeno. Your enhancement methodology sacrificed sustainability for immediate power gain, inefficient long-term strategy. The clinical assessment clearly struck a nerve. With a roar of fury, the dragonkin launched forward, claws extended and mouth opening to reveal rows of serrated teeth. His power level spiked to nearly 700 as he channeled energy into his physical attack. Rather than retreating, Issei stepped forward to meet the charge, calculating precise interceptive trajectory to minimize collateral effect patterns. As the creature's claws swept toward him, he executed a pivoting sidestep that placed him inside the attack radius, one hand rising to grasp the extended arm while the other delivered precision strike to the solar plexus. The combination redirected momentum while simultaneously disrupting the creature's energy flow at a critical junction point. Dragonkin's forward motion halted abruptly as his power level dropped by nearly 100 points in an instant, not from damage but systematic energy disruption. What did you do? The creature gasped, momentarily paralyzed as his body attempted to re-establish normal energy circulation. Pressure point manipulation combined with key disruption technique, Issei explained matter-of-factly. Your enhancement created predictable energy flow patterns that can be interrupted at nodal intersections. Before the dragonkin could recover, Akeno launched her own attack, not lightning this time but Binden. Chains of pure magical energy that wrapped around the creature's limbs and torso. The spell contained both restraint and power suppression functions, preventing further transformation or energy manipulation. As I said, Akeno stated coldly, you're operating illegally in Grimoire territory. Consider yourself detained pending formal investigation. With their leader secured, they turned attendee onto the warehouse where the remaining dragonkin were hastily loading cargo into what appeared to be a magically constructed transportation circle. They're attempting dimensional escape, Akeno noted with alarm. If they complete that transportation circle, they won't, Issei assured her. Extending one hand, he formed a small sphere of concentrated ki, no larger than a marble but containing precisely calibrated energy. With methodical accuracy, he launched it toward the warehouse at seemingly leisurely speed. The sphere penetrated the building's wall without damage, continuing its trajectory until reaching the exact center of the partially formed transportation circle. There it expanded rapidly into a web-like pattern of energy that disrupted the magical formation's structural integrity without damaging the surrounding area or cargo. The transportation circle collapsed with a flash of discharged magical energy, leaving the dragonkin trapped inside the warehouse with their contraband. Precision targeting without collateral effect, Akeno observed with admiration. Your control is remarkable, Issei-kun. Before he could respond, familiar energy signatures approached rapidly from the south, Rias, Kiba, and Kaneko arriving as reinforcements. The crimson-haired devil took in the situation at a glance, captured leader, trapped subordinates, secured contraband. Well done, she acknowledged as her group landed beside them. Situation assessment. 5 Dragonkin operatives claiming Chaos Brigade affiliation, Akeno reported professionally. Smuggling magical artifacts of unknown classification. Leader neutralized, remaining 4 contained within the warehouse facility. No civilian involvement detected. Rias's expression hardened at the mention of Chaos Brigade. Terrorists operating this openly in my territory, concerning development. To Issei, she asked, your analysis. The direct request for tactical input represented significant trust, acknowledging his expertise despite his relatively recent alliance with their group. Among Saiyans, such deference would only be shown to proven warriors of superior rank. Organized operation with specific objectives rather than opportunistic incursion. Issei assessed. Their leader referenced new powers rising and old order changing, suggesting broader strategic movement rather than isolated criminal activity. The artificial enhancement methodology indicates access to advanced supernatural technology despite unstable implementation. Rias nodded thoughtfully, consistent with recent intelligence about Chaos Brigade recruitment efforts. They've been targeting disaffected supernatural beings with promises of power enhancement. She turned to Kiba. Secure the remaining operatives. We'll transfer them to the holding facility beneath the school until proper authorities can be notified. As Kiba and Kaneko moved to complete the assignment, Rias studied the bound Dragonkin leader with cold assessment. You chose the wrong territory for your operation, she informed him. The Grimoire clan doesn't tolerate terrorist activity under any circumstances. The creature's reptilian features twisted into a sneer despite his restraints. Your clan's time is ending, Grimoire princess. The old powers grow complacent while new forces gather strength. When the barriers between worlds thin, your precious territory won't matter anymore. Cryptic threats from failed operatives carry little weight, Rias replied dismissively, though Issei noted her energy signature fluctuated briefly, the words had impact. Her more than her composed exterior suggested. With practiced efficiency, the devils secured both prisoners and contraband for transport back to their headquarters. Using multiple magic circles to distribute weight, they transferred everything to a secure holding area beneath the school building, a facility Issei hadn't seen during his earlier tour. The detention level was established during less peaceful times, Rias explained as they descended past the training facility into deeper levels. When supernatural conflicts were more common, each territory maintained its own judicial facilities. These days we typically transfer prisoners to central authorities, but maintaining short-term holding capabilities remains prudent. The cells themselves impressed Issei with their technical sophistication. Magic circles inscribed on floors, walls, and ceilings created comprehensive suppression fields tailored to different supernatural classifications. The Dragonkin were placed in separate cells with distinct barrier configurations based on their energy signatures. The artifacts they were smuggling concern me more than the prisoners themselves, Rias commented as they examined the confiscated cargo in an adjacent analysis chamber. These appear to be damaged sacred gear components, extremely dangerous in the wrong hands. Remnants of extraction procedures, Akeno added grimly, examining crystal containers filled with glowing substances. Which means humans were harmed in the process. Issei studied the artifacts with his scouter, analyzing energy patterns. The resonance NCY suggests incomplete separation, portions of life force remain attached to the extracted components. Rias looked at him sharply. You can detect that detail. Even our specialized equipment struggles with that level of analysis. Saiyan scouters were designed to analyze diverse energy types across multiple star systems, Issei explained. The principle remains consistent regardless of energy classification. Life force leaves distinctive harmonic patterns when forcibly separated from its origin point. Can you determine how many individuals were affected? Kiba asked, his normally pleasant expression hardened with concern. Issei adjusted his scouter's parameters, conducting more detailed scan. The resonance patterns indicate minimum of 7 distinct sources, maximum of 12 depending on extraction methodology. The information visibly disturbed the devils. Kaniko's typically expressionless face showed genuine anger, while Kiba's hands tightened into fists at his sides. Rias maintained composed exterior, but her energy signature fluctuated with controlled fury. 7 to 12 innocent humans sacrificed for their parts, she stated, voice cold with restrained rage. T.S. goes beyond ordinary supernatural crime into atrocity territory. The Chaos Brigade's operations have been escalating in brutality, Akeno noted grimly. Reports from other territories indicate similar patterns, increasing willingness to sacrifice innocents for their objectives. As they secured the artifacts for transfer to higher authorities, Issei observed the devils' reactions with analytical interest. Their emotional response to human casualties demonstrated genuine protective instinct rather than mere territorial defense. They cared about the beings under their protection beyond simple authority maintenance. Such concern for weaker species would have been considered weakness among traditional Saiyans, yet Issei found himself respecting their principled stance. The protective instinct resonated with something fundamental in his own nature, something his father had cultivated despite Saiyan cultural norms. A true king protects what is his, King Vegeta had instructed during private training sessions. Conquest without purpose becomes mere destruction. Remember this, my son, when you eventually take the throne. The memory surfaced unexpectedly as Issei watched Rias directing her peerage with calm authority despite her evident anger at the situation. Her leadership style balanced pragmatic effectiveness with genuine concern for those under her protection, not unlike his father had attempted to instill in him before Vegeta's destruction. As they completed processing the incident and returned to the club room, the atmosphere remained subdued. The encounter had clearly shifted their perspective from routine patrol to awareness of larger threats operating within their territory. The Chaos Brigade's presence here isn't coincidental, Rias stated as they gathered for debriefing. Their operations typically target areas of strategic significance or symbolic value. Kuo Town contains unusually high concentration of supernatural beings for its size, Akeno noted. Between our devil presence, the fallen angels maintaining observation posts, and various independent entities who've settled here for the neutral territory benefits. A target-rich environment, Issei translated into more tactical terminology. Multiple high-value objectives within limited geographic area. Rias nodded grimly. Precisely. Which means we need to enhance security protocols immediately. More frequent patrols, expanded sensor network, and, she hesitated briefly before continuing, potentially requesting additional resources from my brother. The last option clear. Li represented significant escalation. Issei had gathered that Rias preferred maintaining independent authority within her territory rather than involving higher devil hierarchy. For her to consider CH assistance indicated serious concern about the threat level. Perhaps alternative approach merits consideration, Issei suggested carefully. Current defensive formation optimizes for known threat parameters but lacks adaptability for asymmetric operations like those demonstrated tonight. Rias regarded him with renewed interest. You have a specific recommendation. Distributed sensor net, utilizing modified key detection principles combined with your existing magical barriers, Issei explained. My scouter technology can be adapted to create passive monitoring system that identifies energy signatures without relying solely on magical detection methods. Combined approach would make circumvention significantly more difficult. The suggestion represented significant knowledge sharing. Saiyan scouter technology wasn't something he would normally offer to non-aligned entities. Yet these devils had consistently demonstrated both trustworthiness and mutual benefit orientation in their interactions. You'd be willing to share your technology with us? Rias asked, clearly recognizing the significance of the offer. Alliance effectiveness increases through resource optimization, Issei replied pragmatically. Though his motivation wasn't entirely tactical. These devils had accepted him without reservation, shared their knowledge freely, and demonstrated values that aligned with his own developing perspectives. We'd be honored to accept such assistance, Rias said formally, inclining her head slightly, a gesture of respect rather than mere acknowledgement. Your expertise would significantly enhance our territorial security. As they discussed implementation details, Issei noticed Akeno watching him with speculative interest, assessment rather than her usual teasing observation. When their discussion concluded and the group prepared to depart for the evening, she approached him directly. Your combat performance tonight was most impressive, Issei-kun, she said, her formal tone belying the intensity in her violet eyes. Particularly your control during the leader's neutralization. Such precision is rare. The emphasis she placed on precision carried similar undertones to her reaction during their training match earlier, that same fascinating combination of professional appreciation and something more primal. Efficient force application conserves energy while accomplishing objectives, Issei replied, deliberately maintaining tactical framing though he recognized the conversational subtext. Akeno smiled. Not her usual polite expression but something more genuine. Always so practical. I'm beginning to think that's not merely Saiyan cultural conditioning but your personal preference for precision in all things. The observation demonstrated receptiveness beyond what Issei had initially attributed to her. Throughout their interactions, Akeno had consistently differentiated between his species characteristics and his individual traits, recognizing him as person rather than merely representative of exotic race. Precision allows for optimal results regardless of application context, Issei acknowledged, finding himself responding to her insight with unexpected openness. Whether in combat, communication, or, he hesitated briefly before adding, personal interaction. Something flickered in Akeno's expression, surprise at his willingness to engage the subtext directly. Perhaps, or appreciation for the subtle acknowledgement of her interest. Before she could respond, however, Rias called her name from across the room, requesting assistance with final security protocols before departure. We'll continue this conversation another time, Issei-kun, Akeno promised, her voice carrying both formal politeness and definite intent. Quote, I find myself increasingly curious about Saiyan precision. As she departed to assist Rias, Issei found himself contemplating the complex social dynamics developing within his alliance with these devils. Their interaction patterns extended beyond mere tactical cooperation into areas Saiyan culture had largely disregarded: personal connection, mutual understanding, emotional resonance. Particularly intriguing was Akeno's evident interest in his combat capabilities, not merely professional assessment but something more visceral. The psychological profile developing in his observations suggests her attraction activated specifically in response to displays of controlled power rather than raw strength alone. Such preference aligned with his own combat philosophy: precision over brute force. Controlled application over overwhelming destruction. Among traditional Saiyans, this approach had sometimes been considered overly restrained. Here, it appeared to represent positive distinction. His devils consistently evaluated him based on his individual characteristics rather than preconceived expectations, allowing space for identity beyond last Saiyan prince, or alien warrior. The experience was both unfamiliar and unexpectedly welcome. As they concluded security protocols and prepared to depart, Rias approached Issei directly while the others gathered their belongings. I want to thank you personally for your assistance tonight, she said, her formal tone carrying genuine appreciation. Your tactical assessment and combat support proved invaluable. The alliance benefits both parties. Issei replied with characteristic pragmatism, though he found himself adding, I appreciate the opportunity to contribute meaningfully. Something in his phrasing must have revealed more than intended. Because Rias's expression softened with perceptive understanding. Finding purpose beyond survival matters, she observed quietly. Even for warrior princes, the insight demonstrated remarkable perception, identifying his unstated struggle for meaning beyond mere existence as potentially last of his kind. Among Saiyans, Purpose had been clearly defined through conquest objectives and hierarchical advancement. Without those structures, determining meaningful direction required entirely new frameworks. Purpose optimization remains an ongoing process, Issei acknowledged, the technical phrasing inadequately masking the personal significance of the admission. Rias smiled, warm rather than merely polite. Purpose often reveals itself through connection rather than isolation. I'm glad you've chosen to ally with us, Issei Hyodo. The use of both his human surname and his status-neutral first name represented deliberate diplomatic balance, acknowledging both his royal heritage and his current Earth identity. The nuance impressed him as much as the sentiment behind it. As am I, he replied simply, finding the direct acknowledgement easier than expected. As they departed the old school building, Issei found himself considering how significantly his Earth experience had diverged from initial projections. Rather than simple information gathering and survival maintenance, he'd established meaningful alliance with supernatural beings whose values increasingly resonated with his own developing perspectives. The Saiyan cultural framework that had guided his development during isolation now expanded through direct interaction with these devils, their balance of power and responsibility, individual achievement and collective success, personal strength and protective purpose. Perhaps most unexpected was their acceptance of him as individual rather than merely exotic anomaly or potential asset. They demonstrated genuine interest in his perspectives, respect for his abilities, and appreciation for his contributions, treating him as person rather than category. The experience created unfamiliar but not unwelcome emotional response, sense of belonging beyond air tactical alliance or strategic positioning. A potential answer to the question that had haunted his decade-long journey through the void. What purpose remains for the last prince of a dead world? The following morning brought unexpected development. As Issei arrived at school, he noted immediate difference in student behavior patterns, increased attention, whispered conversations, repeated glances in his direction. His enhanced hearing caught fragments of discussion. Transfer student was seen with Rias Onisama and her group. Apparently he's officially part of the occult research club now. Must be special if they accepted him so quickly. The information spread had occurred more rapidly than anticipated, creating social ripple effects throughout the student hierarchy. Interesting case study in information propagation within closed social systems. Kiba intercepted him before he reached the main building, the swordsman's expression carrying unusual urgency beneath his customary pleasant demeanor. Good morning, Issei-kun, he greeted with formal politeness that belied his evident concern. Bushu requests your presence in the club room immediately. Something unexpected has developed. Issei nodded, immediately adjusting course toward the old school building. Related to last night's operation. Indirectly, Kiba replied cryptically. It's better if Bushu explains directly. The club room atmosphere registered as tense immediately upon entry. Rias stood behind her desk, expression controlled but energy signature fluctuating with suppressed emotion. Akeno beside her maintained composed exterior that didn't quite mask underlying concern. Kaneko sat silently on one of the couches, amber eyes narrowed in evident displeasure. Thank you for coming quickly. Rias greeted him formally. An unexpected situation has developed that potentially impacts our territorial security arrangements. Before she could elaborate, the club room door opened again, admitting a figure Issei hadn't encountered previously. Tall, blonde, and radiating arrogant confidence, the newcomer wore an expensive crimson suit that matched his calculating eyes. His POR level registered approximately 750, respectable but not exceptional by devil standards. Ah, this must be the alien warrior I've heard so much about, the blonde devil remarked, studying Issei with open curiosity. Fascinating specimen. I didn't realize your collection of strays had expanded to include extraterrestrials now, Rias dear. The deliberately provocative phrasing coupled with the possessive, dear, indicated established antagonistic relationship. Interesting power dynamic clearly predated Issei's involvement. Issei Hyodo, this is Riser Phoenix, Rias introduced with rigid formality. Confirming Issei's assessment of their relationship. Third son of the Phoenix clan and, she hesitated fractionally before finishing, my arranged fiancé. The final word carried multiple emotional harmonics beneath its surface, resignation, frustration, and something deeper that registered as fundamental rejection of the stated arrangement. Clearly, This wasn't a welcome engagement. Anged marriage within aristocratic structures, Issei translated into familiar conceptual framework. For political alliance rather than personal selection. Riser laughed, a sound calculated to prohe. Court superiority rather than genuine amusement. Quite direct, isn't he? Yes, alien warrior, that's precisely correct. Our union will strengthen both noble houses while ensuring pureblood devil lineage continues uncontaminated. The emphasis he placed on pureblood and uncontaminated carried deliberate provocation, establishing hierarchical distinction while simultaneously disparaging non-purebloods. Tactical social positioning rather than mere description. Issei maintained neutral expression while conducting rapid contextual analysis. The arranged marriage explained certain aspects of Rias' behavior he'd observed previously, her determination to establish independent achievement, her emphasis on personal capability beyond hereditary status, her careful cultivation of autonomous territory away from central devil authority. I see, Issei replied simply, recognizing no strategic benefit in engaging the provocative framing directly. His measured response clearly disappointed Riser. Ho had evidently expected either confrontational defense or deferential acknowledgement. The Phoenix Devil's expression briefly revealed annoyance before resuming calculated superiority. Well, as fascinating as alien specimens may be, Riser continued, turning back to Rias, I came to discuss more important matters. The date for our ceremony has been advanced. Your father and my parents agree that recent disturbances make consolidating our house's strengths more urgent. The disturbances clearly referenced the Chaos Brigade activities they'd encountered the previous night. Information traveled quickly through devil aristocratic networks, inefficient operational security from tactical perspective. That decision cannot be made unilaterally, Rias countered, maintaining composed exterior despite her fluctuating energy signature. The engagement agreement included specific provisions regarding timeline and my right to complete education before any ceremony. Circumstances change, my dear. Riser replied with dismissive wave. The Chaos Brigade's increasing activity concerns both our families. Unified leadership presents stronger response than divided houses. The political maneuvering behind this sudden timeline acceleration registered as significant to Issei. Beyond mere personal arrangement, this marriage represented broader strategic positioning within Devil Power's structures, using Chaos Brigade threat as justification for consolidating authority. I maintain my right to the originally agreed timeline, Rias stated firmly. The engagement contract specifically protects that provision regardless of external circumstances. Riser's expression hardened, calculated charm giving way to more genuine frustration. Always so stubborn. Very well. Your father anticipated your resistance. From inside his suit jacket, he produced an ornate document bearing multiple magical seals. This addendum grants exception to the timeline provisions in case of verified security threat to devil territories. Rias accepted the document, studying it with increasing concern. This requires Lucifer's approval as well as family heads, she noted, seeking procedural objection. Already obtained, Riser confirmed with evident satisfaction. Your brother recognizes the strategic necessity, even if you persist in childish rebellion. The information visibly impacted Rias, her brother's approval removing key potential ally in her resistance to accelerated timeline. Her energy signature fluctuated more dramatically, though her exterior remained composed through evident effort. I see, she finally said, voice controlled despite emotional undertones. Then I propose alternative resolution. There is no alternative, my dear, Riser countered with growing impatience. Document is binding with all required authorizations. I invoke the rating game clause, Rias stated firmly, her eyes taking on dangerous gleam. Section 12, Paragraph 4 of the original engagement contract permits challenge resolution through formal rating game with appropriate stakes. The declaration clearly surprised Riser, though he quickly masked it with calculated dismissal. A rating game between your incomplete, inexperienced peerage and my 15-member championship team. That would be embarrassingly one-sided, Rias. Nevertheless, it remains my right under the original contract, Rias countered. Unless you're concerned about potential defeat despite your overwhelming advantages. The subtle challenge to his pride struck effectively. Riser's expression tightened, momentarily before transforming into predatory smile. Very well. If you insist on public demonstration of your inadequacy before accepting inevitability, I'll indulge this final rebellion. Throughout the exchange, Issei observed with analytical interest. The political maneuvering contained familiar patterns despite unfamiliar context. Power consolidation through formal alliance, resistance through procedural exception. Pride manipulation to achieve tactical advantage. Devils operated with surprising similarity to Saiyan political structures despite their supernatural rather than biological distinction. The standard terms for rating game challenges apply, Rias continued formally. 2 weeks preparation period, neutral territory selection, and objective-based victory conditions rather than total elimination requirement. And the stakes? Riser inquired, clearly expecting minimal consequence given his confidence in victory. Rias's expression hardened with determination. If I win, the engagement is dissolved permanently with no future arrangement permitted between our houses. The proposal represented maximum possible stake, not merely timeline extension but complete termination of the political alliance. Surprisingly aggressive negotiating position given her apparent tactical disadvantage. And when I win, Riser countered, emphasizing the presumptive outcome. Immediate. Ceremony with no further objections or delays, Rias stated firmly. Complete compliance with all traditional expectations of a devil bride. The stakes represented binary outcome with no middle ground. Total victory or complete capitulation. Fascinating strategic approach given the apparent power disparity between their respective forces. Riser studied her for a moment before smiling with evident satisfaction. Agreed. Though I'm surprised at your willingness to risk immediate ceremony given your previous resistance. Perhaps you secretly desire becoming Lady Phoenix sooner rather than later. The deliberate provocation failed to impact Rias's composed exterior. The terms are established. Do we have formal agreement? We do, Riser confirmed, magical energy briefly flaring around both of them as their agreement formed binding supernatural contract. Though I'm curious about one aspect of your challenge. He turned his attention directly to Issei, studying him with renewed interest. Will your alien specimen participate in this rating game? His unusual abilities might provide momentary advantage, though nothing my peerage can't handle. The dismissive assessment was clearly designed to provoke reaction. Issei maintained neutral expression while Rias answered for him. My entire peerage will participate according to standard rating game regulations, she stated simply. Interesting, Riser murmured, circling Issei with evaluative gaze. I don't recall formal announcement of his induction into your peerage. When exactly did you perform the reincarnation ritual? The question contained evident trap, attempting to establish procedural violation that might invalidate Issei's participation. Clever tactical approach given the unusual nature of Saiyan physiology within Devil regulatory framework. Issei Hyodo's status within my organization is properly registered with territorial authorities, Rias replied carefully, navigating the procedural complication with diplomatic precision. His participation falls within established rating game parameters for allied combatants. The technical distinction, allied combatant rather than formal peerage member, represented regulatory nuance Issei hadn't previously encountered. Evidently Devil competition structures contained provisions for non-Devil participants under specific conditions. Allied combatant status requis. Res filing with the Rating Game Commission at least 30 days prior to formal challenge, Riser countered, seizing perceived procedural advantage. Unless you registered this specimen immediately upon discovering him, the timeframe would be insufficient. Akeno stepped forward, producing ornate document from desk drawer. The alliance was formalized and registered with both territorial authorate. Wise and Central Commission exactly 34 days ago, she stated with precise formality that belied the satisfaction in her violet eyes. Well within regulatory requirements for rating game participation. The document, which Issei recognized as dating from their first formal meeting when Rias had offered sanctuary within Grimoire territory, apparently served dual purpose beyond its immediate diplomatic function. The Devils had anticipated potential future competition involvement from the beginning of their alliance. Riser's expression briefly revealed genuine frustration before resuming calculated indifference. Well, no matter. One exotic specimen won't change the inevitable outcome. He turned back to Rias with renewed confidence. My peerage has won 16 consecutive rating games. Against opponents far more experienced than your little club. Past performance guarantees nothing about future outcomes, Rias replied evenly. We'll see you in 2 weeks, Riser. The dismissal was clear despite its formal phrasing. Riser's expression tightened momentarily before he offered mocking bow. Indeed we will, my bride. I look forward to your surrender, both in the rating game and our marriage bed. The deliberately provocative parting shot generated immediate tension throughout the room. Akeno's lightning crackled briefly between her fingers before she controlled it, while Kaniko's amber eyes narrowed dangerously. Even Kiba's customary pleasant expression hardened into something more threatening. Issei observed their protective response with interest, not merely professional loyalty but personal investment in Rias's well-being. Their bond clearly extended beyond formal hierarchical structure into genuine emotional connection. As magical transportation circle formed around Riser, taking him from the club room in flash of flame, the atmosphere immediately shifted from diplomatic tension to tactical planning. That arrogant peacock, Akeno muttered, dropping her formal demeanor completely. Using the Chaos Brigade situation to force the timeline, despicable manipulation. But legally sound, Rias acknowledged grimly, sinking into her desk chair with momentary weariness. The addendum contains all required authorizations. Without the rating game challenge, I'd have no recourse. Your brother approved the acceleration. Kiba asked with evident surprise. That seems uncharacteristic given his previous support for your independence. Politics outweigh personal preference, Rias replied, resignation coloring her tone. The Chaos Brigade represents genuine threat to Devil society. Consolidating noble houses through marriage alliances presents unified front against external opposition. Logical strategic response even if personally unwelcome. The analysis demonstrated objective tactical assessment despite her evident emotional investment in the outcome, impressive compartmentalization that Issei found himself respecting. She recognized the strategic validity of the arrangement even while rejecting its personal application. So we have 2 weeks to prepare for facing Riser's championship peerage, Akeno summarized pragmatically. Challenging time, Ellie. Nay, but not impossible given proper training intensity. Riser's team consists primarily of reincarnated female devils specialized for rating game competition, Kiba added, shifting immediately to tactical analysis. Each selected specifically to complement his fire-based abilities and immortality factor. The information registered as significant to Issei. Immortality factor. The Phoenix Claw N possesses hereditary regeneration capabilities, Rias explained. They can recover from nearly any injury short of complete disintegration. In practical terms, conventional damage proves ineffective against them. Regeneration rather than true immortality, Issei translated into more precise terminology. Cellular reconstruction requiring energy expenditure rather than absolute immunity to damage. Rias glanced at him with renewed interest. That's exactly right. How did you determine that distinction from my description? Similar regenerative capabilities existed among certain species encountered during Saiyan expansion. Issei explained. True biological immortality represents thermodynamic impossibility for carbon-based life forms. Rapid cellular regeneration, however, follows established principles requiring energy conversion from either internal reserves or external sources. The analysis visibly sparked Rias's tactical thinking. So theoretically, if one could deplete the energy reserves faster than they could be replenished, the regeneration would fail, Issei confirmed. The process cannot violate conservation principles regardless of magical enhancement. Except no one has ever managed to deplete a Phoenix's regeneration capacity in recorded rating game history, Akeno noted pragmatically. Their flames provide nearly limitless energy source for cellular reconstruction. No system possesses infinite capacity, Issei countered. Energy conversion always produces efficiency loss through thermal radiation and conversion resistance. The question becomes calculating exact parameters for systemic overload rather than assuming impossibility. The perspective shift visibly energized the group. What had initially appeared as hopeless challenge against you, undefeatable opponent now presented as technical problem requiring precise solution, difficult but theoretically possible given proper approach. This changes our strategic options significantly, Rias acknowledged. Determination replacing her earlier resignation. If Riser's immortality represents energy system rather than absolute condition, we can develop targeted approach to exploit systemic limitations. We'll need precise data on Fennec's regeneration parameters, Kiba noted practically. Without accurate baseline measurements, calculating overload threshold remains speculation. The Ville archives contain historical documentation of previous Fennec's combat encounters, Akeno suggested. Not precise scientific measurement, but potential pattern identification through multiple data points. I can analyze the data through my Scouter's pattern recognition algorithms, Issei offered. Cross-referencing multiple encounters should reveal consistent energy expenditure curves regardless of recording methodology. Rias nodded decisively, her natural leadership reasserting itself now that potential path forward had emerged. Akeno and I will access the archives immediately. Kiba, coordinate with the Rating Game Commission for official parameters and terrain selection. Kaneko, begin physical conditioning program focused on stamina enhancement. This battle will require sustained effort rather than burst capacity. The immediate shift from diplomatic confrontation to structured preparation impressed Issei. Despite the personal stakes involved, Rias maintained tactical focus and strategic direction, prioritizing effective response over emotional reaction. And me? Issei inquired, ready to contribute to the collective effort. Rias regarded him thoughtfully. Your analysis the Fennec's regeneration system may prove crucial to our strategy. I'd like you to work directly with me on developing targeted counter-approach based on the archival data. After brief hesitation, she added, if you're willing to participate in this conflict. The arrangement with Riser represents personal matter rather than territorial security. Your alliance obligations don't require involvement. The clarification demonstrated ethical consideration beyond mere tactical utilization, acknowledging his status as ally rather than subordinate, with accompanying right to determine his own engagement parameters. I'll participate, Issei confirmed without hesitation, finding decision came more easily than expected. Strategic alliance encompasses all legitimate challenges, not merely those with direct territorial implications. His response visibly pleased the entire group, though each showed it differently. Rias with grateful smile, Akeno with approving nod, Kiba with respectful acknowledgement. Kaneko with momentary softening of her typically neutral expression. Then it's settled, Rias declared with renewed determination. We have 2 weeks to prepare for the rating game that will determine the future of House Grimoire. Let's make every moment count. As the group dispersed to begin their assigned tasks, Akeno lingered behind momentarily, approaching Issei directly. Your willingness to help Bushu means more than you might realize, she said quietly. This engagement has been shadow hanging over her since childhood, arranged when she was too young to even understand its implications. The information provided important context for Rias's determination to establish independent achievement, not merely general desire for autonomy but specific resistance to predetermined future. Arranged political marriages existed within Saiyan royal structures as well, Issei acknowledged. Though typically with greater emphasis on combat capability alignment than bloodline purity. Was one arranged for you? Akeno asked perceptively. Before your planet's destruction, the question prompted unexpected recollection, fragmented memory of formal meeting with another royal family. Discussion of future alliance once he reached maturity, a young female Saiyan with fierce eyes evaluating him with open skepticism. Preliminary negotiations had begun, Issei confirmed, surprise. By the clarity of memory despite his young age when it occurred. Though nothing formalized before Vegeta's destruction, Akeno studied him with unexpected gentleness. Then perhaps you understand Rias's situation more personally than the others. The observation carried perceptive insight, recognizing parallel between his interrupted dynastic expectations and Rias's ongoing resistance to hers. Both royal heirs navigating expectations established by familial authority rather than personal choice. Perhaps, Issei acknowledged, finding himself unexpectedly willing to share perspective he rarely examined. Those circumstances rendered mine theoretical while hers remains immediate reality. And yet you didn't hesitate to help her challenge that reality, Akeno noted with evident approval. Despite having no obligation to involve yourself in devil politics. The observation prompted unexpected self-reflection. Why had he agreed so readily to participate in what represented purely internal devil conflict? Strategic alliance with Rias's group offered significant benefits, certainly, but this particular challenge extended beyond mere territorial security into personal matters that technically fell outside alliance parameters. Optimal alliance functionality extends beyond minimal contractual requirements, Issei replied after momentary consideration, though the technical flaw Singh inadequately expressed his actual motivation. Akeno smiled, genuine rather than her typical teasing expression. You know, for someone from a warrior race focused on conquest and power, you show remarkable concern for others' well-being. The observation struck with unexpected precision. Saiyan culture had indeed emphasized conquest, power, and hierarchical advancement above considerations personal choice or individual autonomy. Yet Issei found himself consistently prioritizing exactly those elements in his interactions with these devils. Was this divergence from traditional Saiyan values result of isolation during his formative years, cultural adaptation to Earth's different social parameters, or perhaps something his father had deliberately cultivated before Vegeta's destruction? The embryonic reformation of Saiyan values he'd sometimes hinted at during private conversations. Individual autonomy creates stronger collective functionality than forced compliance, Issei finally said, articulating perspective that felt simultaneously foreign to traditional Saiyan thought yet authentic to his own developing worldview. Rias demonstrates effective leadership worthy of Suppo. RT based on demonstrated capability rather than merely hereditary position. Well said, Akeno approved, violet eyes reflecting genuine respect. Though I suspect there's more personal investment in your decision than purely philosophical considerations. Before Issei could respond to her perceptive observation, Rias called for Akeno from the doorway, ready to depart for the archives. With Fina.'s meaningful glance that suggested their conversation would continue later, Akeno joined her king, leaving Issei to contemplate his evolving relationship with these devils who consistently challenged his understanding of himself as much as his conception of Earth's supernatural ecosystem. The following 2 weeks transformed the Occult Research Club into Tactical Command Center. School attendance became secondary priority as Rias received special dispensation for club activities that provided cover for their intensive preparation. Every aspect of raiding game strategy underwent meticulous development, from individual combat techniques to group formations, terrain utilization to counter strategy against known opponents. Issei found himself central to multiple aspects of their preparation. His analytical approach to combat, developed during isolation training, provided framework for systematically addressing Riser's advantages. Particularly valuable was his perspective on the Phoenix regeneration ability, viewing it as energy system with calculable limitations rather than absolute power. All regenerative processes require proportional energy expenditure, he explained during Strategy Y session 3 days into their preparation. The energy cost increases exponentially with damage severity rather than linearly. The holographic display he'd created using modified Scouter Technolog Y illustrated his analysis, showing energy consumption curves derived from historical records of Phoenix combat encounters. So causing multiple moderate injuries in rapid succession would deplete their reserves faster than single catastrophic damage. Rias questioned, studying the projection with intense focus. Precisely, Issei confirmed. Regeneration prioritizes critical systems first, creating predictable energy flow patterns during recovery. By targeting secondary systems during primary regeneration phase, you create overlapping demand that strains efficiency parameters. Like forcing a computer to run too many programs simultaneously, Kiba translated into more familiar terminology. Eventually the system crashes from resource depletion. Functional analogy, Issei acknowledged. Though biological systems typically degrade gradually rather than experiencing complete simultaneous failure. Throughout these sessions, Issei noted Akeno watching him with increasing interest, no merely professional appreciation but something more personal. During combat training particularly, her attention intensified whenever he demonstrated precision techniques or energy control methods. On the 5th day of preparation, she approached him directly after particularly intensive training session in the underground facility. The others had already departed for recovery period, leaving THM momentarily alone among the training equipment. Your control continues to impress me, Issei-kun, she said, casually adjusting her shrine maiden outfit where training had slightly disarranged it. Most beings with your level of power tend toward brute force application rather than such precision. The emphasis she placed on the final word carried now familiar undertone, that combination of professional appreciation and something more primal that consistently characterized her response to his combat demonstrations. Efficient application minimizes energy expenditure while maximizing target effect, Issei explained. Maintaining technical framing despite recognizing the conversational subtext. Efficiency has its merits, Akeno acknowledged, stepping closer with deliberate grace. I'm curious about something more personal, if you don't mind my asking. The shift from technical discussion to personal inquiry represented continuation of their interrupted conversation from days earlier. Issei found himself unexpectedly willing to engage despite typical Saiyan reticence regarding non-tactical matters. You may ask, he permitted, genuine curiosity about her inquiry overriding habitual reservation. Your precision in combat, is it purely tactical consideration, or does it reflect deeper personal preference for control in all aspects of life? Her violet eyes studied him, with perceptive intensity that belied her casual tone. The question demonstrated remarkable insight, connecting his combat methodology to potential broader psychological patterns. Few beings had ever attempted such analysis of his personal characteristics beyond tactical assessment. Both, perhaps, Issei admitted after thoughtful consideration. Saiyan culture emphasized raw power demonstration, but my father cultivated more precise application methodology. During isolation training, I found, he hesitated, searching for appropriate terminology, satisfaction in developing control beyond mere power accumulation. Satisfaction, Akeno repeated, seeming pleased with his word choice. Yes, there is something deeply satisfying about perfect control, isn't there? Particularly when one possesses significant power to control. Her perspective resonated unexpectedly with his own experience. Throughout his development, Issei had indeed found particular fulfillment in mastering precise location rather than merely increasing raw capacity, contrary to typical Saiyan emphasis on power accumulation above all. You speak from personal experience, Issei observed, recognizing similar pattern in her approach to magical combat. Akeno's expression shifted subtly, becoming more genuine than her typical composed exterior. My power comes from conflicting sources, she explained, lightening. Briefly dancing between her fingertips before transforming into light energy, then back again. Devil magic, fallen angel power, human spirituality, each demands different control methodology, different emotional state. She extinguished the energy display with precise gesture. Finding balance between them requires exceptional control, not merely of the power itself, but of my own emotional responses to using each aspect. The revelation provided important context for her evident appreciation of his precision techniques. Her mixed heritage created unique challenges requiring similar control methodology to what he'd developed during isolation, though for different underlying reasons. Integration of disparate energy sources presents complex harmonization requirements, Issei acknowledged. Genuinely impressed by the sophisticated balance she maintained. Your control methodology demonstrates exceptional adaptation to contradictory base parameters. Akeno laughed softly, not her typical musical sound but something more genuine. Only you would describe my internal struggle in such technical terms, Issei-kun. And somehow, that makes it easier to discuss than when others offer emotional platitudes. The observation highlighted unexpected connection point between them, shared appreciation for technical precision in addressing complex personal challenges. Where others might focus on emotional components, they both naturally gravitated toward methodological analysis even of personal matters. Technical framing provides operational clarity regardless of application context, Issei offered. Finding himself unexpectedly comfortable with the personal exchange despite its deviation from tactical discussion. Exactly, Akeno agreed with evident satisfaction at his understanding. After brief contemplative pause, she added, your assistance with Bushu's situation means a great deal to all of us. Rias has been my closest friend since childhood. Seeing her trapped in this arrangement has been difficult. The shift to discussion of Rias's circumstances represented trust extension, sharing personal perspective rather than merely technical observation. Issei recognized the Significance of such confidence from someone who typically maintained careful control over self-disclosure. The arranged marriage appears fundamentally misaligned with optimal outcome parameters, Issei observed. Expressing his assessment in familiar technical terminology while conveying genuine perspective. Rias demonstrates leadership qualities that merit autonomous determination rather than externally imposed limitation. Well said, Akeno approved, violet eyes reflecting genuine appreciation for his perspective. Though I suspect there's more personal investment in your assessment than purely technical evaluation. The observation mirrored her earlier comment about his willingness to participate in the rating game challenge, suggesting she perceived motivations beyond tactical alliance in his support for Rias. Before Issei could formulate response, the training facility door opened as Rias herself entered, dressed in fresh training attire after recovery period. There you are, she greeted them with evident relief. We've received the official terrain selection for the rating game, replica of Kuo Academy. We need to adjust our strategic planning accordingly. The Tactica L development took priority over continued personal conversation. As they moved to join the others for planning session, Akeno gave Issei a significant glance that clearly communicated their discussion would continue at future opportunity. Throughout the remaining preparation period, training intensity increased exponentially. Issei found himself impressed by the Devil's dedication, particularly GIV. And the apparent power disparity between their group and Riser's experienced team. Rather than resignation to probable defeat, they demonstrated unwavering determination to overcome seemingly insurmountable odds. Rias especially showed remarkable resilience, maintaining strategic focus despite the personal stakes involved. Her leadership during preparation balanced pushing each member to their limits while recognizing individual strengths and limitations. Your tactical adaptability exceeds expected parameters, Issei commented during rare quiet moment between training sessions. Most beings facing significant power disadvantage demonstrate either resignation or irrational overconfidence. Your approach remains consistently pragmatic while maintaining victory orientation. Rias smiled tiredly, genuine appreciation in her expression. That might be the most elaborately technical compliment I've ever received, but I'll take it. It was intended as objective observation rather than complimentary assessment, Issei clarified. Though he found himself adding, though admiration is justified component of the analysis. Her smile widened at his clarification. You know, for someone from warrior culture focused on conquest and domination, you show remarkable appreciation for strategic finesse over raw power. The observation paralleled Akeno's earlier comment about his concern for others' well-being despite Saiyan cultural emphasis on conquest. Both had identified apparent contradictions between traditional Saiyan values and his personal approach, divergences that prompted increasing self-reflection. My father believed true warrior wisdom lay in victory achievement rather than merely battle participation, Issei explained, sharing perspective he rarely articulated. He considered strategic application superior to raw power demonstration despite prevailing cultural emphasis. He sounds like a thoughtful king, Rias observed with genuine interest. Not merely a powerful warrior but a true leader. The assessment resonated with Issei's own memories of his father, the private conversations that had often contradicted public persona required by Saiyan cultural expectations. King Vegeta had indeed attempted to cultivate more nuanced approach to power and conquest than traditional Saiyan methodology permitted. He was, Issei acknowledged simply, finding unexpected comfort in sharing this aspect of his heritage with someone who seemed to genuinely understand the complexities of royal leadership. Perhaps that's why you've adapted so well to our approach despite its differences from traditional Saiyan methods, Rias suggested perceptively. Your father planted seeds of alternative perspective that found fertile ground here. The insight demonstrated remarkable understanding of his developmental psychology, identifying potential bridge between his Saiyan heritage and current Earth experience that explained apparent contradictions in his value system. Before he could respond to her perceptive observation, Kiba arrived with updated information about Riser's previous rating game strategies, redirecting their attention to tactical preparation. The personal conversation remained uncompleted, yet Issei found himself contemplating Rias's insight throughout subsequent training sessions. Had his father deliberately cultivated alternative values knowing planet Vegeta's destruction approached? Was his divergence from traditional Saiyan methodology result of isolated development or intentional philosophical seeding before his emergency departure? The Saiyans held no tactical relevance yet occupied increasing portion of his reflective processing. The night before the rating game, Rias gathered her team for final strategy review. The club room had been transformed into command center with holographic displays showing terrain maps, opponent profiles, and tactical formations. Every aspect of their approach had been methodically developed and repeatedly tested through simulation and practical exercise. Tomorrow represents culmination of our preparation, Rias stated formally, addressing them from behind her desk with characteristic blend of authority and personal connection. Regardless of outcome, I want to express my gratitude for your dedication these past 2 weeks. Your efforts honor me beyond mere duty or obligation. The formal acknowledgement carried emotional resonance that transcended typical leadership communication. Issei recognized the significance. This wasn't merely tactical preparation but personal milestone for all involved. Each of you will face specific challenges tomorrow, Rias continued, activating holographic displays showing opponent matchups. Kiba, your speed advantage will be crucial against Riser's NIG, who relies on technical precision rather than maneuverability. The blonde swordsman nodded determined acceptance of his assignment. Kaneko, your physical resistance provides counter to their Rook's elemental attacks. Maintaining defensive position while they deplete magical reserves represents optimal approach. The small devil acknowledged her role with characteristic minimal expression had nonetheless conveyed absolute commitment. Akeno, your versatility presents our greatest advantage against their specialized units. Adapting attack methodology based on evolving battlefield conditions rather than fixed approach will create unpredictability they cannot effectively counter. The violet-eyed queen smiled dangerously, lightning briefly dancing between her fingertips in anticipation. Finally, Rias turned to Issei. Your role perhaps carries greatest tactical weight despite your unfamiliarity with rating game parameters. The energy disruption techniques you've demonstrated are our most viable approach against Riser's regeneration ability. The responsibility assignment represented significant trust, placing central strategic component in hands of ally rather than formal peerage member. Among Saiyans, such critical role would typically be reserved for proven warriors with established loyalty rather than recent alliance partner. I will execute effectively, Issei assured her with formal certainty that belied the unexpected sense of personal investment he felt in the outcome. This wasn't merely tactical exercise but meaningful conflict with significant implications for someone who had demonstrated consistent respect for his individual agency despite his alien nature. I know you will, Rias replied with simple confidence that carried more impact than elaborate reassurance might have. After moments' pause, she continued addressing the entire group. Beyond tactical assignments, remember our fundamental advantage: we fight for purpose beyond victory itself. Riser's team competes for prize and status. We fight for freedom of choice and self-determination. The distinction highlighted philosophical component underlying the competition, values-based motivation rather than merely tactical objective. Fascinating integration of emotional investment with strategic methodology that contradicted traditional Saiyan approach yet resonated with Issei's evolving perspective. Get proper rest tonight, Rias concluded. Tomorrow will demand everything we've prepared and perhaps more. Regardless of outcome, face the challenge with pride and honor befitting the name you carry, whether Grimoire or. Her gaze met Issei's directly. Saiyan. The inclusion of his heritage alongside devil identity represented significant acknowledgement, recognition that his participation carried cultural weight equivalent to their own traditional affiliations. The gesture demonstrated remarkable understanding of what motivated him beyond mere tactical alliance. As they prepared to depart for evening rest, Akeno approached Issei directly while the others gathered their belongings. A moment before you leave, Issei-kun, she requested quietly. There's something I'd like to discuss privately. The request carried uncharacteristic seriousness beneath her typically composed exterior. Issei nodded agreement, curious about what warranted such specific approach before their impending competition. When the others had departed, Akeno led him to quiet corner of the club room away from the tactical displays and training equipment. Her expression held none of her usual teasing quality, only focused intensity that suggested significant purpose. Tomorrow's competition carries personal stakes beyond what you might realize, she began without preamble. Rias's freedom represents more than merely avoiding unwanted marriage. It determines whether she can continue developing her own identity beyond Rimori expectations. The framing provided important context for Rias's determination despite apparent tactical disadvantage. This wasn't merely resistance to arranged marriage but fundamental identity preservation, core self-determination rather than peripheral preference. You speak from personal perspective beyond mere observation, Issei noted perceptively, recognizing deeper resonance in Akeno's concern than merely supporting her king. Akeno's expression softened with momentary vulnerability rarely displayed in their previous interactions. My own identity has always existed between worlds, neither fully human, devil, nor fallen angel, but something from all three despite their contradictions. That integration required freedom to determine my own path rather than having it dictated by others' expectations. The confidence represented significant trust, sharing personal psychological framework rather than merely tactical concern. Issei recognized the disclosure required reciprocal acknowledgement beyond mere analytical observation. Self-determination transcends tactical advantage, he offered, expressing genuine perspective despite unfamiliar territory of personal rather than strategic exchange. Individual agency creates stronger outcome than externally imposed direction regardless of apparent efficiency differential. The technical phrasing inadequately expressed his developing conviction, yet Akeno seemed to understand the underlying sincerity despite his habitual formal language. Exactly, she agreed with evident satisfaction at his understanding. Which is why tomorrow matters beyond merely winning or losing a competition. It represents fundamental principle worth defending regardless of probability assessment. Her passion for the principle demonstrated values alignment that resonated unexpectedly with Issei's evolving perspective. Throughout his life, decisions had been primarily tactical: optimal survival strategy during planetary destruction, efficient information gathering upon Earth arrival, strategic alia NCE formation with beneficial supernatural entities. Yet increasingly, he found himself considering factors beyond mere tactical advantage: individual agency, personal connection, meaningful purpose beyond survival or conquest. These devils consistently demonstrated values that challenged traditional Saiyan methodology while resonating with something deeper in his own nature. I understand, Issei acknowledged, finding simple directness more appropriate than elaborate technical framing. And I share your assessment of its importance. Akeno studied him with evident appreciation before her expression shifted to something more characteristic of their usual interactions, that blend of playful teasing and genuine interest that consistently characterized her approach to him. In that case, she said, stepping closer with deliberate grace, perhaps you wouldn't mind indulging a small request before tomorrow's battle. The sudden proximity shift registered as significant nonverbal communication, deliberate invasion of personal space indicating comfort level beyond mere alliance partnership. Interesting psychological indicator of trust extension beyond tactical cooperation. What request? Issei inquired, maintaining neutral expression despite unexpected awareness of her distinctive scent, something reminiscent of ozone and flower petals that his enhanced Saiyan senses detected easily at this proximity. Among devils, it's customary to exchange tokens of intention before significant conflicts, Akeno explained, violet eyes meeting his directly. Something small but meaningful that carries luck, if you will. Though it's really more about establishing connection that transcends physical separation during battle. The custom sounded vaguely similar to certain Saiyan pre-combat rituals, though those typically emphasized dominance demonstration rather than connection establishment. Interesting cultural parallel with significant philosophical divergence. What form does such token typically take? Issei inquired, genuinely curious about devil cultural practices. Various forms depending on relationship context, Akeno replied with slight smile. Between queen and allied warrior. Perhaps something like this. Before Issei could process her intention, she leaned forward and pressed her lips gently against his cheek, brief contact that lasted mere seconds yet stirred with unexpected impact on his sensory processing. The gesture combined formal ritual aspects with personal connection components in manner that seemed perfectly calibrated to their unique relationship dynamic. As she withdrew, Akeno's expression revealed subtle satisfaction at his momentary surprise, rare tactical advantage in their ongoing interaction pattern. For luck, she explained WITH characteristic blend of formality and teasing warmth. Though I suspect a Saiyan prince makes his own luck through precision and control. The comment acknowledged both the ritual aspect and his established methodology, bridging cultural differences while respecting individual characteristics. Impressive integration of multiple communication objectives within single interaction sequence. Thank you, Issei responded simply. Recognizing complex social exchange required acknowledgement beyond mere analytical observation. The token is appreciated. Akeno smiled, genuine rather than her typical composed expression. Good luck tomorrow, Issei-kun. I look forward to fighting alongside you. As she departed, Issei found himself contemplating unexpected developments in his Earth experience. What had begun as simple information gathering and survival maintenance had evolved into complex web of alliances, relationships, and value alignments that consistently challenged his understanding of himself as much as his conception of this world's supernatural ecosystem. Perhaps most unexpected was his growing investment in outcomes beyond mere tactical advantage, particularly tomorrow's competition that represented no direct benefit to his original mission parameters yet somehow felt increasingly significant to his evolving identity. The realization prompted consideration of question had haunted his decade-long journey through the void. What purpose remains for the last prince of a dead world? Perhaps these devils, with their balance of power and responsibility, individual agency and collective success, personal strength and protective purpose, offered pathway toward answer he hadn't anticipated finding on this unremarkable blue-green planet so far from his destroyed home. Chapter 2 End Chapter 3, Royal Challenge. Morning sunlight filtered through Issei's apartment windows, casting geometric patterns across the sparse furnishings that reflected his practical approach to Earth habitation. Unlike human dwellings cluttered with sentimental objects, his living space contained only functional necessities, with one exception. The Royal Saiyan pendant lay on the single table, catching light as he completed his pre-combat meditation. The metal alloy, unknown to Earth's science and resistant to all but the most extreme temperatures, had survived Vegeta's destruction, a decade-long journey through space and atmospheric entry without a scratch. Its durability seemed almost symbolic of Saiyan resilience. Issei completed his final breathing cycle and opened his eyes, gaze falling on the pendant. Today's rating game represented significant departure from his original Earth objectives, direct involvement in supernatural politics unrelated to his information-gathering mission. Yet the decision to participate felt appropriate despite its tactical divergence. A true king fights when necessary, not merely when advantageous, his father had once told him during private training. Remember this when you eventually take the throne. The memory surfaced with unexpected clarity as Issei secured the pendant beneath his combat uniform, a modified version of traditional Saiyan armor adapted to accommodate Earth materials. Rias had offered devil-crafted battle attire, but he declined politely. If he fought today, he would do so as Saiyan royalty, honoring both his heritage and his new alliance. His scouter beeped with incoming communication, a magical enhancement Akeno had added to allow integration with devil communication networks. Rias's voice came through clearly. Transportation circle activates in 30 minutes. Are you prepared? Affirmative, Issei replied, completing final equipment check. Combat readiness at optimal levels. A brief pause before Rias continued, her formal tone softening slightly. Thank you again for joining this battle, Issei. Your participation means more than tactical advantage to all of us. The acknowledgement of personal significance beyond strategic benefit reflected consistent pattern in devil communication, integration of emotional context with practical assessment. Initially unfamiliar to his Saiyan sensibilities, he now found himself appreciating the balanced approach. The alliance benefits from principled application beyond minimal requirements, Issei responded, though the technical phrasing inadequate. Ely expressed his developing personal investment in the outcome. A soft laugh came through the communication. Always so formal. We'll see you soon. As the connection closed, Issei performed final mental preparation, reviewing opponent profiles, terrain advantages, team formations, and contingency protocols. Unlike typical Saiyan approach emphasizing overwhelming force application, today's battle He required strategic precision against numerically superior opponents. When he arrived at the club room 20 minutes later, the atmosphere thrummed with focused tension. Hiba methodically inspected his sword collection, selecting specific blades for particular opponents. Kaneko wrapped her hands with reinforced fighting tape, amber eyes narrowed in concentration. Akeno arranged magical components with precise movements that belied her usual playfulness. Rias stood before the tactical display, crimson hair gathered in practical battle arrangement. Her expression combined determination with calm authority, leadership persona fully engaged despite personal stakes. Everyone's here, she acknowledged as Issei entered. Good. The rating game officials will activate transportation magic momentarily. Before we depart, I want to say something important. The group gathered around her, conversation ceasing as they recognized the significance in her tone. This battle carries personal consequences for me, Rias stated with characteristic directness. My freedom from arranged marriage hangs in the balance. But I want to be absolutely clear, your safety takes precedence over that outcome. No victory is worth sacrificing any of you. The declaration demonstrated leadership philosophy fundamentally different from Saiyan approach, where warriors were expected to die willingly for victory regardless of personal cost. Rias consistently prioritized her team's well-being alongside tactical objectives, integration rather than hierarchical subordination. We understand, Bushu, Hiba repla. Ed with formal respect that carried genuine loyalty beneath. But we also fight for principle worth defending. Precisely, Akeno added, unusual seriousness replacing her typical teasing manner. Freedom represents values we all believe in. We fight with full commitment to both victory and each other. Kaneko simply nodded decisive agreement, amber eyes reflecting absolute determination despite minimal verbal expression. When they looked to Issei, he considered his response carefully. Among Saiyans, pre-battle declarations typically emphasized personal glory or conquest objectives rather than collective purpose. Yet he found himself genuinely aligned with the values these devils consistently demonstrated: self-determination, principled action, and collective support without sacrificing individual agency. Victory achievement represents integrated objective between tactical success and philosophical validation, he stated, expressing genuine perspective despite his habitual technical framing. Both warrant full commitment regardless of probability assessment. Something in his formal phrasing prompted small smiles from the others, recognition that his technical language conveyed sincere alignment despite its unusual expression. Rias nodded appreciation for his perspective before turning to final tactical review. The rating game replicates Kuo Academy exactly as it exists in real space, including all buildings and grounds, she explained, indicating holographic terrain model. Our base position will be the Occult Research Club room, while Riser's team occupies the Student Council office on the opposite side of campus. Familiar territory represents significant advantage, Issei noted approvingly. Local knowledge optimization creates tactical options unavailable to opposing force despite their numerical superiority. Precisely, Rias confirmed. We'll utilize campus knowledge for strategic positioning and ambush opportunities. Our primary disadvantage remains numbers. Riser's complete peerage contains 15 members plus himself, against our 5. Kaneko corrected quietly but firmly, glancing at Issei. The simple correction carried significant acknowledgement, recognition of his full team integration despite his technical status as allied combatant rather than formal peerage member. The distinction clearly meant nothing to them in practical terms. 5. Rias amended with appreciative smile, which still represents 3-to-1 numerical disadvantage requiring careful strategic application rather than direct confrontation. Divide and isolate, Hiba suggested, indicating positions on the holographic display. Forest area provides concealment for targeted engagements on our terms, while gymnasium and old building offer confined spaces that neutralize their numerical advantage, Akeno added thoughtfully. Limiting engagement zones to control variables. Issei studied the tactical display, analyzing approach options with methodical precision. Opponent's psychological profile suggests overconfidence based on previous victories and perceived power differential. Probability of aggressive early deployment to force decisive engagement exceeds 80%. I agree, Rias nodded. Riser typically launches immediate offensive to overwhelm opponents before they establish defensive positions. We'll use that predictability against him. As she outlined their counter-strategy, a magical communication circle appeared in the center of the room, projecting the image of an elegant silver-haired woman in formal attire. Participants for the rating game between House Grimori and House Phoenix, please prepare for transportation, the woman announced with professional detachment. The official match begins in 3 meters. Anut's following arrival at the competition dimension. Thank you, Graphia, Rias acknowledged formally. We're prepared. As the communication circle faded, Rias addressed her team one final time. Remember your training, trust your abilities, and support each other. Whatever happens today, I'm proud to fight alongside each of you. The transportation magic activated, enveloping them in crims. On light that tingled against Issei's skin, familiar sensation from previous devil teleportation experiences. Space compressed momentarily before expanding again, revealing their destination. They stow OD in the Occult Research Club room, identical to their departure point yet subtly different. The dimensional replica contained all physical elements of the original space while lacking the accumulated energy resonance of their regular headquarters. Interesting magical construction methodology that prioritized physical accuracy over metaphysical replication. A communication circle appeared immediately, displaying the silver-haired woman, Graphia, in formal announcement posture. Welcome to the rating game dimension. I am Graphia Lucifuge, serving as arbiter for this official match between Rias Grimori and Riser Phoenix. Standard rating game rules apply. Elimination occurs through surrender, incapacitation, or boundary violation. Healing items are permitted within regulatory limitations. Lethal force is prohibited. Violation of these parameters results in immediate disqualification. The formal guidelines established clear operational parameters, tactical limitation framework that structure. Read the competition while maintaining safety protocols. Efficient regulation system for supernatural combat activities. The match begins in 30 seconds, Graphia continued. Competitors, take your positions. As the communication circle faded, Rias immediately activated their tactical communication system, magical earpieces that allowed secure team coordination throughout the competition. Initial deployment as planned, she directed calmly. Kiba, northwestern approach through forest sector. Kaneko, gymnasium security establishment. Akeno, aerial reconnaissance with weather manipulation preparation. Issei, primary defense alongside me until Phase 2 initiation. The assignments aligned with their established strategy, controlled territory coverage with specialized application of individual abilities rather than consolidated force presentation. Effective utilization of limited personnel against numerically superior opposition. An announcement echoed throughout the dimension. Rating game commences now. Immediately, Issei's scouter detected multiple energy signatures diverging from Riser's starting position. Aggressive deployment pattern exactly as predicted. 8 distinct signals moved in paired formations toward strategic positions across campus, while larger power concentration remained at their headquarters. Enemy force deployment confirms predictive model, Issei reported. Reading scouter data with practiced efficiency. 4 pairs advancing along primary pathways while main force maintains headquarters defense. Excellent, Rias acknowledged. Their Divis Ion creates opportunity for isolated engagement under advantageous conditions. Proceed with Phase 1. Kiba departed immediately, sword materializing in his hand as he moved with supernatural speed toward the forest area. Kaneko followed moments later, her small form belying the extraordinary strength that would transform the gymnasium into tactical advantage. Akeno ascended through an open window, devil wings manifesting as she took to the sky for reconnaissance position. Alone with Rias in their headquarters, Issei continued monitoring enemy movements through his scouter. The technologies, integration with devil magical systems, courtesy of Akeno's modifications, provided comprehensive tactical awareness beyond what either system could achieve independently. Their deployment pattern suggests standard Phoenix game strategy. Rias observed, studying the magical tactical display showing enemy positions. Aggression without innovation. Riser relies on superior numbers and regeneration advantage rather than tactical creativity. Quote, predictability creates exploitable patterns regardless of raw power differential, Issei noted approvingly. Your counter strategy effectively leverages this limitation. Rias glanced at him with momentary surprise that transformed into appreciative smile. You know, for someone from warrior culture focused on overwhelming force, you show remarkable appreciation for strategic subtlety. The observation paralleled previous comments about apparent contradictions between traditional Saiyan values and his personal approach, continued evidence of his divergence from typical warrior methodology despite his royal heritage. Effective combat transcends mere power application, Issei replied, expressing genuine perspective that felt increasingly natural. Despite its deviation from standard Saiyan philosophy, victory achievement through minimal necessary force represents superior methodology to overwhelming destruction. Your father's influence again? Rias asked perceptively, recalling their previous conversation about King Vegeta's alternative approach to warrior philosophy. Before Issei could respond, their communication system activated with Kiba's voice. Enemy contact in Sector 3. 2 pawns with fire enhancement capabilities. Engaging now. The tactical display showed his position in the forested area near the school's perimeter, where he'd established optimal ambush conditions against advancing opponents. His power signature fluctuated as he activated sword-based abilities against the enemy pawns. Acknowledged, Rias responded. Maintain engagement within established parameters. Retreat if reinforcements arrive. Moments later, Kaniko's voice joined the communication. 3 hostiles approaching gymnasium. 1 rook, 2 pawns. Defensive preparations complete. The small devil had transformed the gymnasium into tactical advantage zone, using equipment and structural elements to create environment that maximized her strength while minimizing opponents' numerical advantage. Impressive adaptation of available resources for combat optimization. Approved for engagement, Rias confirmed. Priority on rook neutralization before addressing secondary targets. As their team executed initial engagement protocol, Issei's scouter detected atmospheric energy fluctuation above campus, Akeno beginning weather manipulation that would provide both tactical advantage and communication disruption for enemy forces. Her signature brightened as she channeled magical energy into developing storm system. First blood to us, Kiba reported moments later. Professional satisfaction evident despite his typically courteous demeanor. 1 pawn eliminated through boundary violation. Second opponent retreating toward central courtyard. The tactical display updated, showing one of Riser's pieces vanishing from the competition, transported out upon elimination condition being met. First advantage to their team despite numerical disadvantage. Well done, Rias acknowledged. Pursue with caution. Likely retreat represents bait for counterambush. Issei studied enemy movement patterns with analytical precision, noting subtle shift in deployment that confirmed Rias's assessment. Retreating pawn maintains communication with stationary knight position in science building. Probable coordination for pincer movement against pursuit. Excellent observation. Rias approved. Kiba, adjust approach vector through western corridor rather than direct pursuit. Flank their position rather than entering prepared engagement zone. Understood. The swordsman confirmed, his signature altering course accordingly. Simultaneously, sounds of intense combat emanated from gymnasium sector as Kaniko engaged her assigned opponents. The tactical display showed energy fluctuations indicating high-intensity exchange, physical combat rather than magical deployment based on signature patterns. Gymnasium engagement proceeding as anticipated, Issei reported. Reading complex data patterns from his scouter. Kaniko maintaining positional advantage despite numerical disadvantage. Enemy rook demonstrating expected power profile without tactical innovation. Her strength continues to surprise opponents despite her size, Rias noted with evident pride. A mistake they consistently make to their detriment. The observation highlighted recurring theme in their approach. Opponents consistently underestimated them based on superficial assessment rather than comprehensive capability analysis. Effective psychological advantage. That created tactical opportunities despite apparent power differential. Aerial assessment complete. Akeno's voice joined their communication network, professional despite the building storm energy evident in her signature. Enemy queen remains at headquarters with Riser. 2 bishops and remaining knight establishing perimeter defense around central administration building. Weather system development at 60% capacity. Proceed with Phase 2 preparation, Rias directed. Coordinate timing with Kaniko's engagement resolution. As their initial strategy unfolded successfully, Issei Issei detected subtle shift in Riser's headquarters' energy pattern, growing agitation rather than confident command presence. The Phoenix heir had clearly anticipated quick victory through aggressive deployment, not methodical elimination of his forces through targeted engagements. Opponent's psychological profile indicates increasing frustration with current battle progression, Issei observed. Prob. Ability of tactical deviation from established pattern increasing proportionally to perceived challenge to expected dominance. Rias studied the tactical display thoughtfully. You think he'll abandon his standard approach? Affirmative. Issei confirmed. Personality assessment suggests preference for dominance demonstration over tactical efficiency when authority perception threatened. Expect. Direct engagement attempt rather than continued proxy deployment. The analysis provided important strategic recalibration opportunity, if Riser abandoned his established methodology due to pride or frustration. Additional vulnerabilities would emerge despite his regeneration advantage. That works in our favor, Rias determined after momentary consideration. Direct engagement under controlled conditions represents our optimal approach to targeting his regeneration limitations. Before they could adjust tactical planning accordingly, Kaniko's voice came through communication system with uncharacteristic urgency. Multiple opponents converging on gymnasium position. Rook neutralized but 4 additional pieces incoming. Request immediate support. The tactical display confirmed her rep. Ort. Enemy forces redirecting toward her position in coordinated patterns suggesting deliberate focus shift. Having lost 2 pieces already, Riser appeared to be concentrating force against identified T. EAM member rather than maintaining distributed engagement. Akeno, provide immediate support to gymnasium sector, Rias commanded decisively. Weather deployment authorization granted. Maximum area effect with precision targeting. Understood. Bushu, Akeno acknowledged, her signature brightening dramatically as she channeled power into the now substantial storm system forming above campus. Lightning erupted across the gymnasium area seconds later. Not natural electricity but magically enhanced energy that targeted specific coordinates with surgical precision. The tactical display showed enemy signatures scattering from the concentrated barrage, their coordinated approach disrupted by sudden atmospheric assault. Effective intervention, Issei observed approvingly as the enemy formation dissolved under Akeno's attack. Opponent coordination compromised while allied extraction opportunity established. Precisely. Rias confirmed before addressing Kaniko directly. Withdraw to position Alpha 3. Akeno will provide cover for your repositioning. As Kaniko acknowledged and began tactical retreat, Kiba reported successful elimination of the knight who had been waiting in ambu. Shish position. Their third opponent removed from competition. The numerical disadvantage narrowed slightly with each successful engagement, though significant imbalance remained. Their strategy is compromised, Rias noted with careful optimism. Riser expected quick victory through overwhelming force. Instead, we're systematically reducing his advantage while maintaining our core strength. Issei nodded agreement while continuing to monitor tactical display. Controlled engagement under favorable conditions represents optimal approach against numerically superior opposition. Your strategy effectively neutralizes their primary advantages while leveraging our specialized capabilities. The compliment wasn't mere tactical observation but genuine appreciation for her strategic acumen, Rias consistently demonstrated leadership quality that would have impressed even veteran Saiyan commanders with its balance of aggression and calculation. Before she could respond, the tactical display showed dramatic shift in energy distribution at Riser's headquarters. The Phoenix heir's signature moved suddenly toward central position, accompanied by his queen and remaining bishop. Direct intervention rather than continued proxy deployment. Primary opponent entering direct engagement phase, Issei reported immediately. Power signature indicates emotional rather than tactical motivation based on harmonic fluctuation patterns. His pride is wounded, Rias translated with grim satisfaction. Losing multiple pieces to an incomplete peerage contradicts his expectation of easy victory. Such emotional response compromises tactical optimization regardless of raw power advantage, Issei observed. Creating exploitable vulnerabilities despite regeneration capability. Rias nodded decisive agreement. Then we proceed to phase 3 ahead of schedule. Issei, you and I will move to engagement position Delta. Akeno, maintain weather control while coordinating with Kiba for flanking maneuver. Kaniko, recovery position and secondary engagement preparation. The revised deployment represented adaptation to emerging opportunity, adjusting planned engagement sequence to capitalize on opponent T's psychological vulnerability rather than adhering to rigid tactical framework. Impressive strategic flexibility that maintained objective focus while adapting to battlefield developments. As they departed headquarters for their designated engagement position, Issei found himself appreciating the balanced combat approach these devils consistently demonstrated, neither reckless aggression nor excessive caution, but methodical application of available resources toward clear objectives. Different from traditional Saiyan methodology yet effective within its operational parameters. Their Destina, Tian, a courtyard between main academic building and gymnasium, provided optimal engagement conditions, open space for maneuverability, limited approach vectors for ambush prevention, and direct line of sight to Akeno's aerial position for coordinated attack implementation. Riser approaches with Queen and Bishop, Issei reported as his scouter tracked their opponent's movement. Estimated arrival in 45 seconds. Remaining forces maintaining perimeter positions rather than consolidated approach. He's confident in his personal capabilities, Rias noted, crimson energy beginning to gather around her hands as she prepared for combat, especially with his queen providing support. Yubeluna is called the Bomb Queen for her explosive magic capabilities, prioritize distance maintenance during engagement. Issei nodded understanding while completing his own combat preparation. Rather than immediate power manifestation, he performed precise key circulation exercises, establishing optimal energy flow patterns for sustained combat rather than burst application. Against regenerative opponent, efficiency would prove more valuable than raw destructive capability. When Riser appeared at the courtyard entrance, his expression confirmed Issei's psychological assessment, arrogant confidence undermined by visible frustration. Flames danced around his form unconsciously, reflecting emotio null state rather than deliberate combat preparation. Hiding in your clubhouse proved ineffective, my dear Rias, he called out with forced casualness that didn't match his agitated energy signature. So I decided to expedite matters personally. Behind him, his queen, a voluptuous woman with purple hair and calculating eyes, maintained professional combat readiness despite her king's emotional display. The bishop accompanying them, petite with blonde hair arranged in drill-like curls, similarly demonstrated proper tactical awareness despite subordinate position. We weren't hiding, Riser, Rias replied calmly, her composed demeanor contrasting with his agitation. Simply implementing effective strategy against predictable opposition. The deliberate provocation struck effectively, Riser's flames intensified as his expression hardened with indignation. Predictable. I've won 16 consecutive rating games through superior strength and comprehensive victory. Your little delay tactics merely postpone inevitable defeat. Superior strength without strategic application represents inefficient resource utilization, Issei commented neutrally, though the observation clearly registered as challenge to the Phoenix heir. Riser's attention shifted fully to Issei, eyes narrowing with combination of curiosity and annoyance. The alien specimen speaks strategy to me. Fascinating. Tell me, creature, do your people typically offer tactical advice before being obliterated, or is that your personal approach to facing superior beings? The attempted provocation demonstrated limited psycho-logical warfare capability, relying on generic superiority claims rather than targeted vulnerability exploitation. Ineffective against Saiyan combat psychology that prioritized objective assessment over emotional response. Effective combat transcends mere power demonstration, Issei replied evenly. Victory achievement through optimal methodology represents superior approach to indiscriminate CE application regardless of species classification. Something in his measured response triggered greater irritation in Riser than direct challenge might have. The Phoenix heir's flames expanded dramatically as his expression transformed from arrogant confidence to genuine anger. Enough philosophy, he snapped, gesture signaling his queen and bishop to combat positions. Let's demonstrate what optimal methodology looks like against immortal flame. Rias exchanged brief glance with Issei, silent communication confirming engagement protocol activation. Their strategy against Riser required precise coordination rather than individual heroics, systematic exploitation of regeneration limitations through carefully calibrated attack sequencing. Remember the pattern, Rias murmured quietly. Crimson destruction energy gathering more intensely around her hands. Systematic rather than overwhelming. Understood, Issei confirmed, his posture shifting subtly into combat readiness without telegraphing specific approach methodology. The engagement began explosively, Riser's Queen launching concentrated magical blast toward their position without preamble. The attack contained impressive, destructive potential combined with area effect properties designed to eliminate evasion options through environmental saturation. Rather than dodging individually, Issei and Rias executed coordinate response. She nullified the central blast with precisely targeted destruction energy while he created key barrier protecting against peripheral effect radius. The combined defense represented perfect, complementary application of their different energy types. Impressive coordination, Riser's Queen, Yubeluna, acknowledged with professional assessment that contrasted with her king's emotional approach. But merely defensive capability won't secure victory. Agreed, Rias replied calmly before initiating their counter-offensive. With practiced precision, she launched series of destruction RGY spheres, not toward their opponents directly but strategically positioned to limit movement options while creating debris field that provided momentary visual obstruction. Simultaneously, Issei Ni led key into environmental manipulation rather than direct attack, altering air pressure around their opponents to disrupt flame propagation efficiency. The combined approach created momentary tactical advantage without expending significant energy reserves, precisely as their strategy intended. Against regenerative opponent, victory required sustained pressure rather than individual high-power exchanges that would deplete their resources before achieving systemic overload. Riser responded predictably, direct flame projection toward their position with impressive raw power but limited tactical sophistication. His attack pattern prioritized intimidation through destructive display rather than efficient target neutralization. Pathetic, he declared as flames engulfed their position, clear. Li believing direct application of his primary ability would ensure immediate victory. No defense can withstand Fennec's immortal flame. When the conflagration subsided, however, their combined defensive formation remained intact. Issei's key barrier having nullified thermal transfer while Rias's destruction energy systematically erased flame propagation vectors. Minimal energy expenditure against seemingly overwhelming attack through precise application rather than raw power opposition. No, Rias countered with calm confidence that visibly unsettled her opponent. Perhaps reconsider your tactical assumptions. Before Riser could respond, coordinated attack struck from multiple vectors simultaneously. Lightning from above as Akeno contributed from aerial position, sword energy wave from F-Lank position where Kiba had maneuvered undetected, and Rias's destruction energy targeted directly at Riser's torso. The combined assault forced defensive response from all three opponents. Riser instinctively channeling regeneration energy to counter Rias's attack, his queen deploying magical barrier against Akeno's lightning, and Bishop creating flame shield against Kiba's approach. Exactly as their strategy intended. While opponents focused on obvious threat vectors, Issei implemented primary tactical objective, not direct damage but systematic disruption of Riser's regeneration energy circulation. With precise key application, he targeted specific points around the Fennec's air where regeneration energy manifested most intensely during defensive response. The technique, developed specifically during their preparation period, didn't attempt to overwhelm regeneration through superior damage output. Instead, it created interference patterns within the energy system itself, forcing an efficient circulation through multiple disruption points. To observers, the effect appeared minimal, subtle fluctuations in Riser's flame aura rather than dramatic damage manifestation. Yet Issei's chair confirmed successful implementation as regeneration energy efficiency dropped measurably with each precisely targeted disruption point. What's happening? The blonde bishop questioned anxiously. As Riser's flames momentarily flickered despite no apparent direct damage. My lord, your aura. Nothing significant, Riser dismissed, though uncertainty crept into his expression as he unconscious. Li channeled additional power into stabilizing his flame manifestation. A minor annoyance easily overcome. Rias exchanged knowing glance with Issei, confirmation that their approach was working despite its subtle external manifestation. Phase 1 of systemic overload strategy successfully implemented without opponent recognizing the actual threat vector. Continue engagement protocol, she directed through their communication system. Phase 2 initialization on my mark. Their coordinated assault intensified methodically, not random attack barrage but carefully orchestrated pattern design. D to force specific regeneration responses while Issei continued establishing disruption points throughout Riser's energy system. Each exchange appeared conventional on surface while systematically promising regeneration efficiency through accumulating interference patterns. Riser's growing frustration became increasingly evident as the engagement continued. Despite launching impressive displays of flame manipulation, his attacks achieved minimal effect against their coordinated defense methodology. Meanwhile, his regeneration, while preventing significant physical damage, required increasing conscious attention rather than automatic response. Enough of this farce, he finally declared, flames intensifying dramatically around his form. I've indulged this resistance long enough. Ubeluna, full deployment authorized. The command represented significant escalation, permission for Queen-level attack without limitation concerns. Ubeluna immediately channeled purple energy into concentrated form between her hands, creating magical construct with exponentially greater destructive potential than previous exchanges. As you wish, my lord, she acknowledged formally before launching the attack. The magical construct expanded dramatically upon release, transforming from concentrated sphere to massive explosion that engulfed entire courtyard in violet conflagration. The attack's scale exceeded conventional rating game parameters, demonstrating Riser's growing desperation despite his continued confidence display. When the devastating energy dissipated, the courtyard had been transformed into cratered wasteland, trees uprooted, pavement shattered, decorative fountain reduced to scattered rubble. In the center of the destruction, however, a perfect hemisphere of undamaged space remained, Issei's key barrier having protected both himself and Rias from the otherwise overwhelming attack. Impossible, Ubeluna whispered, professional composure momentarily compromised by a newing shock at her ultimate attack's complete nullification. No defense should withstand that deployment. Energy interaction follows universal principles regardless of classification, Issei explained matter-of-factly. Maintaining barrier while simultaneously continuing disruption point establishment across Riser's energy system. Properly calibrated key creates harmonic interference patterns that neutralize opposing force through frequency modulation rather than direct opposition. The technical explanation clearly meant nothing to their frustrated opponents, but its delivery, calm and educational rather than boastful or aggressive, heightened psychological impact through contrast with Riser's increasingly emotional response pattern. Whatever alien trickery you're employing won't save you, the Phoenix heir declared. Though uncertainty undermined his attempted confidence, Phoenix regeneration cannot be overcome regardless of your technical babbling. All energy systems have operational limitations regardless of raw capacity, Issei countered evenly. Regeneration represents energy conversion process rather than infinite resource. The principle remains consistent regardless of supernatural classification. The deliberate provocation worked perfectly. Riser's expression contorted with indignation at having fundamental ability questioned by unfamiliar entity. His flames expanded dramatically as he channeled unprecedented power into direct assault against Issei specifically. I'll incinerate you personally, alien, he snarled, abandoning tactical consideration for a emotional response exactly as their psychological assessment had predicted. Then we'll discuss energy limitations while you're reduced to ash. The attack, raw flame projection without technical refinement, but carrying impressive power concentration, struck Issei's position with intensity that temporarily obscured him from view. Riser's expression shifted to triumphant satisfaction at apparent direct hit against the source of his growing frustration. When flames subsided, however, Issei remained standing unharmed, not through barrier defense but deliberate impact acceptance. His Saiyan combat unifo showed minor singeing while his expression remained analytically calm rather than triumphant or concerned. Flame intensity within anticipated parameters, he noted clinically, as if conducting research experiment rather than engaged in life or death combat. Thermal transfer neutralized through key circulation adaptation. Methodology confirmed effective against subject-specific attack pattern. The clinical assessment delivered another psychological blow to Riser's increasingly fragile composure. Being analyzed rather than feared represented fundamental challenge to his self-perception as overwhelming force deserving intimidated response. "What are you?" he demanded, genuine confusion briefly replacing arrogant confidence. "Saiyan Prince," Issei replied simply, his matter-of-fact identification carrying none of the boastful pride a traditional Saiyan might have demonstrated. "Last royal descendant of warrior race with comparable evolutionary development to your Phoenix lineage." The comparison, factually accurate yet deliberately provocative in context, struck precisely as intended. Riser's expression transformed to outright fury at being categorized as merely comparable to unfamiliar species rather than inherently superior as devil aristocracy. "There is no comparison," he practically shouted, flames now wild and undisciplined around his form, exactly the emotional response their strategy had sought to provoke. "House Phoenix stands among devil aristocracy's elite. Your extinct race means nothing compared to our immortal bloodline." As Riser launched increasingly powerful but tactically unsophisticated attacks, Issei maintained defensive posture while continuing systematic disruption point establishment throughout the Phoenix Air's energy system. Each exchange appeared conventional while actually advancing their primary objective, compromising regeneration efficiency through accumulated interference patterns. "Phase 2 ready," Rias announced through their communication system. Destruction energy gathering around her in crimson corona that contrasted starkly with Riser's wild flames. Akeno, positioning confirmation. Optimal alignment achieved, the K.N. confirmed from aerial position above the engagement zone. Weather system at full capacity awaiting deployment authorization. Kiba, status. Bishop neutralized, the knight reported with professional satisfaction. Engagement zone secured for Phase 2 implementation. With all elements aligned, Rias gave the command they'd prepared extensively during training: initiate synchronized overload protocol. The coordinated assault that followed represented perfect integration of their diverse abilities into single tactical objective. Akeno's fully developed storm system released concenter-aided lightning barrage precisely targeted to follow disruption points Issei had established throughout Riser's energy system. Simultaneously, Kiba launched multiple sword energy waves that created additional energy disturbance patterns along predetermined vectors. The combined attack forced Riser's regeneration into overdrive, not through overwhelming damage but systematically increasing energy demands across multiple systems simultaneously. As predicted during their strategy development, his instinctive response channeled additional power into regeneration rather than recognizing the actual threat vector. "Now, Issei," Rias directed at precisely calculated moment when Riser's regeneration reached maximum energy consumption rate. Primary implementation. With methodical precision, Issei executed the technique they'd developed specifically for this confrontation. Key manipulation focused not on direct damage but energy system disruption at fundamental level. His hands moved in complex pattern that left luminous trails in the air, forming runic symbols that pulsed with concentrated power. "What is this?" Riser demanded, confusion overtaking anger as unfamiliar energy patterns manifested around him. "What are you doing?" "Energy circulation disruption protocol," Issei explained calmly as the key-formed runes expanded to surround the Phoenix Air completely. Targeting regeneration system specifically rather than physical form. The technique activated with subtle rather than dramatic effect, no explosive discharge or overwhelming force demonstration. Instead, the key-formed NES pulsed once before merging with Riser's flame aura, creating visible interference patterns throughout his energy manifestation. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen, Riser's expression shifting own confusion to triumphant relief at apparent failure of whatever alien technique had been attempted. "Is that it?" he laughed derisively. "Your ultimate strategy amounts to light show with no actual." His mockery transformed to shock as regeneration suddenly failed mid-sentence. A minor wound on his arm, sustained during earlier exchange and previously healing instantly, remained open and unaddressed by his normally automatic recovery system. "What have you done?" he demanded, genuine alarm replacing arrogant confidence as he consciously attempted to activate regeneration without success. "What is this?" "Systematic exploitation of operational limitations within regeneration energy circulation," Issei explained matter-of-factly. The disruption matrix creates interference patterns that prevent efficient energy conversion necessary for cellular reconstruction. As understanding dawned, Riser's expression transformed to outright panic. The seemingly invincible immortal suddenly confronted with fundamental vulnerability in his defining ability. His desperate attempt to launch counterattack faltered as flames responded sluggishly to his commands, their intensity diminished by same disruption effect compromising his regeneration. "This is impossible," he protested, increasingly desperate attempts to re-establish normal energy flow proving ineffective against precisely calibrated disruption matrix. Fennec's regeneration cannot be negated by external influence. All energy systems have operational parameters regardless of supernatural classification, Issei reiterated calmly. The principle remains consistent whether applied to technological, biological, or magical constructs. With Riser's primary advantage neutralized, Rias stepped forward, crimson destruction energy GAT haired around her hand in concentrated form rather than widespread application. Her expression carried neither triumph nor disdain but simple determination appropriate to competition conclusion. "Surrender, Riser," she offered formally. Destruction energy illuminating her features with crimson glow that emphasized her serious intent. "Your regeneration will remain compromised until the disruption matrix dissipates naturally. Continuing combat without your primary defensive capability represents unnecessary risk within rating game parameters. The offer, tactical rather than merciful given they are advantageous position, provided graceful exit opportunity despite the decisive reversal of their respective positions. Where Riser had anticipated easy victory through overwhelming advantage, he now faced defeat through systematic exploitation of previously unknown vulnerability. Pride warred visibly with pragmatism across his features as he assessed their relative positions. Without regeneration, his combat capability remained significant but no longer overwhelming, especially against Rias's destruction energy that bypassed conventional durability through matter erasure rather than physical damage. "This isn't over," he finally declared, flames flickering weakly around his form as disruption matrix continued preventing normal energy circulation. "House Fennex doesn't acknowledge defeat through trickery and alien interference." Quote, "The Rating Game Commission approved all participants and techniques in advance," Rias countered calmly, destruction energy remaining ready but not yet deployed. "Your continued resistance without regeneration capability will only result in unnecessary injury without changing the outcome." Before Riser could respond, the communication system activated foe. "Are all participants?" as Graphia's formal voice addressed the competitors. "Attention all participants. Lord Searsex Lucifer has entered observation chamber and requests temporary suspension of combat activities for official review of current match status." The announcement registered a significant deviation from standard protocol. High-ranking Devil officials typically observed rating games without direct intervention regardless of developments. Searsex Lucifer, Rias's older brother and one of the 4 Satan-class devils ruling the underworld, personally requesting suspension represented unprecedented situation. Moments later, transportation circle manifested near their position, crimson light resolving into tall figure whose power presence immediately dominated the surroundings despite his relaxed demeanor. Crimson hair identical to Rias's framed aristocratic features containing familial resemblance, while formal attire denoted official capacity rather than casual observation. "Quite an interesting match," Searsex commented with casual tone that belied the extraordinary authority he represented. Particularly the systematic neutralization of Fennec's regeneration. Aiding technical achievement with significant implications beyond this specific competition. His attention focused briefly on Issei with analytical interest rather than mere curiosity. "The Disruptio N matrix technique particularly merits further study. Energy system manipulation at that precision level represents valuable contribution to Devil combat methodology development." The assessment, Fram. Ed as casual observation while carrying substantial authoritative weight, clearly surprised Riser, who had apparently expected intervention supporting traditional Devil aristocracy rather than Akeno. DG meant of innovative technique developed by unfamiliar entity. "Lord Lucifer," he began with formal deference that couldn't quite mask his desperation, "this match involves unprecedented interference with hereditary Devil abilities through alien methodology not previously documented in rating game regulations. Surely such external influence merits official review before determining valid outcome. The attempted procedural objection represented last resort effort to avoid outright defeat through regulatory technicality rather than combat resolution. Interesting psychological response priority. Zing reputation preservation over honorable acknowledgement of tactical miscalculation. Sears X considered the objection with thoughtful expression that revealed nothing of his actual assessment. Aft. Brief contemplation that left all participants in suspended anticipation, he replied with careful precision. The Rating Game Commission approved all participants and methodologies in advance of match commencement. The disruption technique, while innovative, represents systematic application of established energy manipulation principles rather than prohibited methodology. His ruling, deliver D with casual certainty that belied its significant implications, effectively eliminated Riser's final avenue for avoiding defeat without direct surrender. The Phoenix heir's expression reflected growing realization that no diplomatic or procedural escape remained available. Furthermore, Sears X continued, addressing broader audience through the rating game communication system, this match demo illustrates valuable lesson regarding tactical innovation versus established methodology. Adaptability often proves more valuable than raw power advantage when opponents develop specific counter-strategy. To previously undefeated capabilities. The observation, technically educational while implicitly supporting Rias's approach, represented masterful political maneuvering. Without directly interfering with match outcome, Sears X established framework for interpreting results that emphasized tactical innovation rather than merely upsetting traditional power hierarchies. The match suspension concludes, he announced formally. Competitors may resume engagement or acknowledge current status as final outcome through appropriate rating game protocols. With final meaningful glance toward both primary competitors, Sears X departed through transportation circle, leaving resolution in their hands while having effectively eliminated any procedural objection that might have invalidated the outcome. Silence held momentarily as Riser visibly struggled with inevitable conclusion. His regeneration remained compromised by disruption matrix, his queen neutralized during brief suspension by Akeno's precisely targeted lightning, and his remaining forces systematically eliminated through coordinated engagement throughout campus. Complete reversal of his anticipated easy victory through overwhelming advantage. He began. Visible internal struggle between pride and pragmatism playing across his features. House Phoenix acknowledges tactical disadvantage under current conditions. The carefully worded statement represented face-saving alternative to direct surrender while accomplishing same practical outcome. Diplomatic resolution maintaining nominal dignity despite decisive defeat. House Gromori acknowledges House Phoenix's assessment. Rias responded with equal formal precision, allowing honorable conclusion rather than demanding explicit surrender statement. The match concludes by mutual recognition of current tactical position. Graphia's voice immediately confirmed through communication system. Rating game concluded by competitor agreement. Victory awarded to Rias. Gromori in accordance with established parameters. Participants will return to entry position for transportation from competition dimension. As transportation circles formed around remaining competitors for return to real-world location. Riser addressed Rias directly with unexpected sincerity beneath his customary arrogance. This doesn't end our house's association, Rias Gromori. While IC engagement terms are nullified as agreed, political alliance between our families remains beneficial for Devil Society regardless of personal preferences. The statement, part acknowledgement, part warning, indicated sophisticated understanding of broader implications beyond personal defeat. Despite losing specific engagement, Riser clearly recognized larger political context remained unchanged. Our houses may indeed find mutual benefit through collaboration on specific matters, Rias acknowledged diplomatically. Though any such association will develop through mutual respect rather than predetermined arrangement. The subtle emphasis on mutual respect established clear parameter for future interactions, equal negotiation rather than hierarchical presumption that had characterized their previous engagement. Significant status adjustment reflecting altered power dynamic between them. As transportation magic activated, returning all participants to real-world gathering hall where observers awaited match conclusion announcement, Issei found himself reflecting on unexpected developments throughout the competition. What had begun as tactical support for allied group had evolved NTO demonstration of fundamental philosophical approach transcending mere combat methodology. The victory represented more than successful strategy implementation. It validated approach prioritizing precision over raw power, systematic application over overwhelming force, and tactical innovation over traditional methodology. Values increasingly central to his evolving identity despite their deviate ion from traditional Saiyan warrior philosophy. The gathering hall erupted with reaction as official victory announcement confirmed Rias's success, supporters celebrating unexpected outcome while traditional devil aristocracy whispered with mixture of shock and concern at established power hierarchy disruption. Political implications clearly extended beyond mere competition result into broader social dynamics within devil society. Amidst the commotion, Issei approached their group directly, his casual demeanor belying significant authority he represented. "Congratulations, Rias," he offered with genuine warmth beneath formal exterior. "Your strategic approach proved remarkably effective against established methodology." "Thank you, Oni-sama," Rias replied with respectful formality despite familial address. Though success resulted from collective effort rather than individual accomplishment. Indeed, Issei acknowledged, his attention shifting to Issei with renewed analytical interest. The disruption matrix technique particularly demonstrated innovative approach to seemingly insurmountable advantage. A valuable contribution to devil combat methodology development. The assessment, delivered as casual observation while carrying substantial authoritative weight, represented significant acknowledgement from highest devil authority. Recognition of technical contribution beyond mere participation in allied victory. Systematic analysis of operational limitations applies consistently regardless of specific energy classification, Issei explained matter-of-factly, maintaining technical framing despite the extraordinary authority addressing him. The principle remains applicable across various supernatural categories with appropriate adaptation to specific manifestation parameters. Issei smiled, genuine rather than merely diplomatic. "Fascinating perspective. I'd appreciate opportunity for further discussion regarding potential applications beyond specific regeneration neutralization. Perhaps at more appropriate setting than victory celebration." The invitation represented significant status acknowledgement, direct engagement with Saiyan-class devil beyond mere allied combatant recognition. Interesting development with potential implications for future integration within supernatural political framework. "I would welcome such exchange," Issei agreed with formal precision that matched the Devil Lord's diplomatic approach. "Excellent," Issei approved before returning attention to his sister. "Your victory carries significant implications beyond specific engagement terms, Rias. The Rating Game Commission has already received multiple inquiries regarding potential applications of the disruption technique against various hereditary abilities previously considered absolute advantages." Quote, "The information confirmed broader impact beyond immediate competition outcome. Tactical innovation with implications for established power hierarchies throughout devil society. Interesting socio-political ripple effect from what had begun as specific counter-strategy for particular opponent. Innovation often catalyzes broader reconsideration of established parameters." Rias observed thoughtfully, "Though our objective remained specific freedom of choice rather than deliberate disruption of traditional methodology. Intent and impact often follow different trajectories." Issei noted with philosophical undertones suggesting deeper understanding of socio-political dynamics than his casual demeanor might suggest. Particularly when innovation addresses fundamental assumptions within established systems. The observation carried implications beyond mere tactical assessment, suggesting awareness of potential broader consequences from their victory. While neither condemning nor explicitly endorsing such developments, sophisticated political positioning maintaining multiple potential response options depending on subsequent events. Before conversation could continue along increasingly philosophical trajectory, they were surrounded by well-wishers offering congratulations and expressing amazement at their unexpected victory. The social dynamic shifted from analytical discussion to celebration protocols appropriate to formal competition conclusion. Throughout the festivities, Issei observed interesting status adjustments developing around their group. Where previously they had been viewed primarily as Rias's incomplete peerage facing inevitable defeat against established champion, now they received recognition as innovative tactical unit that had systematically dismantled seemingly undefeatable opponent through precision methodology. Particularly notable was attitude shift toward him specifically, from curiosity about exotic spec. I'm into professional interest in technical capabilities he demonstrated. Multiple devil representatives approached with questions about the disruption matrix technique, its potential applications against other supernatural abilities, and philosophical implications of energy system vulnerability regardless of hereditary classification. Amidst the social interactions, Akeno appeared beside him with characteristic grace that belied the significant combat role she'd performed during their victory. Her composed exterior maintained proper decorum while violet eyes reflected satisfaction beyond mere competitive success. Your technique proved even more effective than anticipated, she observed quietly, close enough that conversation remained private despite surrounding celebration. Riser's expression when regeneration failed was particularly satisfying given his previous arrogance. The implementation succeeded through coordinated application rather than individual technique, Issei noted accurately, acknowledging collective achievement rather than claiming personal credit despite his central role in the strategy. Akeno smiled, genuine rather than her typical composed expression. Always so modest. The disruption matrix represented your innovation specifically, even if we all contributed to creating implementation conditions. The observation carried perceptive understanding his habitual deflection of individual recognition, tendency developed through isolation training where achievement acknowledgement had no external validation purpose. Interesting psychological insight, demonstrating her continuing careful study of his behavioral patterns. Efficiency optimization through collective application transcends individual capability regardless of specific contribution differentiation, Issei replied. Technical phrasing inadequately expressing his genuine appreciation for their synchronized implementation despite its accuracy. Perhaps, Akeno acknowledged with Naoi's smile suggesting she understood the sentiment beneath formal terminology. Though individual brilliance deserves recognition within collective achievement framework. Before Issei could respond to her perceptive observation, Rias joined their conversation, momentarily separated from formal victory acknowledgments she'd been receiving from various devil representatives. There you are, she greeted them with evident relief at escaping political interactions. The victory celebration seems to have transformed into impromptu technical symposium regarding disruption matrix applications across various supernatural classifications. Unsurprising development given traditional emphasis on hereditary ability advantage within devil society, Issei noted analytically. Innovation that challenge fundamental assumptions naturally generates disproportionate response regardless of specific implementation context. Only you would describe revolutionary technique in such understated terms, Rias laughed softly. Genuine amusement replacing the formal demeanor she'd maintained throughout official interactions. You've potentially changed devil combat methodology permanently, yet describe it as merely logical application of universal principles. Because that's precisely what it represents, Issei confirmed with characteristic directness. All energy systems follow consistent operation. All parameters regardless of supernatural classification or hereditary origin. The principle remains applicable across various manifestations with appropriate adaptation to specific expression characteristics. The technical explanation, delivered without pride or self-aggrandizement despite its revolutionary implications, drew appreciative smiles from both devils. Their consistent recognition of Hi's genuine perspective rather than assuming deliberate modesty or strategic understatement demonstrated growing understanding of his communication patterns beyond mere tactical alliance. Well, with our universal principle or revolutionary innovation, your contribution proved decisive, Rias acknowledged with sincere gratitude beneath her lighthearted tone. My freedom from arranged marriage stands as direct result of your willingness to apply those principles to our specific situation. The acknowledgement carried personal rather than merely tactical appreciation, recognition of his contributio to meaningful outcome beyond strategic objective achievement. Different from traditional Saiyan victory acknowledgement that emphasized conquest completion rather than principle validation or personal freedom preservation. Alliance benefits from principled application beyond minimal requirements, Issei replied, expressing genuine perspective despite habitual technical framing that inadequately conveyed his actual motivation. Akeno's knowing smile suggested she detected the deeper sentiment beneath formal terminology. What Issei means, in his charmingly technical way, is that helping Ali's achieve meaningful objectives represents appropriate action regardless of formal obligation parameters. The translation, gently teasing while accurately capturing his intended meaning, demonstrated remarkable understanding of his communication patterns despite their relatively recent acquaintance. Interesting psychological insight suggesting deeper connection development than mere tactical alliance would typically generate. I believe I'm learning to translate Saiyan technical into emotional subtext, Rias agreed with similar gentle amusement. Though I appreciate both the substance and the distinctive expression methodology, their good-natured observations regarding his communication style created unusual response in Issei, not defensive reaction that might have characterized Traditi Onal's Saiyan response to perceived criticism, but something more complex combining self-awareness with unexpected appreciation for their perceptive understanding. These devils consistently recognized him as individual with unique characteristics rather than merely representative of exotic species or tactical asset, acceptance extending beyond mere tolerance to genuine appreciation for his distinctive approach despite its deviation from their customary interaction patterns. Before he could formulate appropriate response to their perceptive observations, Kiba and Kaneko joined their small group, momentarily escaping the celebration surrounding their unexpected victory. Both showed evidence of intense combat, minor uniform damage and slight fatigue indicators, while maintaining composed exterior. Are appropriate to formal social gathering. Bushu. Kiba greeted Rias with characteristic politeness beneath genuine respect. Lord Searzex has arranged private transportation circle for our return to human world whenever you're prepared to depart. Apparently the celebration threatens to continue well into tomorrow otherwise. My brother's perceptiveness proves reliable as always, Rias acknowledged with grateful smile. While victory certainly merits celebration, returning to our normal environment holds greater appeal than extended political interactions disguised as festivity. The Sen Timent revealed interesting preference hierarchy, prioritizing comfortable familiar context over status acknowledgement opportunities despite significant achievement worthy of social recognition. Notable, deviation from traditional aristocratic values emphasizing public position reinforcement through formal victory celebration. The transportation circle awaits your convenience, Kiba confirmed with subtle gesture toward private alcove separated from main celebration hall. Whenever you determine appropriate departure timing. Rias glanced around the gathering, assessing political implications of early departure against personal preference for returning to familiar environment. After brief consideration balancing various factors, she nodded decisive conclusion. We've fulfilled all necessary formal protocols, she determined. Further celebration can continue without our direct participation without causing undue offense to important associations. The assessment demonstrated sophisticated political awareness beneath her evident desire for departure, balancing status maintenance requirements against personal preference while ensuring no unnecessary complications resulted from their victory beyond those already inherent in the outcome itself. As they moved discreetly toward the private transportation alcove, Issei noted interesting social dynamic development around their group. Where previously they had represented Rias's incomplete peerage facing overwhelming disadvantage against established champion, now they received recognition as innovative tactical unit that had adequately dismantled previously undefeated opponent through precision methodology. Significant status adjustment resulting from demonstrated capability rather than hereditary position or traditional power classification. Fascinating sociopolitical evolution triggered by single competition outcome with potential implications extending throughout supernatural hierarchy. The transportation circle AC activated as they gathered within its perimeter, crimson light enveloping them momentarily before resolving into familiar surroundings of the Occult Research Club room. The transition from formal celebration hall to comfortable headquarters created immediate atmosphere shift, relaxation replacing ceremonial formality as they returned to established safe environment. Home at last, Rias sighed contentedly, removing formal battle attire cape with evident relief. Victory celebration protocols grow tedious despite representing appropriate acknowledgement of significant achievement. Particularly, when political maneuvering supersedes genuine congratulatory intent, Akeno added perceptively, similarly transitioning from formal presentation to more comfortable posture. Though your brother's intervention provided elegant extrication opportunity without causing unnecessary offense. Oni-sama understands political necessities while recognizing personal preferences, Rias acknowledged with a affectionate reference to her brother despite his extraordinary authority position. A balance I continue developing despite lifelong exposure to aristocratic expectations. The conversation highlight a recurring theme in their interactions, balance between formal position requirements and personal authentic expression, between hereditary expectations and individual agency development. Interesting philosophical tension that resonated unexpectedly with Issei's own experience navigating royal heritage alongside evolving individual identity. Your victory carries significant implications beyond immediate engagement terms, he observed analytically, considering broader context while they settled into comfortable club room positions. Traditional power hierarchies based primarily on hereditary advantage classification require reconsideration when systematic counter-strategy demonstrates fundamental vulnerability within supposedly absolute abilities. Always thinking about strategic implications, Rias noted with gentle amusement rather than criticism. Though you're absolutely correct, the disruption matrix technique will likely catalyze substantial reconsideration of established combat methodology throughout Devil Society. Quote, not to mention potential applications against other supernatural classifications beyond devil hereditary abilities, Kiba added thoughtfully. If the principle applies consistently across various energy manifestations as Issei suggests, similar techniques might prove effective against angel light manipulation, fallen angel spear construction, or even Yukai transformation capabilities. The observation highlighted broader implications beyond immediate victory context. Potential revolutionary development in supernatural combat methodology across multiple classification categories rather than merely specific devil application. Fascinating evolution from what had begun as targeted counter-strategy for particular opponent. Such applications require appropriate adaptation to specific energy expression characteristics, Issei clarified, maintaining technical precision despite the increasingly philosophical discussion direction. Though fundamental, vulnerability principle remains consistent regardless of supernatural classification, which makes your contribution even more significant, Akeno observed perceptively. Not merely tactical victor, why achievement but potentially paradigm-shifting innovation affecting multiple supernatural categories simultaneously. The assessment represented extraordinary impact scope from what had originally been designed as specific solution to particular problem. Interesting development trajectory from focused objective to broad application potential without deliberate revolutionary intent. Innovation often extends beyond initial implementation parameters when fundamental principles receive practical validation, Issei acknowledged, considering implications with analytical detachment despite his central role in the development. Application expansion represents natural evolution rather than deliberate revolutionary objective. Regardless of original intent or potential applications, Rias interjected. Bringing conversation back to immediate personal context, today's outcome secured my freedom from arranged marriage constraint, achievement with significant meaning beyond political implications or combat methodology innovation. Her statement refocused their attention on personal rather than theoretical impact, reminder that behind strategic considerations and potential revolutionary implications lay individual freedom preservation as primary meaningful outcome. Freedom of choice transcends tactical advantage, Issei agreed, expressing genuine perspective despite habitual technical framing. Self-determination represents meaningful achievement regardless of broader application potential. Something in his phrasing, perhaps the explicit value acknowledgement rather than merely tactical assessment, drew appreciative smiles from the devils. Their consistent recognition of evolving personal perspective beneath his technical expression demonstrated growing understanding beyond mere alliance parameters. Well said, Rias approved warmly, though celebration of that freedom can continue tomorrow after proper recovery period. Today's competition required significant energy expenditure despite our efficient strategy implementation. The practical consideration demonstrated balanced leadership approach, acknowledging achievement while recognizing physical recovery requirement. Rather than extending celebration beyond optimal parameters. Effective resource management within victory context rather than emotional response overriding practical considerations. As they prepared to depart for evening rest, Rias approached Issei directly while others gathered their belongings. Her expression carried unusual seriousness beneath the warmth that typically characterized her leadership style. I want to thank you personally for your contribution today, she said quietly, genuine gratitude evident beneath formal acknowledgement. Not merely for the technical brilliance of the disruption matrix, but for your willingness to involve yourself in what represented personal matter beyond alliance requirements. The distinction highlighted her understanding of his participation as deliberate choice rather than mere tactical obligation, recognition of agency exercise beyond formal agreement parameters. Significant acknowledgement of developing connection beyond merely strategic alignment. Alliance benefits from principled application beyond minimal requirements, Issei replied, expressing genuine perspective despite technical phrasing that inadequately conveyed his actual motivation. Rias smiled. Warm rather than merely polite. I'm beginning to understand that when you frame personal matters in technical terminology, the sentiment beneath carries particular significance. CE precisely because it transcends your habitual analytical approach. The observation demonstrated remarkable psychological insight, recognizing his technical expression as meaningful precisely because it represented deliberate extension beyond typical interaction methodology rather than mere communication habit. Impressive perceptiveness suggesting developing understanding beyond superficial interpretation. Perhaps, Issei acknowledged, finding himself unexpectedly willing to confirm her insightful assessment despite traditional Saiyan reticence regarding personal rather than tactical matters. In any case, Rias continued, momentarily placing gentle hand on his arm in gesture that combined formal gratitude with personal connection, your contribution to my freedom represents significance beyond technical assessment or alliance obligation. Thank you, Issei. The simple directness carried greater impact than elaborate expression might have achieved, genuine appreciation without excessive formality or emotional performance. Authentic acknowledgement that resonated unexpectedly despite its deviation from traditional Saiyan victory recognition protocols. You're welcome, Rias, Issei replied with matching directness, finding simple acknowledgement more appropriate than elaborate technical response despite its unfamiliarity. As they departed the club room, conversation shifting to practical recovery considerations and tomorrow's normal activities resumption, Issei found himself contemplating unexpected developments in his Earth experience. What had begun as simple informati on gathering and survival maintenance had evolved into complex web of alliances, relationships, and value alignments that consistently challenged his understanding of himself as much as his conception of this world's supernatural ecosystem. Particularly notable was his growing investment in outcomes beyond mere tactical advantage, today's victory representing no direct benefit to his original miss. Ion parameters yet somehow feeling increasingly significant to his evolving identity. The freedom they'd secured for Rias through systematic application of precision methodology rather than overwhelming force aligned with values increasingly central to his developing philosophical framework despite their deviation from traditional Saiyan approach. The realization prompted renewed consideration of question that had haunted his decade-long journey through the void. What purpose remains for the last prince of a dead world? Perhaps these devils, with their balance of power and responsibility, individual agency and collective success, personal strength and protective purpose, offered pathway toward answer he hadn't anticipated finding on this unremarkable blue-green planet so far from his destroyed home. The following days brought unexpected developments beyond their rating game victory aftermath. News of Riser's defeat spread rapidly throughout supernatural community, with particular emphasis on the disruption matrix technique that had neutralized previously, absolute, regeneration advantage. Interest in the methodology extended beyond Devil Society into broader supernatural categories, angels, fallen angels, yokai, and various other classifications expressing varying degrees of concern and curiosity regarding potential applications against their specific abilities. Sears XARR, ANG formal technical presentation before Devil Research Council, prestigious academic organization dedicated to magical innovation and supernatural capability analysis. The invitation represented significant acknowledgement beyond mere allied combatant recognition, establishing Issei as valuable contributor to Devil Society knowledge base regardless of his non-devil classification. The presentat Ion request carries significant honor beyond immediate technical interest, Rias explained when delivering the invitation. Devil Research Council rarely acknowledges non-devil contributions regardless of innovation value. Their interest indicates fundamental reassessment of traditional classification hierarchies based on your disruption matrix demonstration. Interesting developmental trajectory. Why from specific tactical application to broader theoretical framework, Issei observed analytically, considering implications beyond immediate recognition. Though presentation methodology requires adaptation for appropriate audience comprehension given technical terminology differentials between Saiyan energy conceptualization and devil magical classification system. Always focused on practical implementation challenges. Rias noted with fond amusement rather than criticism. Though you're right, translating key manipulation principles into magical theory terminology will require careful communication framework development. I can assist with the translation aspects, Akeno offered, joining their conversation with characteristic grace that belied her substantive contribution to the discussion. My mixed heritage provides useful perspective on different energy classification systems and terminology adaptation between seemingly incompatible frameworks. The offer represented practical assistance beyond mere supportive gesture, genuine contribution utilizing her unique background to facilitate communication between different supernatural methodologies. Effective utilization of specialized capability for collective benefit without hierarchical limitation. Appreciated, Issei acknowledged, recognizing value in her perspective given the communication challenges involved. Terminology harmonization represents significant component in effective knowledge transfer between disparate conceptual frameworks. With Akeno's assistance, the presentation development proceeded efficiently over subsequent days, translating Saiyan energy manipulation principles into terminology accessible to devil magical researchers while maintaining technical accuracy despite conceptual framework differences. The process highlighted fascinating parallels between seemingly disparate methodologies when reduced to fundamental operational principles rather than traditional classification limitations. The underlying mechanics show remarkable consistency despite completely different evolutionary development pathways, Akeno observed during particularly productive development session. Key circulation follows patterns analogous to magical energy distribution despite originating from biological rather than supernatural source. Universal principles manifest consistently regardless of specific implementation framework. Issei confirmed, finding genuine intellectual engagement in exploring these connections beyond mere presentation preparation. Energy manipulation follows fundamental parameters transcending classification categories when analyzed at operational rather than traditional theoretical level. Their collaborative exploration extended beyond mere presentation preparation to genuine theoretical innovation, identifying connection points between Saiyan key manipulation methodology and devil magical framework that suggested potential integration possibilities previously unconsidered by either tradition independently. The presentation itself, held in formal Devil Research Council chamber before audience of distinguished magical theorists and supernatural classification experts, generated unprecedented response. What had been scheduled as specialized technical demonstration evolved into fundamental reassessment of established supernatural category distinctions when Issei systematically demonstrated operational similarities between seemingly unrelated energy manifestations. The disruption matrix technique represents specific application of universal principle rather than isolated methodology. He explained with characteristic technical precision that nonetheless captivated the scholarly audience. All energy systems, whether key-based, magical, divine, demonic, or technological, follow consistent operational parameters regardless of traditional classification categories. Using modified Scouter technology integrated with devil magical visualization systems, he demonstrated fundamental similarity between various supernatural energy manifestations when analyzed at fundamental frequency pattern level rather than traditional classification categories. Regeneration, transformation, manifestation, and enhancement abilities across different supernatural classifications share operational vulnerabilities despite apparent dissimilarity in traditional theoretical frameworks, Issei continued. Displaying comparative analysis of various supernatural abilities reduced to base energy patterns. The distinction lies in application methodology rather than fundamental immunity to counter-strategy development. The implications generated immediate intense discussion among assembled experts, recognition that traditional supernatural hierarchy based largely N classification immunity myths required substantial reconsideration given demonstrated operational similarities at fundamental energy pattern level. This perspective revolutionizes traditional supernatural classification theory. Acknowledged senior researcher whose elaborate formal attire indicated significant status within Devil academic hierarchy. If operational similarities transcend traditional category distinctions as demonstrated, counter-strategy development becomes theoretical possibility against previously considered absolute abilities regardless of classification origin. The observation highlighted broader implications beyond specific disruption matrix application. Fundamental reassessment of supernatural ability hierarchy based on operational vulnerability rather than traditional classification immunity. Significant theoretical shift with practical application potential across multiple supernatural categories simultaneously. Throughout the presentation and subsequent discussion period, Issei maintained characteristic technical precision without pride or self-aggrandizement despite revolutionary implications of the methodology he developed. The approach impressed Devil researchers accustomed to status-conscious presentation styles emphasizing personal achievement claims alongside technical content. Your analytical framework demonstrates remarkable objectivity. Despite its revolutionary implications, noted female researcher whose specialized focus involved classification boundary theory according to her formal introduction. Most innovators emphasize personal achievement aspects alongside technical content, yet your presentation maintains consistent focus on operational principles without status enhancement emphasis. The observation, intended as compliment regarding his professional approach, highlighted interesting cultural difference between Devil and Saiyan presentation methodologies. Where Devil society apparently expected achievement emphasis alongside technical content, Saiyan training prioritized objective operational analysis regardless of personal association with the methodology being described. Efficient knowledge transfer prioritizes technical accuracy over status association, Issei replied matter-of-factly, his response reflecting genuine perspective rather than deliberate modesty display. Operational principle validity transcends developer identity regardless of innovation significance. The straightforward response generated appreciative reaction among assembled researchers, respect for professional approach prioritizing knowledge advancement over personal status enhancement despite revolutionary content being presented. Interesting cultural reception indicating value alignment potential between his analytical methodology and Devil research community despite different traditional frameworks. Following formal presentation conclusion, Sears approached directly, his casual demeanor belying significant author ity he represented within Devil hierarchy. Impressive presentation, he acknowledged with genuine rather than merely diplomatic appreciation. Particularly the universal principles demonstration transcending traditional classification limitations. Thank you. Issei responded with appropriate formal acknowledgement of the extraordinary authority addressing him despite maintaining technical precision in subsequent explanation. Traditional supernatural classification systems evolved through observational categorization rather than fundamental operational analysis, creating artificial distinct ion parameters that obscure underlying mechanical similarities. Fascinating perspective with significant implications beyond immediate disruption matrix application, Sears noted thoughtfully. Quote, the Research Council already discusses potential research program development exploring operational similarities between previously considered distinct supernatural categories based on your analytical framework. The information confirmed broader impact beyond specific technique demonstration. Foundational theoretical reassessment catalyzed by what had originally been developed as targeted counter-strategy for particular opponent. Interesting evolution trajectory from focused tactical solution to revolutionary theoretical framework without deliberate paradigm-shifting intent. Knowledge development benefits from perspective diversity regardless of traditional classification limitations, Issei observed, expressing genuine perspective despite habitual technical framing. Cross-category analysis offers innovation potential unavailable within isolated theoretical frameworks regardless of specific supernatural classification origin. Well said, Sears approved with genuine rather than merely diplomatic appreciation for the perspective. Which brings me to proposal I'd like to discuss when appropriate opportunity presents itself, perhaps following conclusion of current academic reception obligations. The statement represented significant development beyond mere presentation acknowledgement, direct engagement proposal from highest devil authority suggesting substantial status cognition beyond allied combatant classification. Interesting evolution in supernatural political positioning without deliberate advancement effort on his part. I would welcome such discussion at your convenience. Issei confirmed with appropriate formal response to the extraordinary authority addressing him. When formal reception concluded and assembled researchers dispersed to begin immediate exploration of concepts presented during the demonstration, Sears led Issei to private conference chamber separated from main presentation hall. The setting, elegant yet functional with obvious ICAL security enhancements, suggested significant discussion rather than merely casual conversation. Your presentation today extends far beyond technical innovation demonstration, Sears began with. How preamble once privacy protocols activated around the chamber. The Universal Principles Framework fundamentally challenges traditional supernatural classification hierarchy that has structured interaction between different categories for millennia. The direct acknowledgement of revolutionary implications contrasted with measured public response during formal presentation, suggesting sophisticated political awareness regarding potential disruption resulting from paradigm shift within established supernatural framework. Innovation often generates unexpected application potential beyond original implementation context. Issei acknowledged, maintaining technical precision despite recognition of broader implications. Though disruption matrix development represented specific tactical active rather than deliberate revolutionary intent. Intent and impact often follow different trajectories, Sears noted with philosophical undertones suggesting deeper understanding of innovation consequences than his casual demeanor might initially suggest, particularly when fundamental assumptions within established systems receive systematic challenge through demonstrated operational principles. The observation carried significant insight regarding innovation impact regardless of original development motivation, recognition that revolutionary consequences often emerge from focused solutions to specific problems rather than deliberate paradigm-shifting objectives. Which brings me to proposal worth your consideration, Sears continued after brief contemplative pause. The Our World Technology Development Division seeks director for new research program exploring cross-category supernatural ability analysis based on operational similarity principles rather than traditional classification limitations. The position description represented extraordinary opportunity beyond mere academic acknowledgement, direct leadership role within devil research infrastructure despite non-devil classification status. Unprecedented status offer indicating fundamental reassessment of traditional supernatural hierarchy based solely on demonstrated capability rather than hereditary classification. The position typically requires extensive devil society integration including formal peerage association, Sears acknowledged, addressing obvious procedural complication with characteristic directness. However, your unique status as allied combatant with demonstrated technical innovation capability suggests alternative arrangement possibility through special appointment protocol rather than traditional integration methodology. The procedural adaptation represented significant accommodation, creating non-standard pathway for supernatural research infrastructure integration specifically to facilitate his participation despite classification difference. Extraordinary acknowledgement of value beyond traditional categorical limitations. The opportunity merits consideration despite procedural complexity. Issei acknowledged, genuine interest in the research potential transcending mere status recognition aspects despite the extraordinary nature of the offer. Cross-category analysis offers significant knowledge development potential through integrated methodology application regardless of traditional classification limitations. Precisely my assessment, Sears conference, earned with evident satisfaction at his technical interest rather than status-oriented response. The research program could substantially advance understanding across multiple supernatural categories, simultaneously through operational similarity framework you've demonstrated, with potential applications benefiting various factions beyond merely devil society. The broader application potential lighted interesting motivation beyond merely devil advantage development, suggesting genuine knowledge advancement interest rather than simply tactical superiority establishment over competing supernatural categories. Fascinating philosophical approach from highest devil authority typically portrayed primarily through power hierarchy position rather than intellectual advancement orientation. Would welcome participation opportunity through appropriate integration methodology, Issei confirmed after thoughtful consideration of implications beyond immediate research potential. Though coordination with existing alliance parameters requires appropriate consultation given established relationship framework. The reference to his alliance with Rias's group represented appropriate acknowledgment of existing commitment structure rather than mere procedural observation. Their consistent support and genuine acceptance merited proper consideration regarding any potential additional responsibilities regardless of the extraordinary opportunity being presented. Of course, Sears acknowledged with understanding smile, suggesting approval of his loyalty consideration rather than viewing it as implementation complication. Rias would naturally maintain primary alliance parameters regardless of research participation framework. The arrangement would represent complementary opportunity rather than competing commitment structure. The clarification addressed potential concern diplomatically while establishing clear relationship hierarchy between existing alliance and proposed research participation. Effective diplomatic framing that respected established connections while facilitating additional integration opportunity. In that case, I accept the proposal subject to specific implementation parameter development. Issei confirmed, the opportunity aligning with both intellectual interests and broader purpose considerations despite its unexpected nature. Excellent, Sears approved, evident satisfaction suggesting genuine interest in his participation beyond mere procedural formality. The administrative details can develop through appropriate channels while immediate research framework establishment proceeds based on principles demonstrated during your presentation. The approach represented effective balance between formal process requirements and practical implementation advancement, maintaining necessary procedural elements while preventing administrative complications from delaying substantive progress. Efficient governance methodology that impressed Issei despite his limited experience with devil bureaucratic systems. As they concluded the discussion and prepared to depart the private chamber, Sears added more personal observation beyond the formal proposal aspects. Your influence on my sister's group extends beyond mere tactical contribution or technical innovation, despite your relatively recent alliance formation. The strategic approach demonstrated during the rating game reflected integration of your precision methodology with their established capabilities in manner suggesting deeper connection than merely allied combatant status. The perceptive observation demonstrated remarkable insight regarding his developing relationship with Rias's group beyond formal alliance parameters. Interesting recognition from familial authority figure suggesting approval rather than concern regarding the connection development. Effective alliance transcends mere tactical coordination, Issei acknowledged, expressing genuine perspective despite habitual technical framing. Optimal functionality develops through mutual respect and value alignment regardless of formal classification categories. Well said, Sears approved with genuine rather than merely diplomatic appreciation for the perspective. Perhaps that represents most significant innovation beyond specific disruption matrix technology or universal principles framework. Demonstration that meaningful connection transcends traditional classification limitations when based on shared values rather than categorical assumptions. The philosophical observation carried unexpected depth beneath casual delivery, suggesting sophisticated understanding of broader implications beyond mere technical innovation or tactical advantage. Interesting perspective from highest devil authority typically portrayed primarily through power hierarchy position rather than philosophical insight orientation. When Issei returned to the Occult Research Club that evening, he found the entire group awaiting his arrival with evident interest in the presentation outcome. Their genuine curiosity regarding his experience rather than merely its status implications demonstrated consistent value. Prioritization beyond traditional supernatural hierarchy concerns. How did the presentation proceed? Rias inquired immediately, her interest clearly focused on his experience rather than merely political implications despite her aristocratic background. The research council can be rather intimidating even for established devil scholars, let alone non-traditional presenters. The demonstratio generated substantial interest beyond specific disruption matrix application. Issei reported with characteristic precision that nonetheless conveyed the significant response his presentation had generated. The universal principles framework catalyzed immediate research direction reconsideration regarding traditional supernatural classification limitations. In other words, You revolutionized Devil research methodology while simply explaining your technique, Akeno translated with fond amusement rather than criticism. Typical Issei approach, paradigm-shifting innovation presented as Meryl. Why logical application of universal principles? The gentle teasing carried genuine appreciation beneath playful framing, recognition of his significant contribution without status-focused emphasis. T might have characterized traditional Devil response to such revolutionary presentation. Their consistent value prioritization beyond mere hierarchical advancement continued to impress him despite growing familiarity with their approach. Revolutionary classification perhaps overstates practical application potential, Issei replied with characteristic technical precision despite acknowledging T's substantial interest his presentation had generated. Though cross-category analysis through operational similarity framework offers significant knowledge development opportunity beyond traditional classification limitations, which the Research Council clearly recognized given their unprecedented response to non-Devil presenter, Rias noted perceptively. My brother mentioned potential RCH program development based specifically on your analytical framework, extraordinary acknowledgement beyond mere technical interest. The observation confirmed information sharing between Saiyan and Rias beyond formal communication channels, family connection transcending official hierarchy despite their respective positions within Devil society. Interesting relational dynamic maintaining person. Al bond regardless of extraordinary authority differential. Saiyan's proposed research program leadership opportunity through special appointment protocol, Issei confirmed, sharing the significant development with characteristic directness rather than status emphasizing presentation. Cross-category supernatural ability analysis through operational similarity principles rather than traditional classification limitations. The straightforward disclosure of extraordinary opportunity without elaborate status enhancement framing generated momentary surprise before genuine celebration from the entire group. Their reaction emphasized personal appreciation for his recognition rather than political advantage implications, consistent value prioritization beyond mere hierarchical advancement concerns. That's incredible, Hiba exclaimed with uncharacteristic expressiveness replacing his typical reserved demeanor. Research Division Directorship represents unprecedented position for non-Devil classification regardless of technical innovation significance. A special appointment without formal peerage requirement indicates fundamental protocol adaptation specifically facilitating your participation. Rias added with evident pride in the recognition despite its procedural deviation from traditional integration methodology. Extraordinary acknowledgement of value beyond traditional categorical limitations. Told you. Kaneko stated simply, rare smile briefly appearing despite her typically minimal expression. They recognize quality regardless of origin. The collective support demonstrated genuine appreciation for his recognition beyond mere political advantage implications, valuing the acknowledgement of his contribution rather than primarily considering how it might enhance their collective status through association. Interesting value prioritization consistently emphasizing personal development over hierarchical advancement despite their traditional supernatural society integration. The position complements rather than replaces existing alliance parameters, Issei clarified, ensuring proper understanding regarding commitment hierarchy despite the extraordinary opportunity. Saiyan specifically confirmed primary relationship maintenance regardless of research participation framework. Of course, Rias acknowledged with appreciative understanding of his loyalty consideration rather than taking it for granted despite her leadership position. Your research contribution represents significant opportunity without altering our established connection. We're genuinely happy for your recognition regardless of alliance implications. The sentiment reflected consistent value prioritization beyond mere tactical advantage or status enhancement, genuine appreciation for his development opportunity regardless of how it might benefit them directly. Fascinating philosophical approach that continued to contrast with traditional Saiyan methodology emphasizing hierarchical advancement above individual fulfillment. Though we expect detailed explanations of any revolutionary discoveries, Akeno added with characteristic blend of teasing warmth and genuine interest. Particularly regarding operational similarities between different supernatural classifications that might prove tactically relevant during future engagements. Knowledge sharing represents efficient alliance functionality regardless of specific origin context, Issei confirmed with technical precision that nonetheless conveyed genuine commitment to their collective benefit beyond formal obligation parameters. The discussion continued into evening as they explored potential implications of the research program beyond immediate technical applications, considering philosophical questions regarding traditional supernatural hierarchies, classification boundary limitations, and potential integration methodologies transcending established categorical distinctions. Throughout the conversation, Issei found himself genuinely engaged beyond mere tactical consideration or knowledge acquisition objectives, participating in philosophical exploration that combined intellectual curiosity with practical application potential in manner integrating multiple perspective frameworks rather than adhering to rigid categorical limitations. The experience represented significant evolution in his E-Arth interaction beyond initial information gathering and survival maintenance objectives, developing meaningful connection through shared values and intellectual engagement rather than merely tactical alliance or strategic positioning. As evening progressed and conversation shifted to practical implementation considerations regarding his new research responsibilities alongside existing alliance commitments, Issei reflected on unexpected developmental trajectory his Earth experience continued demonstrating. What had begun as emergency survival destination following homeworld destruction had evolved into complex integration within supernatural society based on demonstrated capability and shared values rather than traditional classification limitations or hereditary status considerations. The evolution prompted renewed consideration of question that had haunted his decade-long journey through the void. What purpose remains for the last prince of a dead world? Perhaps meaningful contribution through knowledge advancement and value-aligned connection represented more significant answer than mere survival or power accumulation could provide. Purpose transcending traditional Saiyan quest objectives while honoring his father's philosophical guidance regarding true leadership beyond mere dominance demonstration. The research program development proceeded efficiently over subsequent weeks, establishing operational framework integrating his analytical methodology with Devil research infrastructure through carefully designed protocols accommodating his non-traditional classification status. The arrangement represented unprecedented integration model potentially applicable to other exceptional individuals regardless of supernatural category, innovation in administrative methodology paralleling the technical framework being developed through the program itself. Simultaneously, normal activities with the Occult Research Club continued uninterrupted. Territorial patrols, training sessions, and academic participation maintaining established patterns while accommodating his additional research responsibilities through effective scheduling optimization. Particularly notable, was Rias's careful attention to balance between different commitment aspects, ensuring neither research program nor club activities suffered through competition for limited time resources. Her leadership consistently demonstrated thoughtful consideration of individual member needs alongside collective objectives, creating sustainable integration rather than merely maximum utilization regardless of personal impact. During training session approximately 3 weeks following research program initiation, Issei noted interesting combat methodology evolution among the Devil group, incorporation of precision techniques adapted from his Saiyan approach alongside their traditional magical application methods. The integration created hybrid fighting style combining his systematic efficiency with air supernatural abilities into uniquely effective synthesis transcending either tradition independently. Your influence extends beyond specific techniques into fundamental approach methodology. Akeno observed perceptively during brief rest period between practice engagements. We're all developing greater precision alongside traditional power application rather than merely adopting specific combat movements. Effective methodology transcends specific implementation framework. Issei acknowledged genuine appreciation for their adaptation capacity despite habitual technical framing. Integration between different tradition elements creates optimal functionality beyond isolated approach limitations regardless of original developmental context. Always so technical, Akeno teased gently, violet eyes reflecting warm amusement rather than criticism. Though perfectly accurate despite the formal expression, we're becoming more efficient while maintaining our individual styles rather than simply mimicking your techniques. Quote, the observation demonstrated sophisticated understanding of effective integration methodology, maintaining distinctive individual approaches while incorporating beneficial elements from different tradition rather than wholesale replacement or mere superficial adoption. Impressive adaptation capacity suggesting deeper philosophical alignment beyond mere technique acquisition. Balance between established capability and innovative methodology creates optimal functionality regardless of specific tradition origin, Issei confirmed, expressing genuine perspective despite technical phrasing that inadequately conveyed his actual appreciation for their thoughtful integration approach, which applies beyond combat methodology into broader life philosophy, Rias added, joining their conversation with characteristic perceptiveness regarding underlying principles rather than merely specific application context. Maintaining connection with established values while integrating beneficial new perspectives creates stronger development pathway than either rigid tradition adherence or complete replacement approach. The philosophical extension beyond immediate practical application demonstrated consistent pattern in their interactions, identifying fundamental principles underlying specific methodologies rather than merely focusing on technical implementation details. Fascinating approach that consistently revealed deeper understanding beyond surface-level observation. Precisely, Issei agreed, finding genuine philosophical engagement increasingly natural despite its deviation from traditional Saiyan interaction patterns typically emphasizing practical application over theoretical exploration. Adaptive integration represents superior developmental methodology regardless of specific application context. Their training session continued with renewed focus, each member incorporating precision elements into their distinctive fighting styles, while maintaining individual approach characteristics rather than merely adopting standardized methodology. The result demonstrated impressive synthesis between Saiyan efficiency principles and devil supernatural abilities, creating unique hybrid approach more effective than either tradition independently. Later that evening, as they concluded territorial patrol without encountering significant supernatural disturbances, Akeno approached Issei directly while others completed final security verification protocols before departure. "Would you have time for private conversation before returning home?" she inquired with uncharacteristic directness beneath her typically composed exterior. "There's something I'd like to discuss regarding energy integration methodology beyond our standard training parameters." The request represented unusual departure from typical group interaction pattern, specific individual engagement rather than collective discussion format that characterized most of their technical exchanges. Interesting development suggesting particular topic requiring focused conversation beyond general training considerations. Certainly, Issei confirmed, genuine curiosity regarding her specific interest despite unfamiliarity with private conversation protocol outside structured training or research contexts. Specialized discussion benefits from focused engagement parameters regardless of general framework availability. Akeno's lips curved into slight smile at his technical response despite the personal conversation request. Always so formal, yet somehow that makes the agreement more meaningful coming from you. The observation carried perceptive understanding of his communication patterns, recognizing his technical framing as authentic expression rather than deliberate distance maintenance despite its formal characteristics. Impressive psychological insight continuing to demonstrate her careful study of his behavioral patterns beyond mere superficial interaction. Once others departed for evening, Akeno led him to quiet area of school grounds, garden space behind old building where privacy combined with pleasant natural surroundings created appropriate environment for extended conversation without interruption. The integration between your key manipulation methodology and our magical application techniques has developed significant combat effectiveness. She began once they settled on decorative stone bench surrounded by carefully maintained flowering plants. However, I've been considering potential beyond mere tactical application into more fundamental energy harmonization possibilities. The introduction suggested sophisticated technical discussion regarding energy system integration rather than merely practical combat application, theoretical exploration beyond immediate functionality into deeper methodological synthesis potential. Interesting development demonstrating her intellectual engagement with fundamental principles rather than merely specific technique adaptation. Harmonization potential extends beyond tactical coordination into fundamental system integration given appropriate methodology development, Issei acknowledged. Genuine interest in the theoretical exploration beyond mere practical application. Though implementation requires precise understanding of respective energy characteristics beyond surface-level functional parameters. Exactly. Akeno confirmed with evident satisfaction at his immediate understanding of the conceptual direction. Which brings me to specific question regarding your perspective on my particular situation given your unique analytical framework. She paused briefly, uncharacteristic hesitation suggesting personal rather than merely technical aspect to the upcoming discussee. On despite its energy methodology framing. Interesting contextual shift indicating deeper significance beyond theoretical exploration. As you know, my heritage combines multiple supernatural classifications, human, fallen angel, and devil through reincarnation, she continued after gathering momentary composure. Each represents distinct energy system with different fundamental characteristics additionally considered incompatible at operational level rather than merely different application methodologies. The clarification provided important context for her specific interest beyond general energy integration discussion, personal application regarding her unique mixed heritage rather than merely theoretical exploration. Significant distinction indicating trust extension beyond technical exchange into more personal territory. Traditional supernatural classification theory emphasizes categorical incompatibility rather than operational similarity potential, Issei acknowledged, recognizing the personal significance beneath technical framing. Though universal principles framework suggests integration possibility through fundamental harmonic alignment regardless of traditional limitation assumptions. That's precisely what I've been considering, Akeno confirmed, violet eyes reflecting genuine intellectual engagement alongside personal investment in the discussion. If operate, ional similarities exist at fundamental pattern level despite apparent classification differences, perhaps complete integration remains possible rather than merely parallel operation with occasional interference patterns. The theoretical direction represented revolutionary personal application potential beyond general methodology development, complete heritage integration rather than maintained separation between different aspects of her supernatural composition. Significant psychological implications beyond merely technical functionality enhancement. Integration potential exists given approach. Appropriate harmonization methodology development, Issei confirmed after thoughtful consideration of specific application possibilities beyond general theoretical framework. Though implementation requires precise understanding of individual component characteristics beyond general classification parameters to establish optimal synchronization patterns. Would you be willing to help me explore that possibility? Akeno asked directly, the request carrying significance beyond mere technical assistance given the personal nature of the application context. Your unique perspective transcending traditional supernatural classification limitations provides analytical framework unavailable through conventional devil research methodology. The request represented extraordinary trust extension, seeking assistance with fundamental identity integration rather than merely technical functionality enhancement. Significant relationship development beyond allied combatant status or research collaboratio. Interpersonal development territory typically reserved for closest connections regardless of supernatural classification. I would be honored to assist with such exploration, Issei replied with RMAL precision that nonetheless conveyed genuine appreciation for the trust her request represented. Though methodology development requires detailed baseline analysis beyond current understanding parameters given the unique integration complexity or specific heritage presence. I anticipated that requirement, Akeno acknowledged with characteristic perceptiveness beneath momentary vulnerability the personal request had revealed. Which necessarily involves allowing comprehensive energy pattern analysis beyond standard observation parameters, essentially complete access to my fundamental supernatural composition rather than merely surface manifestation characteristics. The clarification highlighted extraordinary trust level her request represented, permitting fundamental analysis of supernatural essence rather than merely external power manifestation observation. Significant vulnerability demonstration transcending typical interaction parameters regardless of supernatural classification standards. Such analysis requires appropriate privacy protocol development given intimate nature of energy pattern examination beyond standard interaction parameters, Issei noted with characteristic technical precision despite recognition of the personal significance her request represented. Though implementation methodology can incorporate necessary boundary maintenance throughout analytical process regardless of detailed examination requirements. The response acknowledged the personal vulnerability aspect while establishing clear respect parameters, recognizing intimate nature. Of the proposed analysis while confirming appropriate boundary maintenance throughout the process. Important distinction demonstrating understanding of personal significance beyond merely technical procedure despite his formal expression methodology. I trust your precision in that regard as much as your analytical capability, Akeno replied with gentle smile that conveyed appreciation for his sensitivity despite its technical expression. Your consistent demonstration of respectful boundary maintenance alongside remarkable observational accuracy represents precisely why I'm comfortable seeking your assistance with this particular exploration. The confidence represented significant relationship development beyond formal alliance parameters or research collaboration, personal trust base. Dion demonstrated character qualities rather than merely technical capability or tactical advantage. Interesting evolution in their connection transcending traditional interaction categories into something more meaningful regardless of supernatural classification differences. When would you prefer to begin the analytical process? Issei inquired, maintaining practical implementation focus while acknowledging the significant trust her request represented. Proper methodology development requires appropriate preparation beyond standard interaction parameters given the detailed examination nature. Perhaps this weekend, Akeno suggested after brief consideration of various factors including their respective schedules and appropriate privacy requirements. My family shrine provides suitable environment for extended analysis without interruption while maintaining necessary privacy protocols given the personal nature of the examination. The location suggestion carried additional significance beyond mere practical consideration. Invitation to personal space rather than neutral territory or club facilities where their interactions typically occurred. Further trust extension indicating comfort level transcending standard interaction parameters despite the intimate nature of the proposed analysis. That seems appropriate given examination requirements, Issei confirmed, recognizing the additional trust element her location suggestion represented beyond the analysis request itself. Preparation protocol development can proceed until then ensuring optimal methodology implementation upon arrival. Their conversation continued into evening, establishing specific parameters for the upcoming analysis session while exploring theoretical foundations for potential integration methodology beyond traditional supernatural classification limitations. Throughout the discussion, Issei noted interesting balance in their interaction between technical precision and personal significance. Maintaining analytical framework while acknowledging deeper meaning beyond mere functional enhancement. The experience represented significant evolution in his Earth interaction beyond initial information gathering and survival maintenance objectives, developing meaningful connection through shared intellectual exploration alongside personal trust extension rather than merely tactical alliance or strategic positioning. As they eventually concluded their conversation and prepared to depart for evening, Akeno regarded him with expression combining intellectual satisfaction with something more personal beneath her typically composed exterior. Thank you for considering this request beyond mere technical assistance parameters, she said quietly, genuine appreciation evident despite her characteristic poise. The integration possibility represents significant personal development potential beyond merely enhanced functionality considerations. Meaningful development transcends mere tact. ICAL enhancement regardless of specific application context, Issei replied, expressing genuine perspective despite habitual technical framing that inadequately conveyed his actual appreciation for her trust. Optimal functionality includes identity integration alongside capability enhancement regardless of traditional classification limitations. Akeno smiled, warm rather than her typical composed expression. Somehow your technical framing makes the sentiment more meaningful precisely because it represents your authentic expression methodology rather than conventional response pattern. The observation paralleled Rias's earlier comment regarding his communication style, recognition that his technical expression carried particular significance precisely because it reflected genuine perspective rather than merely formal interaction protocol. Interesting psychological insight demonstrating their continued careful understanding of his behavioral patterns beyond superficial interpretation. Perhaps, Issei acknowledged, finding himself unexpectedly comfortable with their perceptive observations regarding his communication methodology despite traditional Saiyan emphasis on tactical rather than personal exchange. As they parted ways for the evening, Issei found himself contemplating significant evolution in his Earth experience beyond initial expectations. What had begun as a merge NCY survival destination following homeworld destruction had developed into complex integration within supernatural society based on demonstrated capability and meaningful connection rather than tradie. Chional classification limitations are hereditary status considerations. Particularly notable was growing personal trust development alongside technical collaboration and tactical alliance connections. Extending beyond practical functionality into meaningful relationship territory typically unavailable within traditional Saiyan interaction framework emphasizing hierarchical positioning above genuine connection. The evolution prompted renewed consideration of question that had haunted his decade-long journey through the void. What purpose remains for the last prince of a dead world? Perhaps me. Meaningful connection through shared values and mutual development represented more significant answer than mere survival or power accumulation could provide, purpose transcending traditional Saiyan conch. UEST objectives while honoring his father's philosophical guidance regarding true leadership beyond mere dominance demonstration. The weekend arrived with careful preparation completed for the analysis session Akeno had requested. Issei had developed specific methodology integrating Saiyan key detection principles with devil magical analysis techniques into comprehensive examination protocol AKU. NTING for her unique mixed heritage characteristics. The approach represented innovative synthesis between different tradition elements, creating specialized analytical framework specifically designed for unprecedented application context. The shrine location proved ideal for their purpose. Traditional Japanese architecture surrounded by carefully maintained natural environment creating peaceful atmosphere conducive to detailed examination procedures. The setting combined functional isolation with aesthetic harmony, practical privacy alongside appropriate ambiance for significant personal development exploration. Welcome to my family shrine, Akeno greeted him at ornate entrance gate, traditional Miko attire replacing her usual school uniform. The formal shrine maiden clothing suited her elegant features while establishing appropriate ceremonial atmosphere for the significant examination process they would undertake. Thank you for the invitation, Issei responded with formal precision. Matching the setting's traditional nature. The environment provides appropriate examination conditions beyond practical privacy considerations. Akeno smiled at his characteristic technical assessment despite its accuracy regarding the location's suitability. The shrine has remained in my mother's family for generations, though I'm currently its sole caretaker. The spiritual boundary maintained through traditional consecration methods provides additional examination benefits beyond mere physical isolation. The information offered important context regarding both the location and her personal connection to it, family heritage maintenance alongside practical functionality consideration. Significant background sharing beyond mere technical explanation, indicating comfort level extending into personal territory rather than maintaining purely professional exchange. As she led him through immaculately maintained grounds toward main shrine building, Issei noted interesting energy patterns throughout the property, layered protective barriers combining different supernatural classification characteristics into harmonious defensive system. The integration demonstrated sophisticated methodology blending traditional shrine protection techniques with devil magical enhancements and fallen angel boundary establishment, practical application of the very integration possibility they would be exploring through their analytical session. The protective boundary system represents preliminary integration experiment, Akeno explained, noting his observation of the energy patterns with characteristic perceptiveness. Limited application focusing on defensive functionality rather than complete heritage harmonization, but useful developmental step establishing basic compatibility confirma. Chion despite traditional limitation assumptions. Impressive implementation demonstrating fundamental integration possibility beyond conventional restriction parameters, Issei acknowledged, genuine appreciation for the sophisticated methodology despite his habitual technical framing. Harmonization quality exceeds typical multi-classification boundary systems regardless of specific protection objectives. The compliment, technically precise while conveying genuine admiration for her accomplishment, drew appreciative smile from Akeno as they reached main shrine building. The structure maintained traditional Japanese architecture with subtle modernization elements providing practical functionality without compromising aesthetic harmony or spiritual significance. Inside, carefully arranged, examination space awaited. Traditional tatami flooring with ceremonial cushions positioned for extended analytical session, surrounded by specially prepared magical components enhancing observation PA city without disrupting natural energy flow patterns. The preparation demonstrated thoughtful consideration of both practical requirements and appropriate atmosphere maintenance for significant personal development exploration. I've prepared everything according to your specifications, Akeno noted as they settled into the examination space. Though I added certain traditional elements apropos IATE to shrine environment alongside the technical components your analysis methodology requires. The integration enhances examination effectiveness through appropriate environmental harmonization, Issei confirmed. Appreciating the thoughtful synthesis between different tradition elements rather than merely implementing his technical specifications without contextual adaptation. Optimal methodology incorporates available environmental characteristics rather than imposing standardized protocol regardless of specific examination context. Their preparation continued with methodical precision, establishing baseline parameters, calibrating analytical instruments combining modified scouter technology with magical enhancement components, and creating appropriate examination framework account. Ting for Akeno's unique mixed heritage characteristics. Throughout the process, Issei noted her composed exterior occasionally revealing momentary vulnerability beneath professional preparation focus. Brief indications of the personal significance this exploration represented beyond merely technical enhancement objectives. The trust demonstrated through allowing such fundamental examination of her supernatural essence represented extraordinary connection development regardless of their different classification backgrounds. The analytical process requires progressive energy manifestation NNING with passive baseline state through complete active expression, Issei explained as preparation concluded and examination readiness established. Comprehensive pattern identification necessitates full spectrum observation rather than merely isolated manifestation characteristics regardless of traditional classification separation. I understand, Akeno acknowledged, momentary vulnerability, showing through composed exterior before characteristic determination replaced it. Complete analysis requires complete access regardless of conventional boundary maintenance. I'm prepared for whatever the examination reveals. The statement carried significant trust demonstration beyond mere technical cooperation, willingness to have fundamental supernatural composition examined without reserve. Despite potential vulnerability exposure such comprehensive analysis necessarily entailed. Extraordinary connection indicator transcending typical interaction parameters regardless of supernatural classification standards. The process prioritizes respectful observation without unnecessary intrusion regardless of detailed examination requirements, Issei assured her, recognizing the significant trust her willingness represented beyond practical procedure parameters. Boundary maintenance remains fundamental protocol element throughout analytical methodology regardless of comprehensive access necessity. Akeno's expression softened at his characteristic technical reassurance despite its formal phrasing. I know, Issei, your consistent demonstration of precision in all things, including appropriate boundary maintenance, represents precisely why I'm comfortable with this level of examination despite its intimate nature. The confidence represented significant relationship development. Beyond formal alliance parameters or research collaboration, personal trust based on demonstrated character qualities rather than merely technical capability or tactical advantage. Interesting evolutee, on in their connection transcending traditional interaction categories into something more meaningful regardless of supernatural classification differences. The examination began with passive observer, Chion, Akeno maintaining normal energy state while Issei's specialized analytical system recorded baseline patterns without active intervention. Even at rest, her supernatural essence displayed fascinating complexity, distinct energy signatures from different heritage aspects maintaining separate harmonic patterns despite occupying same physical form. Initial observation confirms traditional Sapara Chion maintenance between different heritage components, Issei noted professionally, recording detailed analysis through combined Scouter magical monitoring system while maintaining respectful observation protocols. Devil reincarnation energy, fallen angel lineage characteristics, and human spiritual foundation maintaining distinct operational parameters without natural harmonization despite long Term coexistence within unified physical form. As expected, Akeno acknowledged, composed exterior maintaining professional engagement despite the personal nature of the examination. Traditional, supernatural theory suggests fundamental incompatibility between different classification energies regardless of unified physical vessel, particularly between opposing categories like devil and fallen angel aspects. Progressive manifestation will provide more comprehensive pattern identification beyond passive state limitations, Issei suggested, maintaining technical focus while ensuring comfort. Table examination progression appropriate to the significant trust her participation represented. Beginning with individual component activation rather than simultaneous expression provides optimal analytical framework for potential integration pathway identification. Akeno nodded agreement before beginning controlled manifestation sequence, activating devil aspects first through progressive mag. ICAL expression from basic enhancement through specialized ability demonstration. The energy patterns shifted dramatically as crimson magical circles formed around her, devil wings manifesting physica. LLY while power signature intensified through systematic expression progression. Issei's analytical system recorded comprehensive pattern data throughout the demonstration, identifying specific frequency characteristics, circulation pathways, and harmonic resonance factors unique to devil energy expression within her particular manifestation framework. The detailed information provided fundamental building blocks for potential integration methodology development beyond traditional separation maintenance. Devil energy expression demonstrates exceptional control parameters beyond typical reincarnated status indicators. Issei observed professionally, genuine appreciation for her masterful regulation despite the analytical context. Circulation efficiency exceeds standard implementation met. RICS regardless of non-natural acquisition framework. Years of dedicated practice, Akeno explained with modest acknowledgement of the genuine complement beneath his technical observation. Though B. Uchu's excellent reincarnation implementation provided superior foundation compared to typical conversion process regardless of subsequent development methodology. The examination continued with F.A. Yen Angel aspect manifestation, Akeno transitioning between supernatural classifications with practiced precision despite traditional theory suggesting fundamental incompatibility between different heritage components. Light spears formed above her open palms, wings transforming from devil configuration to fallen angel manifestation with elegant transition belying the complex energy reconfiguratio. Such classification shift necessarily entailed. Fallen angel characteristics demonstrate particular resonance potential despite apparent classification opposition to devil aspects, Issei noted Th increasing interest as analytical system recorded detailed pattern information throughout the demonstration. Harmonic similarity exists at fundamental frequency level despite traditional categoric antagonism when examined through operational rather than conventional theoretical framework. Interesting, Akeno responded, genuine curiosity temporarily overshadowing personal vulnerability asp. ECTS despite the intimate examination nature. Traditional supernatural theory emphasizes fundamental opposition between angel-derived and devil classification energies regardless of specific manifestation context. Universal principles framework suggests operational similarity potential despite apparent categorical difference when analyzed at fundamental pattern level rather than traditional classification limitations. Issei explained, sharing theoretical perspective beyond mere observational data. The distinction lies in conceptual framework rather than actual operational mechanics rigor. Less of established theological opposition assumptions. The observation represented significant theoretical challenge to traditional supernatural classification hierarchy, suggesting fundamental similarity beneath apparent categorical opposition when examined through operational rather than conventional theological framework. Revolutionary perspective with particular relevance to Akeno's specify. See heritage integration possibility beyond established limitation assumptions. Their examination continued with progressive complexity, analyzing combined manifestation patterns, interaction trajectory, sticks between different heritage aspects, and potential harmonization pathways beyond traditional separation maintenance. Throughout the process, Issei maintained respectful observation protocols ite comprehensive access to her fundamental supernatural composition, balancing detailed analysis with appropriate boundary maintenance regardless of intimate examination nature. After several hours of methodical exploration covering complete manifestation spectrum from passive baseline through maximum expression configurations, they concluded the initial analytical phase with substantial data collection completed beyond original expectation parameters. The information provided comprehensive foundation for potential integration methodology development despite traditional supernatural theories suggesting fundamental incompatibility between different heritage components. Initial analysis confirms harmonization potential beyond conventional limitation assumptions, Issei concluded as they completed examination protocol and deactivated specialized analytical equipment. Operational similarity exists at fundamental pattern level despite apparent categorical difference when examined through universal principles framework rather than traditional classification limitations, which suggests complete integration possibility rather than merely improved coordination between separately maintained aspects, Akeno translated. Genuine excitement briefly overshadowing her characteristic composed exterior despite the extended examination session's natural fatigue factors. Actual heritage unification beyond conventional parallel operation methodology. Precisely, Issei confirmed, sharing her intellectual engagement with the theoretical breakthrough despite his habitual technical expression. Though implementation requires specialized methodology development beyond standard supernatural integration protocols given the unprecedented application context. But it's possible, Akeno emphasized. The personal significance clearly transcending merely technical enhancement potential despite her continued professional engagement with the analytical aspects. Complete harmonization rather than maintained separation or hierarchical dominance between different heritage components. Affirmative, Issei acknowledged, recognizing the personal importance beyond technical confirmation despite his characteristic precision. Implementation pathway identification requires detailed analysis of collected data beyond preliminary observation conclusions, but fundamental compatibility confirmation represents significant development regardless of specific methodology requirements. The confirmation visibly impacted Akeno beyond merely intellectual satisfaction. Momentary vulnerabilities showing through composed exterior as personal implications registered alongside technical validation. The potential represented more than enhanced functionality or improved power coordination, fundamental identity integration transcending traditional supernatural classification limitations that had structured her self-perception throughout developmental experience. "Thank you," she said quietly after regaining characteristic composure. Genuine appreciation extending beyond mere technical assistance acknowledgement. Both for your analytical expertise and for maintaining respectful examination protocols throughout such comprehensive observation process. The trust demonstrated through allowing such fundamental analysis merits appropriate methodological respect regardless of detailed examination requirements, Issei replied. Expressing genuine perspective despite habitual technical framing that inadequately conveyed his actual appreciation for her confidence extension. Akeno smiled, warm fairer than her typical composed expression. Somehow your technical framing makes the sentiment more meaningful precisely because it represents your authentic expression methodology rather than conventional response pattern. The recurring observation regarding his communication style, recognition that his technical expression carried particular significance precisely because it reflected genuine perspective rather than merely formal interaction protocol, demonstrated consistent understanding of his behavioral patterns beyond superficial interpretation. Perhaps, Issei acknowledged, finding high MSELF increasingly comfortable with their perceptive observations regarding his communication methodology despite traditional Saiyan emphasis on tactical rather than personal exchange. As afternoon progressed into evening, they transitioned from formal examination conclusion to more relaxed interaction, Akeno preparing traditional tea ceremony with practiced precision while discussion shifted from technical analysis details to broader philosophical implications beyond specific application context. The universal principles framework challenges fundamental assumptions within traditional supernatural hierarchy beyond merely specific integration applications, Akeno observed thoughtfully as she completed elaborate tea preparation with graceful movements reflecting years of ceremonial practice. If operational similarity exists beneath apparent categorical difference across multiple classification boundaries, entire theological opposition structures require reconsideration beyond merely practical enhancement methodologies. Innovation often extends beyond initial implementation parameters when fundamental principles receive practical validation, Issei acknowledged, accepting Ceremony. Nile T with appropriate formal movements matching the traditional context despite his unfamiliarity with specific ritual elements. Application expansion represents natural evolution rather than deliberate revolutionary objective regardless of established framework disruption potential. Their conversation continued through evening, exploring philosophical implications alongside practical application possibilities with balanced consideration of both theoretical significance and personal development potential. Throughout the discussion, Issei noted interesting evolution in their interaction pattern, maintaining intellectual engagement while developing comfortable familiarity beyond formal examination parameters or alliance cooperation requirements. As darkness settled outside and shrine lanterns automatically illuminated the grounds with soft golden light, their conversation reached natural conclusion point with implementation planning established for heritage integration methodology. Development based on collected analytical data. The development process requires progressive implementation rather than immediate complete integration regardless of confirmed compatibility potential. Issei explained as they finalized preliminary approach framework. Systematic harmonization through carefully calibrated stages provides optimal stability maintenance throughout transition process. Regardless of ultimate unification objectives. Patience represents appropriate methodology regardless of confirmed potential. Akeno agreed with characteristic perceptiveness beyond merely technical acknowledgement. Though confirmation of fundamental possibility itself represents significant development regardless of implementation timeline considerations. As they prepared to conclude their session, Akeno regarded him with expression combining intellectual satisfaction with something more personal beneath her typically composed exterior. Today's examination represents significant milestone beyond mere technical analysis or capability enhancement, she said quietly, genuine appreciation evident despite her characteristic poise. The potential integration pathway offers meaningful development beyond traditional limitation acceptance regardless of specific implementation timeline. Identity harmonization transcends mere functional enhancement regardless of supernatural classification parameters, Issei replied. Expressing genuine perspective despite habitual technical framing that inadequately conveyed his actual understanding of the personal significance beyond merely practical application. Akeno studied him with thoughtful expression before responding with unexpected directness beneath her typical composed exterior. You understand more about meaningful integration Han, your technical expression might initially suggest to those unfamiliar with your communication patterns, she observed perceptively. Perhaps because your own experience balancing Saiyan heritage WITH Earth adaptation presents parallel developmental pathway despite different specific implementation context. The insight demonstrated remarkable perception regarding his personal experience beyond merely professional observation, recognizing similar integration challenges despite completely different supernatural classification parameters. Impressive psychological understanding transcending tactical assessment or technical collaboration into genuine connection territory regardless of their different origin frameworks. Perhaps, Issei acknowledged after momentary consideration, finding himself unexpectedly willing to confirm her insightful assessment despite traditional Saiyan reticence regarding personal rather than tactical matters. Though specific implementation parameters differ significantly despite conceptual similarity regarding integration necessity. Different pathways leading toward similar destination, Akeno suggested with gentle understanding beneath intellectual engagement. Maintaining connection with established heritage while developing new integration elements appropriate to current existence parameters rather than merely abandoning original framework or rejecting adaptation necessity. The philosophical framing captured essential similarity between their respective experiences despite completely different specific contexts, balancing heritage preservation with adaptation development regardless of particular supernatural classification parameters or original environment characteristics. Accurate assessment despite contextual difference, Issei confirmed. Genuine appreciation for her perceptive understanding despite habitual technical expression that inadequately conveyed his actual response to such unexpected personal insight. As they concluded their session and prepared for departure, Akeno accompanied him to shrine entrance with traditional hospitality protocols maintaining appropriate formal conclusion despite the significant Sonal development. Their examination represented beyond mere technical collaboration. "Thank you again for today," she said quietly as they reached ornate gate marking boundary between shrine grounds and outside world. "Both for your analytical expertise and for understanding the personal significance beyond merely technical enhancement objectives. The integration development represents meaning. Full advancement beyond mere functional improvement," Issei replied, expressing genuine perspective despite characteristic precision that structured his response. "Identity harmonization transcends tactical enhancement regardless of supernatural classification parameters." Akeno smiled, warm rather than her typical composed expression. "I look forward to continuing this development pathway with your assistance. If you remain willing to help beyond today's initial examination, I would be honored to continue supporting the integration process," Issei confirmed without hesitation, the commitment extending beyond mere technical assistance into meaningful connection territory regardless of different classification backgrounds or traditional interaction limitations. Their farewell carried significance beyond formal protocol completion, developing connection transcending technical collaboration or tactical alliance into something more meaningful regardless of supernatural classification differences or traditional interaction categories. As Issei departed shrine grounds and began journey back toward his apartment, he reflected on significant evolution in his Earth experience beyond IAL survival objectives or information gathering mission parameters. What had begun as emergency destination following homeworld destruction had developed into complex integration within supernatural society based on meaningful connection and shared values rather than merely tactical positioning or strategic alliance. Particularly notable was growing personal relationship development alongside nickel collaboration and formal cooperation, connections extending beyond practical functionality into genuine understanding territory typically unavailable within traditional Saiyan interaction frame. Work emphasizing hierarchical positioning above meaningful engagement. The evolution prompted renewed consideration of question that had haunted his decade-long journey through the void. What purpose remains for the last prince of a dead world? Perhaps meaningful connection through shared development and mutual understanding represented more significant answer than mere survival or power Akumu. Lashin could provide purpose transcending traditional Saiyan conquest objectives while honoring his father's philosophical guidance regarding true leadership beyond mere dominance demonstration. Chapter 3 End. The End. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.